and began to proclaim that which had been commanded to him by the Magian. Hearing this from the herald, and supposing that the herald was speaking the truth, and that he had himself been betrayed by Pryxaspes, that is to say, that when Pryxaspes was sent to kill Smerdis he had not done so, Cambyses looked upon Pryxaspes and said, Pryxaspes, was it thus that thou didst perform for me the thing which I gave over to thee to do? And he said, Master, the saying is not true that Smerdis thy brother has risen up against thee, nor that thou wilt have any contention arising from him, either great or small, for I myself, having done that which thou didst command me to do, buried him with my own hands. If therefore the dead have risen again to life, then thou mayest expect that Astyages also the Mede will rise up against thee, but if it is as it was before time, there is no fear now that any trouble shall spring up for you, at least from him. Now therefore I think it well that some should pursue after the herald and examine him, asking from whom he has come to proclaim to us that we are to obey Smerdis as king. 63. When Pryxaspes had thus spoken, Cambyses was pleased with the advice, and accordingly the herald was pursued forthwith and returned. Then when he had come back, Pryxaspes asked him as follows, Man, thou sayest that thou art come as a messenger from Smerdis the son of Cyrus, now therefore speak the truth and go away in peace. I ask thee whether Smerdis himself appeared before thine eyes and charged thee to say this, or some one of those who serve him? He said, Smerdis the son of Cyrus I have never yet seen, since the day that King Cambyses marched to Egypt, but the Magian whom Cambyses appointed to be guardian of his household, he, I say, gave me this charge, saying that Smerdis the son of Cyrus was he who laid a command upon me to speak these things to you. Thus he spoke to them, adding no falsehoods to the first, and Cambyses said, Pryxaspes, thou hast done that which was commanded thee like an honest man, and hast escaped censure. But who of the Persians may this be who has risen up against me, and usurped the name of Smerdis? He said, I seem to myself, O king, to have understanding of this which has come to pass. The Magians have risen against thee, Patizithus namely, whom thou didst leave as caretaker of thy household, and his brother Smerdis. 64. Then Cambyses, when he heard the name of Smerdis, perceived at once the true meaning of this report and of the dream, for he thought in his sleep that someone had reported to him that Smerdis was sitting upon the royal throne, and had touched the heaven with his head, and perceiving that he had slain his brother without need, he began to lament for Smerdis, and having lamented for him and sorrowed greatly for the whole mishap, he was leaping upon his horse, meaning as quickly as possible to march his army to Susa against the Magian, and as he leapt upon his horse, the cap of his sword sheath fell off, and the sword being left bare struck his thigh, having been wounded then in the same part where he had formerly struck Apis the god of the Egyptians, and believing that he had been struck with a mortal blow, Cambyses asked what was the name of that town, and they said Ecbatana. Now even before this he had been informed by the oracle at the city of Buto, that in Ecbatana he should bring his life to an end, and he supposed that he should die of old age in Ecbatana in Media, where was his chief seat of power, but the oracle, it appeared, meant in Ecbatana of Syria. So when by questioning now he learned the name of the town, being struck with fear both by the calamity caused by the Magian, and at the same time by the wound, he came to his right mind, and understanding the meaning of the oracle he said, Here it is fated that Cambyses the son of Cyrus shall end his life. 65. So much only he said at that time, but about 20 days afterwards he sent for the most honorable of the Persians who were with him, and said to them as follows, Persians, it has become necessary for me to make known to you the thing which I was wont to keep concealed beyond all other things. Being in Egypt I saw a vision in my sleep, which I would I had never seen, and it seemed to me that a messenger came from home and reported to me that Smerdis was sitting upon the royal throne, and had touched the heaven with his head. Fearing then lest I should be deprived of my power by my brother, I acted quickly rather than wisely, for it seems that it is not possible for man to avert that which is destined to come to pass. I therefore, fool that I was, sent away Pryxaspes to Susa to kill Smerdis, and when this great evil had been done, I lived in security, never considering the danger that some other man might at some time rise up against me. Now that Smerdis had been removed, and altogether missing the mark of that which was about to happen, I have both made myself the murderer of my brother, when there was no need, and I have been deprived none the less of the kingdom, For it was in fact Smerdis the Magian of whom the divine power declared to me beforehand in the vision that he should rise up against me. So then, as I say, this deed has been done by me, and ye must imagine that ye no longer have Smerdis the son of Cyrus alive, but it is in truth the Magians who are masters of your kingdom, he whom I left as guardian of my household and his brother Smerdis, the man then who ought above all others to have taken vengeance on my behalf for the dishonor which I have suffered from the Magians, has ended his life by an unholy death received from the hands of those who were his nearest of kin, and since he is no more, it becomes most needful for me, as the thing next best of those which remain, to charge you, O Persians, with that which dying I desire should be done for me. This then I lay upon you, calling upon the God of the royal house to witness it, upon you and most of all upon those of the Achemenidae who are present here, that you do not permit the return of the chief power to the Medes, but that if they have acquired it by craft they be deprived of it by you, or if they have conquered it by any kind of force, by force and by a strong hand ye recover it. And if ye do this, may the earth bring forth her produce and may your wives and your cattle be fruitful, while ye remain free forever. But if ye do not recover the power nor attempt to recover it, I pray that curses the contrary of these blessings may come upon you, and moreover that each man of the Persians may have an end to his life like that which has come upon me. Then as soon as he had finished speaking these things, Cambyses began to bewail and make lamentation for all his fortunes. 66. And the Persians, when they saw that the king had begun to bewail himself, both rent the garments which they wore and made lamentation without stint. After this, when the bone had become diseased and the thigh had mortified, Cambyses the son of Cyrus was carried off by the wound, having reigned in all 7 years and 5 months, and being absolutely childless both of male and female offspring. The Persians meanwhile, who were present, though were very little disposed to believe that the power was in the hands of the Magians. On the contrary, they were surely convinced that Cambyses had said that which he said about the death of Smerdis to deceive them, in order that all the Persians might be moved to war against him. These then were surely convinced that Smerdis the son of Cyrus was established to be king, for Prexaspes also very strongly denied that he had slain Smerdis, since it was not safe, now that Cambyses was dead, for him to say that he had destroyed with his own hand the son of Cyrus. 67. Thus when Cambyses had brought his life to an end, the Magian became king without disturbance, usurping the place of his namesake Smerdis the son of Cyrus, and he reigned during the 7 months which were wanting yet to Cambyses for the completion of the 8 years, and during them he performed acts of great benefit to all his subjects, so that after his death all those in Asia except the Persians themselves mourned for his loss, for the Magian sent messengers abroad to every nation over which he ruled, and proclaimed freedom from military service and from tribute for 3 years. 68. This proclamation, I say, he made at once when he established himself upon the throne, but in the 8th month it was discovered who he was in the following manner. There was one Otanes the son of Pharnaspes, in birth and in wealth not inferior to any of the Persians. This Otanes was the first who had had suspicion of the Magian, that he was not Smerdis the son of Cyrus but the person that he really was, drawing his inference from these facts, namely that he never went abroad out of the fortress, and that he did not summon into his presence any of the honorable men among the Persians, and having formed a suspicion of him, he proceeded to do as follows. Cambyses had taken to wife his daughter, whose name was Phadime, and this same daughter the Magian at that time was keeping as his wife and living with her, as with all the rest also of the wives of Cambyses. Otanes therefore sent a message to this daughter and asked her who the man was by whose side she slept, whether Smerdis the son of Cyrus or some other. She sent back word to him saying that she did not know, for she had never seen Smerdis the son of Cyrus, nor did she know otherwise who he was who lived with her. Otanes then sent a second time and said, If thou dost not thyself know Smerdis the son of Cyrus, then do thou ask of Atossa who this man is, with whom both she and thou live as wives, for assuredly it must be that she knows her own brother. 69. To this the daughter sent back word, I am not able either to come to speech with Atossa or to see any other of the women who live here with me, for as soon as this man, whosoever he may be, succeeded to the kingdom, he separated us and placed us in different apartments by ourselves. When Otanes heard this, the matter became more and more clear to him, and he sent another message into her, which said, Daughter, it is right for thee, nobly born as thou art, to undertake any risk which thy father bids thee take upon thee, For if in truth this is not Smerdis the son of Cyrus, but the man whom I suppose, he ought not to escape with impunity, either for taking thee to his bed, or for holding the dominion of Persians, but he must pay the penalty. Now therefore do as I say. When he sleeps by thee and thou perceivest that he is sound asleep, feel his ears, and if it prove that he has ears, then believe that thou art living with Smerdis the son of Cyrus, but if not, believe that it is with the Magian Smerdis. To this Phaedime sent an answer saying that, if she should do so, she would run a great risk, for supposing that he should chance not to have his ears, and she were detected feeling for them, she was well assured that he would put her to death, but nevertheless she would do this, so she undertook to do this for her father. But as for this Magian Smerdis, he had had his ears cut off by Cyrus the son of Cambyses when he was king, for some grave offence. This Phaedime then, the daughter of Otanes, proceeding to perform all that she had undertaken for her father, when her turn came to go to the Magian, for the wives of the Persians go into them regularly each in her turn, came and lay down beside him, and when the Magian was in deep sleep, she felt his ears, and perceiving not with difficulty but easily that her husband had no ears, so soon as it became day she sent and informed her father of that which had taken place. 70. Then Otanes took to him Ascathanes and Gobryas, who were leading men among the Persians and also his own most trusted friends, and related to them the whole matter, and they, as it then appeared, had suspicions also themselves that it was so, and when Otanes reported this to them, they readily accepted his proposals. Then it was resolved by them that each one should associate with himself that man of the Persians whom he trusted most. So Otanes brought in Interphrenes, Gobryas brought in Megabazus, and Ascathanes brought in Hydarnes. When they had thus become 6, Darius the son of Hystaspes arrived at Susa, having come from the land of Persia, for of this his father was governor. Accordingly when he came, the 6 men of the Persians resolved to associate Darius also with themselves 71. These then having come together, being 7 in number, gave pledges of faith to one another and deliberated together, and when it came to Darius to declare his opinion, he spoke to them as follows: I thought that I alone knew this, namely that it was the Magian who was reigning as king, and that Smerdis the son of Cyrus had brought his life to an end, and for this very reason I am come with earnest purpose to contrive death for the Magian. Since however it has come to pass that ye also know, and not I alone, I think it well to act at once and not to put the matter off, for that is not the better way. To this replied Otanes, son of Hystaspes, thou art the scion of a noble stock, and thou art showing thyself, as it seems, in no way inferior to thy father. Do not however hasten this enterprise so much without consideration, but take it up more prudently, for we must first become more in numbers, and then undertake the matter. In answer to this Darius said, Men who are here present, if you shall follow the way suggested by Otanes, know that ye will perish miserably, for some one will carry word to the Magian, getting gain thereby privately for himself. Your best way would have been to do this action upon your own risk alone, but since it seemed good to you to refer the matter to a greater number, and ye communicated it to me, either let us do the deed today, or be ye assured that if this present day shall pass by, none other shall prevent me as your accuser, but I will myself tell these things to the Magian. 72. To this Otanes, when he saw Darius in violent haste, replied, Since thou dost compel us to hasten the matter and dost not permit us to delay, come expound to us thyself in what manner we shall pass into the palace and lay hands upon them, for that there are guards set in various parts, thou knowest probably thyself as well as we, if not from sight at least from hearsay. And in what manner shall we pass through these? Darius made reply with these words, Otanes, there are many things in sooth which it is not possible to set forth in speech, but only in deed, and other things there are which in speech can be set forth, but from them comes no famous deed. Know ye however that the guards which are set are not difficult to pass, for in the first place, we being what we are, there is no one who will not let us go by, partly, as may be supposed, from having respect for us, and partly also perhaps from fear, and secondly I have myself a most specious pretext by means of which we may pass by, for I shall say that I am just now come from the Persian land and desire to declare to the king a certain message from my father, for where it is necessary that a lie be spoken, let it be spoken, seeing that we all aim at the same object, both they who lie and they who always speak the truth. Those lie whenever they are likely to gain anything by persuading with their lies, and these tell the truth in order that they may draw to themselves gain by the truth, and that things may be entrusted to them more readily. Thus, while practicing different ways, we aim all at the same thing. If however they were not likely to make any gain by it, the truth-teller would lie and the liar would speak the truth, with indifference. Whosoever then of the doorkeepers shall let us pass by of his own free will, for him it shall be the better afterwards, but whosoever shall endeavour to oppose our passage, let him then and there be marked as our enemy, and after that let us push in and set about our work. 73. Then said Gobryas, Friends, at what time will there be a fairer opportunity for us either to recover our rule, or, if we are not able to get it again, to die, seeing that we being Persians on the one hand lie under the rule of a Mede, a Magian, and that too a man whose ears have been cut off. Moreover all those of you who stood by the side of Cambyses, when he was sick remember assuredly what he laid upon the Persians as he was bringing his life to an end, if they should not attempt to win back the power, and this we did not accept then, but suppose that Cambyses had spoken in order to deceive us. Now therefore I give my vote that we follow the opinion of Darius, and that we do not depart from this assembly to go anywhither else but straight to attack the Magian. Thus spoke Gobryas, and they all approved of this proposal. 74. Now while these were thus taking counsel together, it was coming to pass by coincidence as follows: the Magians taking counsel together had resolved to join Prexaspes with themselves as a friend, both because he had suffered grievous wrong from Cambyses, who had killed his son by shooting him, and because he alone knew for a certainty of the death of Smerdis the son of Cyrus, having killed him with his own hands, and finally because Prexaspes was in very great repute among the Persians. For these reasons they summoned him and endeavored to win him to be their friend, engaging him by pledge and with oaths, that he would assuredly keep to himself, and not reveal to any man the deception which had been practiced by them upon the Persians, and promising to give him things innumerable in return. After Prexaspes had promised to do this, the Magians, having persuaded him so far, proposed to him a second thing, and said that they would call together all the Persians to come up to the wall of the palace, and bade him go up upon a tower and address them, saying that they were living under the rule of Smerdis the son of Cyrus and no other. This they so enjoined because they supposed that he had the greatest credit among the Persians, and because he had frequently declared the opinion that Smerdis the son of Cyrus was still alive, and had denied that he had slain him. 75. When Prexaspes said that he was ready to do this also, the Magians having called together the Persians caused him to go up upon a tower, and bade him address them. Then he chose to forget those things which they asked of him, and beginning with Achaemenes he traced the descent of Cyrus on the father's side, and then, when he came down to Cyrus, he related at last what great benefits he had conferred upon the Persians, and having gone through this recital he proceeded to declare the truth, saying that formerly he kept it secret, since it was not safe for him to tell of that which had been done, but at the present time he was compelled to make it known. He proceeded to say how he had himself slain Smerdis the son of Cyrus, being compelled by Cambyses, and that it was the Magians who were now ruling. Then he made imprecation of many evils on the Persians, if they did not win back again the power and take vengeance upon the Magians, and upon that he let himself fall down from the tower head foremost. Thus Prexaspes ended his life, having been throughout his time a man of repute. 76. Now the 7 of the Persians, when they had resolved forthwith to lay hands upon the Magians and not to delay, made prayer to the gods and went, knowing nothing of that which had been done with regard to Prexaspes. And as they were going and were in the middle of their course, they heard that which had happened about Prexaspes. Upon that they retired out of the way and again considered with themselves, Artanes and his supporters strongly urging that they should delay, and not set to the work when things were thus disturbed, while Darius and those of his party urged that they should go forthwith, and do that which had been resolved, and not delay. Then while they were contending, there appeared 7 pairs of hawks pursuing 2 pairs of vultures, plucking out their feathers and tearing them. Seeing this the 7 all approved the opinion of Darius, and thereupon they went to the king's palace, encouraged by the sight of the birds. 77. When they appeared at the gates, it happened nearly as Darius supposed, for the guards, having respect for men who were chief among the Persians, and not suspecting that anything would be done by them of the kind proposed, allowed them to pass in under the guiding of heaven, and none asked them any question. Then when they had passed into the court, they met the eunuchs who bore in the messages to the king, and these inquired of them for what purpose they had come, and at the same time they threatened with punishment the keepers of the gates for having let them pass in, and tried to stop the 7 when they attempted to go forward. Then they gave the word to one another, and drawing their daggers stabbed these men there upon the spot, who tried to stop them, and themselves went running on towards the chamber of the men 78. Now the Magians happened both of them to be there within, consulting about that which had been done by Prexaspes. So when they saw that the eunuchs had been attacked and were crying aloud, they ran back both of them, and perceiving that which was being done they turned to self-defense, and one of them got down his bow and arrows before he was attacked, while the other had recourse to his spear. Then they engaged in combat with one another, and that one of them who had taken up his bow and arrows found them of no use, since his enemies were close at hand and pressed hard upon him, but the other defended himself with his spear, and first he struck Ascaphenes in the thigh, and then Interphenes in the eye, and Interphenes lost his eye by reason of the wound, but his life he did not lose. These then were wounded by one of the Magians, but the other, when his bow and arrows proved useless to him, fled into a bedchamber which opened into the chamber of the men, intending to close the door, and with him there rushed in 2 of the 7, Darius and Gobryas. And when Gobryas was locked together in combat with the Magian, Darius stood by and was at a loss what to do, because it was dark, and he was afraid lest he should strike Gobryas. Then seeing him standing by idle, Gobryas asked why he did not use his hands, and he said, Because I am afraid lest I may strike thee. And Gobryas answered, Thrust with thy sword even though it stab through us both. So Darius was persuaded, and he thrust with his danger and happened to hit the Magian 79. So when they had slain the Magians and cut off their heads, they left behind those of their number who were wounded, both because they were unable to go, and also in order that they might take charge of the fortress. And the 5 others taking within the heads of the Magians ran with shouting and clashing of arms and called upon the other Persians to join them, telling them of that which had been done and showing the heads, and at the same time, they proceeded to slay every one of the Magians who crossed their path. So the Persians, when they heard of that which had been brought to pass by the 7 and of the deceit of the Magians, thought good themselves also to do the same, and drawing their daggers they killed the Magians wherever they found one, so that if night had not come on and stopped them, they would not have left a single Magian alive. This day the Persians celebrate in common more than all other days, and upon it they keep a great festival which is called by the Persians the festival of the slaughter of the Magians, on which no Magian is permitted to appear abroad, but the Magians keep themselves within their houses throughout that day. 80. When the tumult had subsided and more than 5 days had elapsed, those who had risen against the Magians began to take counsel about the general state, and there were spoken speeches which some of the Hellenes do not believe were really uttered, but spoken they were nevertheless. On the one hand, Artanes urged that they should resign the government into the hands of the whole body of the Persians, and his words were as follows: To me it seems best that no single one of us should henceforth be ruler, for that is neither pleasant nor profitable. Ye saw the insolent temper of Cambyses, to what lengths it went, and ye have had experience also of the insolence of the Magian. And how should the rule of one alone be a well-ordered thing, seeing that the monarch may do what he desires without rendering any account of his acts? Even the best of all men, if he were placed in this disposition, would be caused by it to change from his wonted disposition, for insolence is engendered in him by the good things which he possesses, and envy is implanted in man from the beginning, and having these 2 things, he has all vice, for he does many deeds of reckless wrong, partly moved by insolence proceeding from satiety, and partly by envy. And yet a despot at least ought to have been free from envy, seeing that he has all manner of good things. He is however naturally in just the opposite temper towards his subjects, for he grudges to the nobles that they should survive and live, but delights in the basest of citizens, and he is more ready than any other man to receive calumnies. Then of all things he is the most inconsistent, for if you express admiration of him moderately, he is offended that no very great court is paid to him, whereas if you pay court to him extravagantly, he is offended with you for being a flatterer. And the most important matter of all is that which I am about to say: he disturbs the customs handed down from our fathers, he is a ravisher of women, and he puts men to death without trial. On the other hand, the rule of many has first a name attaching to it which is the fairest of all names, that is to say equality. Next, the multitude does none of those things which the monarch does. Offices of state are exercised by lot, and the magistrates are compelled to render account of their action, and finally all matters of deliberation are referred to the public assembly. I therefore give as my opinion that we let monarchy go and increase the power of the multitude, for in the many is contained everything. 81. This was the opinion expressed by Athens, but Megabyzus urged that they should entrust matters to the rule of a few, saying these words, that which Athens said in opposition to a tyranny, let it be counted as said for me also, but in that which he said urging that we should make over the power to the multitude, he has missed the best counsel, for nothing is more senseless or insolent than a worthless crowd, and for men flying from the insolence of a despot to fall into that of unrestrained popular power, is by no means to be endured, for he, if he does anything, does it knowing what he does, but the people cannot even know, for how can that know which has neither been taught anything noble by others nor perceived anything of itself, but pushes on matters with violent impulse and without understanding, like a torrent stream? Rule of the people then let them adopt who are foes to the Persians, but let us choose a company of the best men, and to them attach the chief power, for in the number of these we shall ourselves also be, and it is likely that the resolutions taken by the best men will be the best. 82. This was the opinion expressed by Megabyzus, and thirdly Darius proceeded to declare his opinion, saying, to me it seems that in those things which Megabyzus said with regard to the multitude he spoke rightly, but in those which he said with regard to the rule of a few, not rightly, for whereas there are three things set before us, and each is supposed to be the best in its own kind, that is to say a good popular government, and the rule of a few, and thirdly the rule of one, I say that this last is by far superior to the others, for nothing better can be found than the rule of an individual man of the best kind, seeing that using the best judgment he would be guardian of the multitude without reproach, and resolutions directed against enemies would so best be kept secret. In an oligarchy however it happens often that many, while practicing virtue with regard to the commonwealth, have strong private enmities arising among themselves, for as each man desires to be himself the leader and to prevail in councils, they come to great enmities with one another, whence arise factions among them, and out of the factions comes murder, and from murder results the rule of one man, and thus it is shown in this instance by how much that is the best. Again, when the people rules, it is impossible that corruption should not arise, and when corruption arises in the commonwealth, there arise among the corrupt men not enmities but strong ties of friendship, for they who are acting corruptly to the injury of the commonwealth put their heads together secretly to do so, and this continues so until at last, someone takes the leadership of the people, and stops the course of such men. By reason of this the man of whom I speak is admired by the people, and being so admired he suddenly appears as monarch. Thus he too furnishes herein an example to prove that the rule of one is the best thing. Finally, to sum up all in a single word, whence arose the liberty which we possess, and who gave it to us? Was it a gift of the people or of an oligarchy or of a monarch? I therefore am of opinion that we, having been set free by one man, should preserve that form of rule, and in other respects also that we should not annul the customs of our fathers which are ordered well, for that is not the better way. 83. These three opinions then had been proposed, and the other four men of the seven gave their assent to the last. So when Athens, who was desirous to give equality to the Persians, found his opinion defeated, he spoke to those assembled thus, Partisans, it is clear that some one of us must become king, selected either by casting lots, or by entrusting the decision to the multitude of the Persians, and taking him whom it shall choose, or by some other means. I therefore shall not be a competitor with you, for I do not desire either to rule or to be ruled, and on this condition I withdraw from my claim to rule, namely that I shall not be ruled by any of you, either I myself or my descendants in future time. When he had said this, the six made agreement with him on those terms, and he was no longer a competitor with them, but withdrew from the assembly, and at the present time this house remains free alone of all the Persian houses, and submits to rule only so far as it wills to do so itself, not transgressing the laws of the Persians. 84. The rest however of the seven continued to deliberate how they should establish a king in the most just manner, and it was resolved by them that to Athens and his descendants in succession, if the kingdom should come to any other of the seven, there should be given as special gifts a Median dress every year and all those presents which are esteemed among the Persians to be the most valuable, and the reason why they determined that these things should be given to him, was because he first suggested them the matter and combined them together. These were all special gifts for Athens, And this they also determined for all in common, namely that any one of the 7 who wished might pass into the royal palaces, without any to bear in a message, unless the king happened to be sleeping with his wife, and that it should not be lawful for the king to marry from any other family, but only from those of the men who had made insurrection with him. And about the kingdom they determined this, namely that the man whose horse should first neigh at sunrise in a suburb of the city when they were mounted upon their horses, he should have the kingdom. 85. Now Darius had a clever horsekeeper, whose name was Oibas. To this man, when they had left their assembly, Darius spoke these words, Oibas, we have resolved to do about the kingdom thus, namely that the man whose horse first neighs at sunrise, when we are mounted upon our horses he shall be king. Now therefore, if thou hast any cleverness, contrive that we may obtain this prize, and not any other man. Oibas replied thus, If, my master, it depends in truth upon this whether thou be king or no, have confidence so far as concerns this and keep a good heart, for none other shall be king before thee, such charms have I at my command. Then Darius said, If then thou hast any such trick, it is time to devise it and not to put things off, for our trial is tomorrow. Oibas therefore hearing this did as follows. When night was coming on he took one of the mares, namely that one which the horse of Darius preferred, and this he led into the suburb of the city and tied her up. Then he brought to her the horse of Darius, and having for some time led him round her, making him go so close by so as to touch the mare, at last he let the horse mount. 86. Now at dawn of day the 6 came to the place as they had agreed, riding upon their horses, and as they rode through by the suburb of the city, when they came near the place where the mare had been tied up on the former night, the horse of Darius ran up to the place and neighed, and just when the horse had done this, there came lightning and thunder from a clear sky, and the happening of these things to Darius consummated his claim, for they seemed to have come to pass by some design. And the others leapt down from their horses and did obeisance to Darius. 87. Some say that the contrivance of Oibas was this, but others say as follows, for the story is told by the Persians in both ways, namely that he touched with his hands the parts of this mare, and kept his hand hidden in his trousers, and when at sunrise they were about to let the horses go, this Oibas pulled out his hand and applied it to the nostrils of the horse of Darius, and the horse, perceiving the smell, snorted and neighed. 88. So Darius the son of Hystaspes had been declared king, and in Asia all except the Arabians were his subjects, having been subdued by Cyrus and again afterwards by Cambyses. The Arabians however were never obedient to the Persians under conditions of subjection, but had become guest friends when they let Cambyses pass by to Egypt, for against the will of the Arabians the Persians would not be able to invade Egypt. Moreover Darius made the most noble marriages possible in the estimation of the Persians, for he married 2 daughters of Cyrus, Atossa and Artistone, of whom the one, Erossa, had before been the wife of Cambyses her brother and then afterwards of the Magian, while Artistone was a virgin, and besides them he married the daughter of Smerdis the son of Cyrus, whose name was Parmes, and he also took to wife the daughter of Otanes, who had discovered the Magian, and all things became filled with his power. And first he caused to be a carving in stone, and set it up, and in it there was the figure of a man on horseback, and he wrote upon it writing to this effect, Darius son of Hystaspes by the excellence of his horse, mentioning the name of it, and of his horsekeeper Oibas obtained the kingdom of the Persians. 89. Having so done in Persia, he established 20 provinces, which the Persians themselves call satrapies, and having established the provinces and set over them rulers, he appointed tribute to come to him from them according to races, joining also to the chief races those who dwelt on their borders, or passing beyond the immediate neighbors and assigning to various races those which lay more distant. He divided the provinces and the yearly payment of tribute as follows, and those of them who brought in silver were commanded to pay by the standard of the Babylonian talent, but those who brought in gold by the Euboic talent. Now the Babylonian talent is equal to 78 Euboic pounds, for in the reign of Cyrus, and again of Cambyses, nothing was fixed about tribute, but they used to bring gifts, and on account of this appointing of tribute and other things like this, the Persians say that Darius was a shopkeeper, Cambyses a master, and Cyrus a father, the one because he dealt with all his affairs like a shopkeeper, the second because he was harsh and had little regard for any one, and the other because he was gentle and contrived for them all things good. 90. From the Ionians and the Magnesians who dwell in Asia and the Aeolians, Carians, Lycians, Milians and Pamphylians, for one single sum was appointed by him as tribute for all these. There came in 400 talents of silver. This was appointed by him to be the first division. From the Mysians and Lydians and Lysonians and Cabalians and Hittanians there came in 500 talents. This is the second division. From the Hellespontians who dwell on the right as one sails in, and the Phrygians and the Thracians who dwell in Asia, and the Paphlagonians and Mariandaenoi and Syrians, the tribute was 360 talents. This is the third division. From the Cilicians, besides 360 white horses, one for every day in the year, there came also 500 talents of silver. Of these 140 talents were spent upon the horsemen which served as a guard to the Cilician land, and the remaining 360 came in year by year to Darius. This is the fourth division, 91. From that division which begins with the city of Pisidion, founded by Amphilochus the son of Amphiaraus on the borders of the Cilicians and the Syrians, and extends as far as Egypt, not including the territory of the Arabians, for this was free from payment, the amount was 350 talents, and in this division are the whole of Phoenicia and Syria which is called Palestine and Cyprus. This is the fifth division. From Egypt and the Libyans bordering upon Egypt, and from Cyrene and Barca, for these were so ordered as to belong to the Egyptian division, there came in 700 talents, without reckoning the money produced by the lake of Mweris, that is to say from the fish, without reckoning this, I say, or the corn which was contributed in addition by measure, there came in 700 talents, for as regards the corn, they contribute by measure 120,000 bushels for the use of those Persians who are established in the White Fortress at Memphis, and for their foreign mercenaries. This is the sixth division. The Cetagidae and Gandarians and Dadicans and Aperitae, being joined together, brought in 170 talents. This is the seventh division. From Susa and the rest of the land of the Kishans there came in 300. This is the eighth division, 92. From Babylon, and from the rest of Assyria, there came into him 1,000 talents of silver and 500 boys for eunuchs. This is the ninth division. From Ecbatana and from the rest of Media and the Pericanians and Orthocorybantians, 450 talents. This is the 10th division. The Caspians and Porsicans and Pantamathoi and Deritae, contributing together, brought in 200 talents. This is the 11th division. From the Bactrians as far as the Agloi the tribute was 360 talents. This is the 12th division, 93. From Pactaic and the Armenians and the people bordering upon them as far as the Euxine, 400 talents. This is the 13th division. From the Sagartians and Sarangians and Thamanarians and Eushans and Mycans, and those who dwell in the islands of the Erythraean Sea, where the king settles those who are called the removed, from all these together a tribute was produced of 600 talents. This is the 14th division. The Sacans and the Caspians brought in 250 talents. This is the 15th division. The Parthians and Chorasmians and Sogdians and Araeans 300 talents. This is the 16th division, 94. The Pericanians and Ethiopians in Asia brought in 400 talents. This is the 17th division. To the Machenians and Saspularians and Alarodians was appointed a tribute of 200 talents. This is the 18th division. To the Moshoi and Tiberenians and Macronians and Macinoikoi and Mares 300 talents were ordered. This is the 19th division. Of the Indians the number is far greater than that of any other race of men of whom we know, and they brought in a tribute larger than all the rest, that is to say 360 talents of gold dust. This is the 20th division, 95. Now if we compare Babylonian with Euboid talents, the silver is found to amount to 9,880 talents, and if we reckon the gold at 13 times the value of silver, weight for weight, the gold dust is found to amount to 4,680 Euboid talents. These being all added together, the total which was collected as yearly tribute for Darius amounts to 14,560 Euboid talents. The sums which are less than these I pass over and do not mention. 96. This was the tribute which came into Darius from Asia, and from a small part of Libya, but as time went on, other tribute came in also from the islands, and from those who dwell in Europe as far as Thessaly. This tribute the king stores up in his treasury in the following manner. He melts it down and pours it into jars of earthenware, and when he has filled the jars he takes off the earthenware jar from the metal, and when he wants money he cuts off so much as he needs on each occasion. 97. These were the provinces and the assessments of tribute, and the Persian land alone has not been mentioned by me as paying a contribution. for the Persians have their land to dwell in free from payment. The following moreover had no tribute fixed for them to pay, but brought gifts, namely the Ethiopians who border upon Egypt, whom Cambyses subdued as he marched against the long-lived Ethiopians, those who dwell about Nysa, which is called sacred, and who celebrate the festivals in honor of Dionysus. These Ethiopians and those who dwell near them have the same kind of seed as the Colantian Indians, and they have underground dwellings. These both together brought every other year, and continue to bring even to my own time, 2 quart measures of unmelted gold and 200 blocks of ebony and 5 Ethiopian boys, and 20 large elephant tusks. The Colchians also had set themselves among those who brought gifts, and with them those who border upon them extending as far as the range of the Caucasus, for the Persian rule extends as far as these mountains, but those who dwell in the parts beyond Caucasus toward the north wind regard the Persians no longer. These, I say, continued to bring the gifts which they had fixed for themselves every 4 years even down to my own time, that is to say, 100 boys and 100 maidens. Finally, the Arabians brought 1,000 talents of frankincense every year. Such were the gifts which these brought to the king apart from the tribute. 98. Now this great quantity of gold, out of which the Indians bring into the king the gold dust which has been mentioned, is obtained by them in a manner which I shall tell. That part of the Indian land which is towards the rising sun is sand, for of all the peoples in Asia of which we know or about which any certain report is given, the Indians dwell furthest away towards the east and the sun rising, seeing that the country to the east of the Indians is desert on account of the sand. Now there are many tribes of Indians, and they do not agree with one another in language, and some of them are pastoral and others not so, and some dwell in the swamps of the river and feed upon raw fish, which they catch by fishing from boats made of cane, and each boat is made of one joint of cane. These Indians of which I speak wear clothing made of rushes. They gather and cut the rushes from the river, and then weave them together into a kind of mat, and put it on like a crosslet. 99. Others of the Indians, dwelling to the east of these, are pastoral and eat raw flesh. These are called Padavians, and they practice the following customs. Whenever any of their tribe falls ill, whether it be a woman or a man, if a man then the men who are his nearest associates put him to death, saying that he is wasting away with the disease and his flesh is being spoiled for them, and meanwhile he denies stoutly and says that he is not ill, but they do not agree with him, and after they have killed him they feast upon his flesh. But if it be a woman who falls ill, the women who are her greatest intimates do to her in the same manner as the men do in the other case. For in fact even if a man has come to old age they slay him and feast upon him, but very few of them come to be reckoned as old, for they kill every one who falls into sickness, before he reaches old age. 100. Other Indians have on the contrary a manner of life as follows. They neither kill any living thing nor do they sow any crops, nor is it their custom to possess houses, but they feed on herbs, and they have a grain of the size of millet, in a sheath, which grows of itself from the ground. This they gather and boil with the sheath, and make it their food, and whenever any of them falls into sickness, he goes to the desert country and lies there, and none of them pay any attention, either to one who is dead or to one who is sick. 101. The sexual intercourse of all these Indians of whom I have spoken is open like that of cattle, and they have all one color of skin, resembling that of the Ethiopians. Moreover the seed which they emit is not white like that of other races, but black like the skin, and the Ethiopians also are similar in this respect. These tribes of Indians dwell further off than the Persian power extends, and towards the south wind, and they never became subjects of Darius. 102. Others however of the Indians are on the borders of the city of Caspatyrus, and the country of Pactyric, dwelling towards the north of the other Indians, and they have a manner of living nearly the same as that of the Bactrians. These are the most warlike of the Indians, and these are they who make expeditions for the gold, for in the parts where they live it is desert on account of the sand, and in this desert and sandy tract are produced ants, which are in size smaller than dogs but larger than foxes, for there are some of them kept at the residence of the king of Persia, which are caught here. These ants then make their dwelling underground, and carry up the sand just in the same manner as the ants found in the land of the Hellenes, which they themselves also very much resemble in form, and the sand which is brought up contains gold. To obtain this sand the Indians make expeditions into the desert, each one having yoked together 3 camels, placing a female in the middle and a male like a trace horse to draw by each side. On this female he mounts himself, having arranged carefully that she shall be taken to be yoked from young ones, the more lately born the better. For their female camels are not inferior to horses in speed, and moreover they are much more capable of bearing weights. 103. As to the form of the camel, I do not here describe it, since the Hellenes for whom I write are already acquainted with it, but I shall tell that which is not commonly known about it, which is this: the camel has in the hind legs 4 thighs and 4 knees, and its organs of generation are between the hind legs, turned towards the tail. 104. The Indians, I say, ride out to get the gold in the manner and with the kind of yoking which I have described, making calculations so that they may be engaged in carrying it off at the time when the greatest heat prevails, for the heat causes the ants to disappear underground. Now among these nations the sun is hottest in the morning hours, not at midday as with others, but from sunrise to the time of closing the market, and during this time it produces much greater heat than at midday in Hellas, so that it is said that then they drench themselves with water. Midday however has about equal degree of heat with the Indians as with other men, while after midday their sun becomes like the morning sun with other men, and after this, as it goes further away, it produces still greater coolness, until at last at sunset it makes the air very cool indeed. 105. When the Indians have come to the place with bags, they fill them with the sand and ride away back as quickly as they can, for forthwith the ants, perceiving, as the Persians allege, by the smell, begin to pursue them, and this animal, they say, is superior to every other creature in swiftness, so that unless the Indians got a start in their course, while the ants were gathering together, not one of them would escape. So then the male camels, for they are inferior in speed of running to the females, if they drag behind are even let loose from the side of the female, one after the other. The females however, remembering the young which they left behind, do not show any slackness in their course. Thus it is that the Indians get most part of the gold. As the Persians say, there is however other gold also in their land obtained by digging, but in smaller quantities. 106. It seems indeed that the extremities of the inhabited world had allotted to them by nature the fairest things, just as it was the lot of Hellas to have its seasons far more fairly tempered than other lands. For first, India is the most distant of inhabited lands towards the east, as I have said a little above, and in this land not only the animals, birds as well as 4-footed beasts, are much larger than in other places except the horses, which are surpassed by those of Media called Nisalian, but also there is gold in abundance there, some got by digging, some brought down by rivers, and some carried off as I explained just now, and there also the trees which grow wild produce wool, which surpasses in beauty and excellence that from sheep, and the Indians wear clothing obtained from these trees. 107. Then again Arabia is the furthest of inhabited lands in the direction of the midday, and in it alone of all lands grow frankincense and myrrh and cassia and cinnamon and gum mastich. All these except myrrh are got with difficulty by the Arabians. Frankincense they collect by burning the storax, which is brought thence to the Hellenes by the Phoenicians. By burning this, I say, so as to produce smoke they take it, for these trees which produce frankincense are guarded by winged serpents, small in size and of various colors, which watch in great numbers about each tree, of the same kind as those which attempt to invade Egypt, and they cannot be driven away from the trees by any other thing but only the smoke of storax. 108. The Arabians say also that all the world would have been by this time filled with these serpents, if that did not happen with regard to them which I knew happened with regard to vipers, and it seems that the divine providence, as indeed was to be expected, seeing that it is wise, has made all those animals prolific which are of cowardly spirit and good for food, in order that they may not be all eaten up and their race fail, whereas it has made those which are bold and noxious to have small progeny. For example, because the hare is hunted by every beast and bird as well as by man, therefore it is so very prolific as it is, and this is the only one of all beasts which becomes pregnant again before the former young are born, and has in its womb some of its young covered with fur and others bare, and while one is just being shaped in the matrix, another is being conceived. Thus it is in this case, whereas the lioness, which is the strongest and most courageous of creatures, produces one cub once only in her life, for when she produces young she casts out her womb together with her young, and the cause of it is this: when the cub being within the mother begins to move about, then having claws by far sharper than those of any other beast he tears the womb, and as he grows larger he proceeds much further in his scratching, At last the time of birth approaches, and there is now nothing at all left of it in a sound condition. 109. Just so also, if vipers and the winged serpents of the Arabians were produced in the ordinary course of their nature, man would not be able to live upon the earth, but as it is, when they couple with one another and the male is in the act of generation, as he lets go from him the seed, the female seizes hold of his neck, and fastening on to it does not relax her hold till she has eaten it through. The male then dies in the manner which I have said, but the female pays the penalty of retribution for the male in this manner. The young while they are still in the womb take vengeance for their father by eating through their mother, and having eaten through her belly they thus make their way out for themselves. Other serpents, however, which are not hurtful to man, produce eggs and hatch from them a very large number of offspring. Now vipers are distributed over all the earth, but the others, which are winged, are found in great numbers together in Arabia and in no other land, therefore it is that they appear to be numerous. 110. This frankincense then is obtained thus by the Arabians, and cassia is obtained as follows. They bind up in cow's hide and other kinds of skins all their body and their face except only the eyes, and then go to get the cassia. This grows in a pool not very deep, and round the pool and in it lodge, it seems, winged beasts nearly resembling bats, and they squeak horribly and are courageous in fight. These they must keep off from their eyes, and so cut the cassia. 111. Cinnamon they collect in a yet more marvelous manner than this, for where it grows and what land produces it they are not able to tell, except only that some say, and it is a probable account, that it grows in those regions where Dionysus was brought up, and they say that large birds carry those dried sticks which we have learned from the Phoenicians to call cinnamon, carry them, I say, to nests which are made of clay and stuck onto precipitous sides of mountains, which man can find no means of scaling. With regard to this then the Arabians practice the following contrivance. They divide up the limbs of the oxen and asses that die and of their other beasts of burden, into pieces as large as convenient, and convey them to these places, and when they have laid them down not far from the nests, they withdraw to a distance from them, and the birds fly down and carry the limbs of the beasts of burden off to their nests, and these are not able to bear them, but break down and fall to the earth, and the men come up to them and collect the cinnamon. Thus cinnamon is collected and comes from this nation to the other countries of the world. 112. Gum mastich, however, which the Arabians call laudanum, comes in a still more extraordinary manner, for though it is the most sweet-scented of all things, it comes in the most evil-scented thing, since it is found in the beards of he-goats, produced there like resin from wood. This is of use for the making of many perfumes, and the Arabians use it more than anything else as incense. 113. Let what we have said suffice with regard to spices, and from the land of Arabia there blows a scent of them most marvellously sweet. They have also two kinds of sheep, which are worthy of admiration, and are not found in any other land. The one kind has the tail long, not less than 3 cubits in length, and if one should allow these to drag these after them, they would have sores from their tails being worn away against the ground, but as it is, every one of the shepherds knows enough of carpentering to make little cars, which they tie under the tails, fastening the tail of each animal to a separate little car. The other kind of sheep has the tail broad, even as much as a cubit in breadth. 114. As one passes beyond the place of the midday, the Ethiopian land is that which extends furthest of all inhabited lands towards the sunset. This produces both gold in abundance and huge elephants and trees of all kinds growing wild and ebony, and men who are of all men the tallest, the most beautiful and the most long-lived. 115. These are the extremities in Asia and in Libya, but as to the extremities of Europe towards the west, I am not able to speak with certainty, for in either do I accept the tale that there is a river called in barbarian tongue Eridanus, flowing into the sea which lies towards the north wind, whence it is said that amber comes, nor do I know of the real existence of tin islands from which tin comes to us, for first the name Eridanus itself declares that it is Hellenic, and that it does not belong to a barbarian speech, but was invented by some poet, and secondly I am not able to hear from any one who has been an eyewitness, though I took pains to discover this, that there is a sea on the other side of Europe. However that may be, tin and amber certainly come to us from the extremity of Europe. 116. Then again towards the north of Europe, there is evidently a quantity of gold by far larger than in any other land. As to how it is got, here again I am not able to say for certain, but it is said to be carried off from the Griffins by Arimaspians, a one-eyed race of men. But I do not believe this tale either, that nature produces one-eyed men which in all other respects are like other men. However, it would seem that the extremities which bound the rest of the world on every side and enclose it in the midst, possess the things which by us are thought to be the most beautiful and the most rare. 117. Now there is a plain in Asia bounded by mountains on all sides, and through the mountains there are 5 clefts. This plain belonged once to the Chorasmians, and it lies on the borders of the Chorasmians themselves, the Hyrcanians, Parthians, Sirangians, and Thamanavians, but from the time that the Persians began to bear rule it belongs to the king. From this enclosing mountain of which I speak there flows a great river, and its name is Exe. This formerly watered the lands of these nations which have been mentioned, being divided into 5 streams, and conducted through a separate cleft in the mountains to each separate nation. But from the time that they have come to be under the Persians they have suffered as follows. The king built up the clefts in the mountains and set gates at each cleft, and so, since the water has been shut off from its outlet, the plain within the mountains is made into a sea, because the river runs into it and has no way out in any direction. Those therefore who in former times had been wont to make use of the water, not being able now to make use of it, are in great trouble, for during the winter they have rain from heaven, as also other men have, but in the summer they desire to use the water when they sow millet and sesame seed. So then, the water not being granted to them, they come to the Persians both themselves and their wives, and standing at the gates of the king's court they cry Anhal, and the king orders that for those who need it most, the gates which led to their land shall be opened, and when their land has become satiated with drinking in the water, these gates are closed, and he orders the gates to be opened for others, that is to say those most needing it of the rest who remain, and, as I have heard, he exacts large sums of money for opening them, besides the regular tribute. 118. Thus it is with these matters, but of the 7 men who had risen against the Magian, it happened to one, namely Interphrenes, to be put to death immediately after their insurrection for an outrage which I shall relate. He desired to enter into the king's palace and confer with the king, for the law was in fact so, that those who had risen up against the Magian were permitted to go into the king's presence without any one to announce them, unless the king happened to be lying with his wife. Accordingly Interphrenes did not think it fit that any one should announce his coming, but as he was one of the 7, he desired to enter. The gatekeeper however and the bearer of messages endeavored to prevent him, saying that the king was lying with his wife, but Interphrenes, believing that they were not speaking the truth, drew his sword and cut off their ears and their noses, and stringing these upon his horse's bridle, he tied them round their necks, and so let them go. 119. Upon this they showed themselves to the king, and told the cause for which they had suffered this, and Darius, fearing that the 6 might have done this by common design, sent for each one separately and made trial of his inclinations, as to whether he approved of that which had been done, and when he was fully assured that Interphrenes had not done this in combination with them, he took both Interphrenes himself and his sons and all his kinsmen, being much disposed to believe that he was plotting insurrection against him with the help of his relations, and having seized them he put them in bonds as for execution. Then the wife of Interphrenes, coming constantly to the doors of the king's court, wept and bewailed herself, and by doing this continually after the same manner she moved Darius to pity her. Accordingly he sent a messenger and said to her, Woman, King Darius grants to thee to save from death one of thy kinsmen who are lying in bonds, whomsoever thou desirest of them all. She then, having considered with herself, answered thus, If in truth the king grants me the life of one, I choose of them all my brother. Darius being informed of this, and marvelling at her speech, sent and addressed her thus, Woman, the king asks thee what was in thy mind, that thou didst leave thy husband and thy children to die, and didst choose thy brother to survive, seeing that he is surely less nearer to thee in blood than thy children, and less dear to thee than thy husband. She made answer, O king, I might, if heaven willed, have another husband and other children, if I should lose these, but another brother I could by no means have, seeing that my father and my mother are no longer alive. This was in my mind when I said those words. To Darius there it seemed that the woman had spoken well, and he let go not only him for whose life she asked, but also the eldest of her sons because he was pleased with her, but all the others he slew. One therefore of the 7 had perished immediately in the manner which has been related. 120. Now about the time of the sickness of Cambyses it had come to pass as follows. There was one Oralites, a Persian, who had been appointed by Cyrus to be governor of the province of Sardis. This man had set his desire upon an unholy thing, for though from Polycrates the Samian he had never suffered anything nor heard any offensive word, nor even seen him before that time, he desired to take him and put him to death for a reason of this kind, as most who report the matter say, while Oralites and another Persian whose name was Mithridates, ruler of the province of Dascylion, were sitting at the door of the king's court. They came from words to strife with one another, and as they debated there are several claims to excellence. Mithridates taunting Oralites said, Dost thou count thyself a man, who didst never yet win for the king the island of Samos, which lies close to thy province, when it is so exceedingly easy of conquest, that one of the natives of it rose up against the government with 15 men at arms, and got possession of the island, and is now despot of it? Some say that because he heard this and was stung by the reproach, he formed the desire, not so much to take vengeance on him who said this, as to bring Polycrates to destruction at all costs, since by reason of him he was ill spoken of. 121. The lesser number however of those who tell the tale say that Oralites sent a herald to Samos to ask for something or other, but what it was is not mentioned, and Polycrates happened to be lying down in the men's chamber of his palace, and Anacreon also of Teos was present with him, and somehow, whether it was by intention and because he made no account of the business of Oralites, or whether some chance occurred to bring it about, it happened that the envoy of Oralites came into his presence and spoke with him, and Polycrates, who chanced to be turned away towards the wall, neither turned round at all nor made any answer. 122. The cause then of the death of Polycrates is reported in these 2 different ways, and we may believe whichever of them we please. Oralites however, having his residence at that Magnesia which is situated upon the river Maeander, sent Missus the son of Gyges, a Lydian, to Samos bearing a message, since he had perceived the designs of Polycrates, for Polycrates was the first of the Hellenes of whom we have any knowledge, who set his mind upon having command of the sea, excepting Minos the Cnosian, and any other who may have had command of the sea before his time. Of that which we call mortal race Polycrates was the first, and he had great expectation of becoming ruler of Ionia and of the islands. Oralites accordingly, having perceived that he had this design, sent a message to him and said thus, Oralites to Polycrates saith as follows, I hear that thou art making plans to get great power, and that thou hast not wealth according to thy high thoughts. Now therefore if thou shalt do as I shall say, thou wilt do well for thyself on the one hand, and also save me from destruction, for King Cambyses is planning death for me, and this is reported to me so that I cannot doubt it. Do thou then carry away out of danger both myself and with me my wealth, and of this keep a part for thyself and a part let me keep, and then so far as wealth may bring it about, thou shalt be ruler of all Hellas, and if thou dost not believe that which I say about the money, send some one, whosoever happens to be most trusted by thee, and to him I will show it. 123. Polycrates having heard this rejoiced, and was disposed to agree, and as he had a great desire, it seems, for wealth, he first sent Maeandrius the son of Maeandrius, a native of Samos who was his secretary, to see it. This man was the same who not long after these events dedicated all the ornaments of the men's chamber in the palace of Polycrates, ornaments well worth seeing, as an offering to the temple of Hera. Oralites accordingly, having heard that the person sent to examine might be expected soon to come, did as follows, that is to say, he filled 8 chests with stones except a small depth at the very top of each, and laid gold above upon the stones. Then he tied up the chests and kept them in readiness. So Maeandrius came and looked at them and brought back word to Polycrates. 124, and he upon that prepared to set out thither, although the diviners and also his friends strongly dissuaded him from it, and in spite moreover of a vision which his daughter had seen in sleep of this kind, it seemed to her that her father was raised up on high and was bathed by Zeus, and anointed by the sun. Having seen this vision, she used every kind of endeavor to dissuade Polycrates from leaving his land to go to Oralites, and besides that, as he was going to his 50-oared galley she accompanied his departure with prophetic words, and he threatened her that if he should return safe, she should remain unmarried for long, but she prayed that this might come to pass, for she desired rather, she said, to be unmarried for long than to be an orphan, having lost her father 125. Polycrates however neglected every counsel and set sail to go to Orites, taking with him, besides many others of his friends, Democritus also the son of Caliphon, a man of Croton, who was a physician and practiced his art better than any other man of his time. Then when he arrived at Magnesia, Polycrates was miserably put to death in a manner unworthy both of himself and of his high ambition, for accepting those who become despots of the Syracusans. Not one besides of the Hellenic despots is worthy to be compared with Polycrates in magnificence, and when he had killed him in a manner not fit to be told, Orites impaled his body, and of those who accompanied him, as many as were Samians he released, bidding them be grateful to him that they were free men, but all those of his company who were either allies or servants, he held in the estimation of slaves and kept them. Polycrates then being hung up accomplished wholly the vision of his daughter, for he was bathed by Zeus whenever it rained, and anointed by the sun, giving forth moisture himself from his body. 126. To this end came the great prosperity of Polycrates, as Amasis the king of Egypt had foretold to him, but not long afterwards retribution overtook Orites in his turn for the murder of Polycrates. For after the death of Cambyses, and the reign of the Magians, Orites remained at Sardis, and did no service to the Persians, when they had been deprived of their empire by the Medes. Moreover, during this time of disturbance he slew Mithridates the governor in Daskylion, who had brought up against him the matter of Polycrates as a reproach, and he slew also Cranaspes the son of Mithridates, both men of repute among the Persians, and besides other various deeds of insolence. Once when a bearer of messages had come to him from Darius, not being pleased with the message which he brought, he slew him as he was returning, having set men to lie in wait for him by the way, and having slain him he made away with the bodies both of the man, and of his horse. 127. Darius accordingly, when he had come to the throne, was desirous of taking vengeance upon Orites for all his wrongdoings, and especially for the murder of Mithridates and his son. However, he did not think it good to act openly and to send an army against him, since his own affairs were still in a disturbed state, and he had only lately come to the throne, while he heard that the strength of Orites was great, seeing that he had a bodyguard of 1,000 Persian spearmen, and was in possession of the divisions of Phrygia and Lydia and Ionia. Therefore Darius contrived as follows, having called together those of the Persians who were of most repute, he said to them, Persians, which of you all will undertake to perform this matter for me with wisdom, and not by force or with tumult? For where wisdom is wanted, there is no need of force. Which of you, I say, will either bring Orites alive to me or slay him? For he never yet did any service to the Persians, and on the other hand he has done to them great evil. First he destroyed 2 of us, Mithridates and his son, then he slays the men who go to summon him, sent by me, displaying insolence not to be endured. Before therefore he shall accomplish any other evil against the Persians, we must check his course by death. 128. Thus Darius asked, and 30 men undertook the matter, each one separately desiring to do it himself, and Darius stopped their contention and bade them cast lots. So when they cast lots, Bagaeus the son of Artans obtained the lot from among them all. Bagaeus accordingly, having obtained the lot, did thus, he wrote many papers dealing with various matters and on them set the seal of Darius, and with them he went to Sardis. When he arrived there and came into the presence of Orites, he took the covers off the papers one after another, and gave them to the royal secretary to read, for all the governors of provinces have royal secretaries. Now Bagaeus thus gave the papers in order to make trial of the spearmen of the guard, whether they would accept the motion to revolt from Orites, and seeing that they paid great reverence to the papers, and still more to the words which were recited from them, he gave another a paper in which were contained these words, Persians, King Darius forbids you to serve as guards to Orites, and they hearing this lowered to him the points of their spears. Then Bagaeus, seeing that in this they were obedient to the paper, took courage upon that and gave the last of the papers to the secretary, and in it was written, King Darius commands the Persians who are in Sardis to slay Orites. So the spearmen of the guard, when they heard this, drew their swords and slew him forthwith. Thus did retribution for the murder of Polycrates the Samian overtake Orites. 129. When the wealth of Orites had come or had been carried up to Susa, it happened not long after, that King Darius while engaged in hunting wild beasts twisted his foot in leaping off his horse, and it was twisted, as it seems, rather violently, for the ball of his ankle joint was put out of the socket. Now he had been accustomed to keep about him those of the Egyptians who were accounted the first in the art of medicine, and he made use of their assistance then, but these by wrenching and forcing the foot made the evil continually greater. For 7 days then and 7 nights Darius was sleepless owing to the pain which he suffered, and at last on the 8th day, when he was in a wretched state, someone who had heard talk before while yet at Sardis of the skill of Democritus of Croton, reported this to Darius, and he bade them bring him forthwith into his presence. So having found him somewhere unnoticed among the slaves of Auronites, they brought him forth into the midst dragging fetters after him, and clothed in rags 130. When he had been placed in the midst of them, Darius asked him whether he understood the art, but he would not admit it, fearing lest, if he declared himself to be what he was, he might lose forever the hope of returning to Hellas. And it was clear to Darius that he understood that art but was practicing another, and he commanded those who had brought him thither to produce scourges and pricks. Accordingly upon that he spoke out, saying that he did not understand it precisely, but that he had kept company with a physician and had some poor knowledge of the art. Then after this, when Darius had committed the case to him, by using Hellenic drugs and applying mild remedies after the former violent means, he caused him to get sleep, and in a short time made him perfectly well, though he had never hoped to be sound of foot again. Upon this Darius presented him with 2 pairs of golden fetters, and he asked him whether it was by design that he had given to him a double share of his suffering, because he had made him well. Being pleased by this thing, Darius sent him to visit his wives, and the eunuchs in bringing him in said to the women that this was he who had restored to the king his life. Then each one of them plunged a cup into the gold chest and presented Democritus with so abundant a gift that his servant, whose name was Scythia, following and gathering up the coins which fell from the cups, collected for himself a very large sum of gold 131. This Democritus came from Croton, and became the associate of Polycrates in the following manner. At Croton he lived in strife with his father, who was of a harsh temper, and when he could no longer endure him, he departed and came to Aegina. Being established there he surpassed in the first year all the other physicians, although he was without appliances and had none of the instruments which are used in the art. In the next year the Aeginetan state engaged him for a payment of 1 talent. In the 3rd year he was engaged by the Athenians for 100 pounds weight of silver, and in the 4th by Polycrates for 2 talents. Thus he arrived in Samos, and it was by reason of this man more than anything else that the physicians of Croton got their reputation, for this event happened at the time when the physicians of Croton began to be spoken of as the first in Hellas, while the Cyrenians were reputed to have the 2nd place. About this same time also the Argives had the reputation of being the first musicians in Hellas. 132. Then Democritus, having healed King Darius, had a very great house in Susa, and had been made a table companion of the king, and except the one thing of returning to the land of the Hellenes, he had everything. And first as regards the Egyptian physicians who tried to heal the king before him, when they were about to be impaled because they had proved inferior to a physician who was a Hellene, he asked their lives of the king and rescued them from death. Then secondly, he rescued an Elean prophet, who had accompanied Polycrates and had remained unnoticed among the slaves. In short, Democritus was very great in the favor of the king. 133. Not long time after this another thing came to pass, which was this: Atossa, the daughter of Cyrus and wife of Darius, had a tumor upon her breast, which afterwards burst and then was spreading further, and so long as it was not large, she concealed it and said nothing to anybody, because she was ashamed. But afterwards, when she was in evil case, she sent for Democritus and showed it to him, and he said that he would make her well, and caused her to swear that she would surely do for him in return that which he should ask of her, and he would ask, he said, none of such things as are shameful. 134. So when after this by his treatment he had made her well, then Atossa, instructed by Democritus, uttered to Darius in his bedchamber some such words as these: O king, though thou hast such great power, thou dost sit still, and dost not win in addition any nation or power for the Persians, and yet it is reasonable that a man who is both young and master of much wealth should be seen to perform some great deed, in order that the Persians may know surely that he is a man by whom they are ruled. It is expedient indeed in 2 ways that thou shouldest do so, both in order that the Persians may know that their ruler is a man, and in order that they may be worn down by war, and not have leisure to plot against thee. For now thou mightest display some great deed, while thou art still young, seeing that as the body grows the spirit grows old also with it, and is blunted for every kind of action. Thus she spoke according to instructions received, and he answered thus, Woman, thou hast said all the things which I myself have in mind to do, for I have made the plan to yoke together a bridge from this continent to the other and to make expedition against the Scythians, and these designs will be by way of being fulfilled within a little time. Then Atossa said, Look now, forbear to go first against the Scythians, for these will be in thy power whenever thou desirest, but do thou, I pray thee, make an expedition against Hellas, for I am desirous to have Lacedaemonian women and Argive and Athenian and Corinthian for attendants, because I hear of them by report, and thou hast the man who of all men is most fit to show thee all things which relate to Hellas and to be thy guide, that man, I mean, who healed thy foot. Darius made answer, Woman, since it seems good to thee that we should first make trial of Hellas, I think it better to send first to the men of the Persians together with him of whom thou speakest, to make investigation, that when these have learnt and seen, they may report each several thing to us, and then I shall go to attack them with full knowledge of all. 135. Thus he said, and he proceeded to do the deed as he spoke the word, for as soon as day dawned, he summoned 15 Persians, men of repute, and bade them pass through the coasts of Hellas in company with Democritus, and take care not to let Democritus escape from them, but bring him back at all costs. Having thus commanded them, next he summoned Democritus himself, and asked him to act as a guide for the whole of Hellas and show it to the Persians, and then return back, and he bade him take all his movable goods and carry them as gifts to his father and his brothers, saying that he would give him in their place many times as much, and besides this, he said, he would contribute to the gifts a merchant ship filled with all manner of goods, which should sail with him. Darius, as it seems to me, promised him these things with no crafty design, but Democritus was afraid that Darius was making trial of him, and did not make haste to accept all that was offered, but said that he would leave his own things where they were, so that he might have them when he came back. He said however that he accepted the merchant ship, which Darius promised him for the present to his brothers. Darius then, having thus given command to him also, sent them away to the sea. 136. So these, when they had gone down to Phoenicia and in Phoenicia to the city of Sidon, forthwith manned 2 triremes, and besides them they also filled a large ship of burden with all manner of goods. Then when they had made all things ready they set sail for Hellas, and touching at various places they saw the coast regions of it and wrote down a description, until at last, when they had seen the greater number of the famous places, they came to Taras in Italy. There from Complaisance to Democritus Aristophilides the king of the Tarentines unfastened and removed the steering oars of the Median ships, and also confined the Persians in prison, because, as he alleged, they came as spies. While they were being thus dealt with, Democritus went away and reached Croton, and when he had now reached his own native place, Aristophilides set the Persians free and gave back to them those parts of their ships, which he had taken away. 137. The Persians then sailing thence and pursuing Democritus reached Croton, and finding him in the market-place they laid hands upon him, and some of the men of Croton fearing the Persian power were willing to let him go, but others took hold of him and struck with their staves at the Persians, who pleaded for themselves in these words, Men of Croton, take care what ye are about, ye are rescuing a man who was a slave of King Darius, and who ran away from him. How, think you, will King Darius be content to receive such an insult? And how shall this which ye do be well for you, if you take him away from us? Against what city, think you, shall we make expedition sooner than against this? And what city before this shall we endeavour to reduce to slavery? Thus saying they did not however persuade the men of Croton, but having had Democritus rescued from them, and the ship of burden which they were bringing with them taken away, they set sail to go back to Asia, and did not endeavour to visit any more parts of Hellas or to find out about them, being now deprived of their guide. This much however Democritus gave them as a charge when they were putting forth to sea, bidding them say to Darius that Democritus was betrothed to the daughter of Milon, for the wrestler Milon had a great name at the king's court, and I suppose that Democritus was urgent for this marriage, spending much money to further it, in order that Darius might see that he was held in honor also in his own country. 138. The Persians however, after they had put out from Croton, were cast away with their ships in Iapygia, and as they were remaining there as slaves, Jealous at Tarentine exile rescued them and brought them back to King Darius. In return for this Darius offered to give him whatsoever thing he should desire, and Jealous chose that he might have the power of returning to Taras, narrating first the story of his misfortune, and in order that he might not disturb all Hellas, as would be the case if on his account a great armament should sail to invade Italy, he said it was enough for him that the men of Cnidus should be those who brought him back, without any others, because he supposed that by these, who were friends with the Tarentines, his return from exile would most easily be effected. Darius accordingly having promised proceeded to perform, for he sent a message to Cnidus and bade them being back Jealous to Taras, and the men of Cnidus obeyed Darius, but nevertheless they did not persuade the Tarentines, and they were not strong enough to apply force. Thus then it happened with regard to these things, and these were the first Persians who came from Asia to Hellas, and for the reason which has been mentioned these were sent as spies 139. After this King Darius took Samos before all other cities, whether of Hellenes or barbarians, and for a cause which was as follows: when Cambyses the son of Cyrus was marching upon Egypt, many Hellenes arrived in Egypt, some, as might be expected, joining in the campaign to make profit, and some also coming to see the land itself, and among these was Silas the son of Aiax and brother of Polycrates, an exile from Samos. To this Silas a fortunate chance occurred, which was this: he had taken and put upon him a flame-coloured mantle, and was about the market-place in Memphis, and Darius, who was then one of the spearmen of Cambyses and not yet held in any great estimation, seeing him had a desire for the mantle, and going up to him offered to buy it. Then Silas, seeing that Darius very greatly desired the mantle, by some divine inspiration said, I will not sell this for any sum, but I will give it thee for nothing, if, as it appears, it must be thine at all costs. To this Darius agreed and received from him a garment 140. Now Silas supposed without any doubt that he had altogether lost this by easy simplicity, but when in course of time Cambyses was dead, and the 7 Persians had risen up against the Magian, and of the 7 Darius had obtained the kingdom, Silas heard that the kingdom had come about to that man to whom once in Egypt he had given the garment at his request. Accordingly he went up to Susa and sat down at the entrance of the king's palace, and said that he was a benefactor of Darius. The keeper of the door hearing this reported it to the king, and he marveled at it and said to him, Who then of the Hellenes is my benefactor, to whom I am bound by gratitude, seeing that it is now but a short time that I possess the kingdom, and as yet scarcely one of them has come up to our court, and I may almost say that I have no debt owing to a Hellene. Nevertheless bring him in before me, that I may know what he means when he says these things. Then the keeper of the door brought Silas before him, and when he had been set in the midst, the interpreters asked him who he was and what he had done, that he called himself the benefactor of the king. Silas accordingly told all that had happened about the mantle, and how he was the man who had given it, to which Darius made answer, O most noble of men, thou art he who when as yet I had no power gavest me a gift, small it may be, but nevertheless the kindness is counted with me to be as great, as if I should now receive some great thing from someone. Therefore I will give thee in return gold and silver in abundance, that thou mayest not ever repent that thou didst render a service to Darius the son of Hystaspes. To this Silas replied, To me, O king, give neither gold nor silver, but recover and give to me my fatherland Samos, which now that my brother Polycrates has been slain by all rights is possessed by our slave. This give to me without bloodshed or selling into slavery. 141. Darius having heard this prepared to send an expedition with Artanes as commander of it, who had been one of the 7, charging him to accomplish for Silas all that which he had requested. Artanes then went down to the sea coast and was preparing the expedition. 142. Now Maandrius the son of Maandrius was holding the rule over Samos, having received the government as a trust from Polycrates, and he, though desiring to show himself the most righteous of men, did not succeed in so doing, for when the death of Polycrates was reported to him, he did as follows. First he founded an altar to Zeus the Liberator and marked out a sacred enclosure round it, namely that which exists still in the suburb of the city. Then after he had done this he gathered together an assembly of all the citizens and spoke these words, To me, as ye know as well as I, has been entrusted the scepter of Polycrates and all his power, and now it is open to me to be your ruler, but that for the doing of which I find fault with my neighbor, I will myself refrain from doing, so far as I may, For as I did not approve of Polycrates acting as master of men who were not inferior to himself, so neither do I approve of any other who does such things. Now Polycrates for his part fulfilled his own appointed destiny, and I now give the power into the hands of the people, and proclaim to you equality. These privileges however I think it right to have assigned to me, namely that from the wealth of Polycrates 6 talents should be taken out, and given to me as a special gift, and in addition to this I choose for myself, and for my descendants in succession, the priesthood of Zeus the Liberator, to whom I myself founded a temple, while I bestow liberty upon you. He, as I say, made these offers to the Samians, but one of them rose up and said, Nay, but unworthy too art thou to be our ruler, seeing that thou art of mean birth and a pestilent fellow besides. Rather take care that thou give an account of the money which thou hadst to deal with. 143. Thus said one who was a man of repute among the citizens, whose name was Telesarchus, and Maandrius perceiving that if he resigned the power, some other would be set up as despot instead of himself, did not keep the purpose at all of resigning it, but having retired to the fortress he sent for each man separately, pretending that he was going to give an account of the money, and so seized them and put them in bonds. These then had been put in bonds, but Maandrius after this was overtaken by sickness, and his brother, whose name was Lyceratus, expecting that he would die, put all the prisoners to death, in order that he might himself more easily get possession of the power over Samos, and all this happened because, as it appears, they did not choose to be free. 144. So when the Persians arrived at Samos bringing Citizen home from exile, no one raised a hand against them, and moreover the party of Maandrius and Maandrius himself said that they were ready to retire out of the island under a truce. Athens therefore having agreed on these terms and having made a treaty, the most honourable of the Persians had seats placed for them in front of the fortress, and were sitting there. 145. Now the despot Maandrius had a brother who was somewhat mad, and his name was Chirelaos. This man for some offence which he had been committed had been confined in an underground dungeon, and at this time of which I speak, having heard what was being done and having put his head through out of the dungeon, when he saw the Persians peacefully sitting there he began to cry out, and said that he desired to come to speech with Maandrius. So Maandrius hearing his voice bade the loose him and bring him into his presence, and as soon as he was brought he began to abuse and revile him, trying to persuade him to attack the Persians, and saying thus, Thou basest of men, didst thou put me in bonds and judge me worthy of the dungeon underground, who am thine own brother and did no wrong worthy of bonds? And when thou sayest the Persians casting thee forth from the land and making thee homeless, dost thou not dare to take any revenge, though they are so exceedingly easy to be overcome? Nay, but if in truth thou art afraid of them, give me thy mercenaries and I will take vengeance on them for their coming here, and thyself I am willing to let go out of the island. 146. Thus spoke Chirelaos, and Maandrius accepted that which he said, not, as I think, because he had reached such a height of folly as to suppose that his own power would overcome that of the king, but rather because he grudged Citizen that he should receive from him the state without trouble, and with no injury inflicted upon it. Therefore he desired to provoke the Persians to anger, and make the Samian power as feeble as possible before he gave it up to him, being well assured that the Persians, when they had suffered evil, would be likely to be as bitter against the Samians as well as against those who did the wrong, and knowing also that he had a safe way of escape from the island whenever he desired, for he had had a secret passage made underground, leading from the fortress to the sea. Maandrius then himself sailed out from Samos, but Chirelaos armed all the mercenaries, and opening wide the gate sent them out upon the Persians, who were not expecting any such thing, but supposed that all had been arranged, and the mercenaries falling upon them began to slay those of the Persians who had seats carried for them, and were of most account. While these were thus engaged, the rest of the Persian force came to the rescue, and the mercenaries were hard pressed and forced to retire to the fortress. 147. Then Athens the Persian commander, seeing that the Persians had suffered greatly, purposely forgot the commands which Darius gave him when he sent him forth, not to kill any one of the Samians nor to sell any into slavery, but to restore the island to Citizen free from all suffering of calamity. These commands, I say, he purposely forgot, and gave the word to his army to slay every one whom they should take, man or boy, without distinction. So while some of the army were besieging the fortress, others were slaying every one who came in their way, in sanctuary or out of sanctuary equally 148. Meanwhile Maandrius had escaped from Samos and was sailing to Lacedaemon, and having come thither and caused to be brought up to the city the things which he had taken with him when he departed, he did as follows. First, he would set out his cups of silver and of gold, and then while the servants were cleaning them, he would be engaged in conversation with Cleomenes the son of Anaxandrides, then king of Sparta, and would bring him unto his house. And when Cleomenes saw the cups he marvelled and was astonished at them, and Maandrius would bid him take away with him as many of them as he pleased. Maandrius said this twice or 3 times, but Cleomenes herein showed himself the most upright of men, for he not only did not think fit to take that which was offered, but perceiving that Maandrius would make presents to others of the citizens, and so obtain assistance for himself, he went to the Ephors and said that it was better for Sparta that the stranger of Samos should depart from Peloponnesus, lest he might persuade either himself or some other man of the Spartans to act basely. They accordingly accepted his counsel, and expelled Maandrius by proclamation 149. As to Samos, the Persians, after sweeping the population off it, delivered it to Scylla and stripped of men. Afterwards however the commander Otanes even joined in settling people there, moved by a vision of a dream and by a disease which seized him, so that he was diseased in the genital organs 150. After a naval force had thus gone against Samos, the Babylonians made revolt, being for this exceedingly well prepared, for during all the time of the reign of the Magian, and of the insurrection of the 7, during all this time and the attendant confusion they were preparing themselves for the siege of their city, and it chanced by some means that they were not observed to be doing this. Then when they made open revolt, they did as follows. After setting apart their mothers first, each man set apart also for himself 1 woman, whosoever he wished of his own household, and all the remainder they gathered together and killed by suffocation. Each man set apart the one who has been mentioned to serve as a maker of bread, and they suffocated the rest in order that they might not consume their provisions 151. Darius being informed of this and having gathered together all his power, made expedition against them, and when he had marched his army up to Babylon he began to besiege them, but they cared nothing about the siege, for the Babylonians used to go up to the battlements of the wall, and show contempt of Darius, and of his army by gestures and by words, and one of them uttered this saying, Why, O Persians, do ye remain sitting here, and not depart? For then only shall ye capture us, when mules shall bring forth young. This was said by one of the Babylonians, not supposing that a mule would ever bring forth young 152. So when 1 year and 7 months had now passed by, Darius began to be vexed and his whole army with him, not being able to conquer the Babylonians, and yet Darius had used against them every kind of device and every possible means, but not even so could he conquer them, though besides other devices he had attempted it by that also with which Cyrus conquered them. But the Babylonians were terribly on their guard, and he was not able to conquer them 153. Then in the 20th month, there happened to Zopyrus the son of that Megabazus who had been of the 7 men who slew the Magian, to this Zopyrus, I say, son of Megabazus, there happened a prodigy. One of the mules which served as bearers of provisions for him produced young, and when this was reported to him, and Zopyrus had himself seen the foal, because he did not believe the report, he charged those who had seen it not to tell that which had happened to any one, and he considered with himself what to do. And having regard to the words spoken by the Babylonian, who had said at first that when mules should produce young, then the wall would be taken, having regard, I say, to this ominous saying, it seemed to Zopyrus that Babylon could be taken, for he thought that both the man had spoken and his mule had produced young by divine dispensation 154. Since then it seemed to him that it was now fated that Babylon should be captured, he went to Darius and inquired of him, whether he thought it a matter of very great moment to conquer Babylon, and hearing in answer that he thought it of great consequence, he considered again how he might be the man to take it, and how the work might be his own, for among the Persians benefits are accounted worthy of a very high degree of honor. He considered accordingly that he was not able to make conquest of it by any other means, but only if he should maltreat himself and desert to their side. So, making light esteem of himself, he maltreated his own body in a manner which could not be cured, for he cut off his nose and his ears, and shaved his hair round in an unseemly way, and scourged himself, and so went into the presence of Darius 155. And Darius was exceedingly troubled when he saw the man of most repute with him thus maltreated, and leaping up from his seat he cried aloud, and asked him who was the person who had maltreated him, and for what deed. He replied, That man does not exist, excepting thee, who has so great power as to bring me into this condition, and not any stranger, O king, has done this, but I myself to myself, accounting it a very grievous thing that the Assyrians should make a mock of the Persians. He made answer, Thou most reckless of men, thou didst set the fairest name to the foulest deed when thou saidest that on account of those who are besieged, thou didst bring thyself into a condition which cannot be cured. How, O thou senseless one, will the enemy surrender to us more quickly? Because thou hast maltreated thyself. Surely thou didst wander out of thy senses in thus destroying thyself. And he said, If I had communicated to thee that which I was about to do, thou wouldst not have permitted me to do it, but as it was, I did it on my own account. Now therefore, unless something is wanting on thy part, we shall conquer Babylon, for I shall go straightway as a deserter to the wall, and I shall say to them that I suffered this treatment at thy hands, and I think that when I have convinced them that this is so, I shall obtain the command of a part of their forces. Do thou then on the 10th day from that on which I shall enter within the wall take of those troops about which thou wilt have no concern if they be destroyed. Of these, I say, get 1,000 by the gate of the city which is called the gate of Semiramis, and after this again on the 7th day after the 10th set, I pray thee, 2,000 by the gate which is called the gate of the Ninevites, and after this 7th day let 20 days elapse, and then let other 4,000 and place them by the gate called the gate of the Chaldeans, and let neither of the former men nor these have any weapons to defend them except daggers, but this weapon let them have. Then after the 20th day at once bid the rest of the army make an attack on the wall all round, and set the Persians, I pray thee, by those gates which are called the gate of Belos and the gate of Kisha, for, as I think, when I have displayed great deeds of prowess, the Babylonians will entrust to me, besides their other things, also the keys which draw the bolts of the gates. Then after that it shall be the care of myself, and the Persians to do that which ought to be done. 156. Having thus enjoined he proceeded to go to the gate of the city, turning to look behind him as he went, as if he were in truth a deserter, and those who were set in that part of the wall, seeing him from the towers ran down, and slightly opening one wing of the gate asked who he was, and for what purpose he had come, and he addressed them and said that he was Zopyrus, and that he came as a deserter to them. The gatekeepers accordingly when they heard this led him to the public assembly of the Babylonians, and being introduced before it he began to lament his fortunes, saying that he had in fact suffered at his own hands, and that he had suffered this because he had counselled the king to withdraw his army, since in truth there seemed to be no means of taking the town. And now, he went on to say, I am come for very great good to you, O Babylonians, but for very great evil to Darius and his army, and to the Persians, for he shall surely not escape with impunity for having thus maltreated me, and I know all the courses of his counsels. 157. Thus he spoke, and the Babylonians, when they saw the man of most reputation among the Persians deprived of nose and ears, and smeared over with blood from scourging, supposing assuredly that he was speaking the truth and had come to be the helper, were ready to put in his power that for which he asked them, and he asked them that he might command a certain force. Then when he had obtained this from them, he did that which he had agreed with Darius that he would do, for he led out on the 10th day the army of the Babylonians, and having surrounded the 1,000 men whom he had enjoined Darius first to set there, he slew them. The Babylonians accordingly, perceiving that the deeds which he displayed were in accordance with his words, were very greatly rejoiced and were ready to serve him in all things, and after the lapse of the days which had been agreed upon, he again chose men of the Babylonians, and led them out, and slew the 2,000 men of the troops of Darius. Seeing this deed also, the Babylonians all had the name of Zopyrus upon their tongues, and were loud in his praise. He then again, after the lapse of the days which had been agreed upon, led them out to the place appointed, and surrounded the 4,000 and slew them. When this also had been done, Zopyrus was everything among the Babylonians, and he was appointed both commander of their army and guardian of their walls. 158. But when Darius made an attack according to the agreement on every side of the wall, then Zopyrus discovered all his craft, for while the Babylonians, having gone up on the wall, were defending themselves against the attacks of the army of Darius, Zopyrus opened the gates called the gates of Kisharan of Belos, and let in the Persians within the wall, and of the Babylonians those who saw that which was done fled to the temple of Zeus Belos, but those who did not see remained each in his own appointed place, until at last they also learnt that they had been betrayed 159. Thus was Babylon conquered for the second time, and Darius, when he had overcome the Babylonians, first took away a wall from round their city and pulled down all the gates, for when Cyrus took Babylon before him, he did neither of these things, and secondly Darius impaled the leading men to the number of about 3,000, but to the rest of the Babylonians he gave back their city to dwell in, and to provide that the Babylonians should have wives, in order that their race might be propagated. Darius did as follows: for their own wives, as has been declared at the beginning, the Babylonians had suffocated, in provident care for their store of food. He ordered the nations who dwelt round to bring women to Babylon, fixing a certain number for each nation, so that the sum total of 50,000 women was brought together, and from these women the present Babylonians are descended. 160. As for Zopyrus, in the judgment of Darius no one of the Persians surpassed him in good service, either of those who came after or of those who had gone before, excepting Cyrus alone. For to Cyrus no man of the Persians ever yet ventured to compare himself, and Darius is said to have declared often that he would rather that Zopyrus were free from the injury, than that he should have 20 Babylons added to his possession in addition to that one which he had. Moreover he gave him great honors, for not only did he give him every year those things which by the Persians are accounted the most honorable, but also he granted him Babylon to rule free from tribute, so long as he should live, and he added many other gifts. The son of this Zopyrus was Megabyzus, who was made commander in Egypt against the Athenians and their allies, and the son of this Megabyzus was Zopyrus, who went over to Athens as a deserter from the Persians. Herodotus Book IV, Melpomene. 1. After Babylon had been taken, the march of Darius himself against the Scythians took place, for now that Asia was flourishing in respect of population, and large sums were being gathered in as revenue, Darius formed the desire to take vengeance upon the Scythians, because they had first invaded the Median land and had overcome in fight those who opposed them, and thus they had been the beginners of wrong. The Scythians in truth, as I have before said, had ruled over Upper Asia for 28 years, for they had invaded Asia in their pursuit of the Cimmerians, and they had deposed the Medes from their rule, who had rule over Asia before the Scythians came. Now when the Scythians had been absent from their own land for 28 years, as they were returning to it after that interval of time, they were met by a contest not less severe than that which they had had with the Medes, since they found an army of no mean size opposing them. For the wives of the Scythians, because their husbands were absent from them for a long time, had associated with the slaves too. Now the Scythians put out the eyes of all their slaves because of the milk which they drink, and they do as follows: they take blowpipes of bone just like flutes, and these they insert into the vagina of the mare and blow with their mouths, and others milk while they blow, and they say that they do this because the veins of the mare are thus filled, being blown out, and so the udder is let down. When they had drawn the milk they pour it into wooden vessels hollowed out, and they set the blind slaves in order about the vessels and agitate the milk. Then that which comes to the top they skim off, considering it the more valuable part, whereas they esteem that which settles down to be less good than the other. For this reason the Scythians put out the eyes of all whom they catch, for they are not tillers of the soil but nomads. 3. From these their slaves then, I say, and from their wives had been born and bred up a generation of young men, who having learned the manner of their birth set themselves to oppose the Scythians, as they were returning from the Medes. And first they cut off their land by digging a broad trench extending from the Tauric mountains to the Maeotian lake, at the point where this is broadest. Then afterwards when the Scythians attempted to invade the land, they took up a position against them and fought, and as they fought many times, and the Scythians were not able to get any advantage in the fighting, one of them said, "What a thing is this that we are doing, Scythians? We are fighting against our own slaves, and we are not only becoming fewer in number ourselves by being slain in battle, but also we are killing them, and so we shall have fewer to rule over in future. Now therefore to me it seems good that we leave spears and bows, and that each one take his horsewhip, and so go up close to them. For so long as they saw us with arms in our hands, they thought themselves equal to us and of equal birth. But when they shall see that we have whips instead of arms, they will perceive that they are our slaves, and having acknowledged this they will not await our onset, for, when they heard this, the Scythians proceeded to do that which he said, and the others being panic-stricken by that which was done forgot their fighting and fled. Thus the Scythians had ruled over Asia, and in such manner, when they were driven out again by the Medes, they had returned to their own land. For this Darius wished to take vengeance upon them, and was gathering together an army to go against them. 5. Now the Scythians say that their nation is the youngest of all nations, and that this came to pass as follows: the first man who ever existed in this region, which then was desert, was one named Targetaeus, and of this Targetaeus they say, though I do not believe it for my part, however they say the parents was Zeus and the daughter of the river Borysthenes. Targetaeus, they report, was produced from some such origin as this, and of him were begotten 3 sons, Lipaxes and Apoxes and the youngest Coloxes. In the reign of these there came down from heaven certain things wrought of gold, a plough, a yoke, a battle-axe, and a cup, and fell in the Scythian land, and first the elder saw and came near them, desiring to take them. But the gold blazed with fire when he approached it. Then when he had gone away from it, the second approached, and again it did the same thing. These then the gold repelled by blazing with fire, but when the third and youngest came up to it, the flame was quenched, and he carried them to his own house. The elder brothers then, acknowledging the significance of this thing, delivered the whole of the kingly power to the youngest 6. From Lixipes, they say, are descended those Scythians who are called the race of the Orchitae, from the middle brother Apoxes those who are called Cassiaroi and Traspians, and from the youngest of them a royal tribe, who are called Pyralatae, and the whole together are called, they say, Scolatoi, after the name of their king, but the Hellenes gave them the name of Scythians. 7. Thus the Scythians say they were produced, and from the time of their origin, that is to say from the first king Targetaeus, to the passing over of Darius against them, they say that there is a period of 1,000 years and no more. Now this sacred gold is guarded by the kings with the utmost care, and they visit it every year with solemn sacrifices of propitiation. Moreover, if anyone goes to sleep while watching in the open air over this gold during the festival, the Scythians say that he does not live out the year, and there is given him for this so much land, as he shall ride round himself on his horse in one day. Now as the land was large, Coloxes, they say, established 3 kingdoms for his sons, and of these he made one larger than the rest, and in this the gold is kept. But as to the upper parts which lie on the north side of those who dwell above this land, they say one can neither see nor pass through any further by reason of feathers which are poured down, for both the earth and the air are full of feathers, and this is that which shuts off the view. 8. Thus say the Scythians about themselves and about the region above them, but the Hellenes who dwell about the Pontus say as follows: Heracles driving the cattle of Geryones came to this land, then desert, which the Scythians now inhabit, and Geryones, says the tale, dwelt away from the region of the Pontus, living in the island called by the Hellenes Erythea, near Gadara, which is outside the pillars of Heracles by the ocean. As to the ocean, they say indeed that it flows round the whole earth beginning from the place of the sun rising, but they do not prove this by facts. From thence Heracles came to the land now called Scythia, and as a storm came upon him together with icy cold, he drew over him his lion's skin and went to sleep. Meanwhile the mares harnessed in his chariot disappeared by a miraculous chance, as they were feeding. 9. Then when Heracles woke he sought for them, and having gone over the whole land, at last he came to the region which is called Hylaea, and there he found in a cave a kind of twofold creature formed by the union of a maiden and a serpent, whose upper parts from the buttocks upwards were those of a woman, but her lower parts were those of a snake. Having seen her and marvelled at her, he asked her then whether she had seen any mares straying anywhere, and she said that she had them herself, and would not give them up until he lay with her, and Heracles lay with her on condition of receiving them. She then tried to put off the giving back of the mares, desiring to have Heracles with her as long as possible, while he on the other hand desired to get the mares and depart, and at last she gave them back and said, These mares when they came hither I saved for thee, and thou didst give me reward for saving them. For I have by thee 3 sons. Tell me then, what must I do with these when they shall be grown to manhood, whether I shall settle them here, for over this land I have power alone, or send them away to thee? She thus asked of him, and he, they say, replied, When thou sayest that the boys are grown to men, do this and thou shalt not fail of doing right, whichsoever of them thou sayest able to stretch this bow as I do now, and to be girded with this girdle, him caused to be the settler of this land. But whosoever of them fails in the deeds which I enjoin, send him forth out of the land, and if thou shalt do thus, thou wilt both have delight thyself and perform that which has been enjoined to thee. 10. Upon this he drew one of his bows, for up to that time Heracles, they say, was wont to carry two, and showed her the girdle, and then he delivered to her both the bow and the girdle, which had at the end of its clasp a golden cup, and having given them he departed. She then, when her sons had been born and had grown to be men, gave them names first, calling one of them Agathissus and the next Gelenus and the youngest Scythes. Then bearing in mind the charge given to her, she did that which was enjoined, and two of her sons, Agathissus and Gelenus, not having proved themselves able to attain to the task set before them, departed from the land, being cast out by her who bore them. But Scythes the youngest of them performed the task and remained in the land, and from Scythes the son of Heracles were descended, they say, the succeeding kings of the Scythians, Scythians, and they say moreover that it is by reason of the cup, that the Scythians still even to this day wear cups attached to their girdles, and this alone his mother contrived for Scythes. Such is the story told by the Hellenes who dwell about the Pontus. 11. There is however also another story, which is as follows, and to this I am most inclined myself. It is to the effect that the nomad Scythians dwelling in Asia, being hard-pressed in war by the Massagetae, left their abode and crossing the river Eryxis came towards the Cimmerian land, for the land which now is occupied by the Scythians is said to have been in former times the land of the Cimmerians, and the Cimmerians, when the Scythians were coming against them, took counsel together, seeing that a great host was coming to fight against them, and it proved that their opinions were divided, both opinions being vehemently maintained, but the better being that of their kings. For the opinion of the people was that it was necessary to depart, and that they ought not to run the risk of fighting against so many, but that of the kings was to fight for their land with those who came against them. And as neither of the people were willing by means to agree to the counsel of the kings, nor the kings to that of the people planned to depart without fighting and to deliver up the land to the invaders, while the kings resolved to die and to be laid in their own land, and not to flee with the mass of the people, considering the many goods of fortune which they had enjoyed, and the many evils which it might be supposed would come upon them, if they fled from their native land. Having resolved upon this, they parted into two bodies, and making their numbers equal they fought with one another, and when these had all been killed by one another's hands, then the people of the Cimmerians buried them by the bank of the river Tiris, where their burial place is still to be seen, and having buried them, then they made their way out from the land, and the Scythians when they came upon it found the land deserted of its inhabitants. 12. And there are at the present time in the land of Scythia Cimmerian walls, and a Cimmerian ferry, and there is also a region which is called Cimmeria, and the so-called Cimmerian Bosphorus. It is known moreover that the Cimmerians, in their flight to Asia from the Scythians, also made a settlement on the peninsula on which now stands the Hellenic city of Sinope, and it is known too that the Scythians pursued them and invaded the land of Media, having missed their way, for while the Cimmerians kept ever along by the sea in their flight, the Scythians pursued them keeping Caucasus on their right hand, until at last they invaded Media, directing their course inland. This then which has been told is another story, and it is common both to Hellenes and barbarians. 13. Aristes however the son of Caestrobius, a man of Proconnesus, said in the verses which he composed, that he came to the land of the Icedonians being possessed by Phobos, and that beyond the Icedonians dwelt Arimaspians, a one-eyed race, and beyond these the gold-guarding Griffins, and beyond them the Hyperboreans extending as far as the sea, and all these except the Hyperboreans, beginning with the Arimaspians, were continually making war on their neighbors, and the Icedonians were gradually driven out of their country by the Arimaspians, and the Scythians by the Icedonians, and so the Cimmerians, who dwelt on the southern sea, being pressed by the Scythians left their land. Thus neither does he agree in regard to this land with the report of the Scythians. 14. As to Aristes who composed this, I have said already whence he was, and I will tell also the tale which I heard about him in Proconnesus and Cyzicus. They say that Aristes, who was in birth inferior to none of the citizens, entered into a fuller's shop in Proconnesus and there died, and the fuller closed his workshop and went away to report the matter to those who were related to the dead man. And when the news had been spread abroad about the city that Aristes was dead, a man of Cyzicus who had come from the town of Artake entered into controversy with those who said so, and declared that he had met him going towards Cyzicus and had spoken with him, and while he was vehement in dispute, those who were related to the dead man came to the fuller's shop, with the things proper in order to take up the corpse for burial, and when the house was opened, Orestes was not found there either dead or alive. In the 7th year after this he appeared at Perconnesus and composed those verses which are now called by the Hellenes the Eremospeia, and having composed them he disappeared the second time. 15. So much is told by these cities, and what follows I know happened to the people of Metapontion in Italy, 240 years after the second disappearance of Orestes, as I found by putting together the evidence at Perconnesus and Metapontion. The people of Metapontion say that Orestes himself appeared in their land, and bade them set up an altar of Apollo and place by its side a statue bearing the name of Orestes of Perconnesus, for he told them that to their land alone of all the Italiots Apollo had come, and he, who now was Orestes, was accompanying him, being then a raven when he accompanied the god. Having said this he disappeared, and the Metapontines say that they sent to Delphi and asked the god what the apparition of the man meant, and the Pythian prophetess bade them obey the command of the apparition, and told them that if they obeyed, it would be the better for them. They therefore accepted this answer and performed the commands, and there stands a statue now bearing the name of Orestes close by the side of the altar dedicated to Apollo, and round it stand laurel trees, and the altar is set up in the marketplace. Let this suffice which has been said about Orestes. 16. Now of the land about which this account has been begun, no one knows precisely what lies beyond it, for I am not able to hear of any one who alleges that he knows as an eyewitness, and even Orestes, the man of whom I was making mention just now, even he, I say, did not allege, although he was composing verse, that he went further than the Isidonians, but that which is beyond them he spoke of by hearsay, and reported that it was the Isidonians who said these things. So far however as we were able to arrive at certainty by hearsay, carrying inquiries as far as possible, all this shall be told. 17. Beginning with the trading station of the Borysthenites, for of the parts along the sea this is the central point of all Scythia. Beginning with this, the first regions are occupied by the Callipydae, who are Hellenic Scythians, and above these is another race, who are called Arizonians. These last and the Callipydae in all other respects have the same customs as the Scythians, but they both sow corn and use it as food, and also onions, leeks, lentils and millet. Above the Arizonians dwell Scythians who till the ground, and these sow their corn not for food but to sell. Beyond them dwell the Neuroi, and beyond the Neuroi towards the north wind is a region without inhabitants. As far as we know, these races are along the river Hypanis to the west of the Borysthenes. 18. But after crossing the Borysthenes, first from the sea coast is Helalia, and beyond this as one goes up the river dwell agricultural Scythians, whom the Hellenes who live upon the river Hypanis called Borysthenites, calling themselves at the same time citizens of Olbia. These agricultural Scythians occupy the region which extends eastwards for a distance of 3 days' journey, reaching to a river which is called Pantacapes, and northwards for a distance of 11 days' sail up the Borysthenes. Then immediately beyond these begins the desert and extends for a great distance, and on the other side of the desert dwell the Androphagoi, a race apart by themselves and having no connection with the Scythians. Beyond them begins a region which is really desert and has no race of men in it, as far as we know. 19. The region which lies to the east of these agricultural Scythians, after one has crossed the river Pantacapes, is occupied by nomad Scythians, who neither sow anything nor plough the earth, and this whole region is bare of trees except Helalia. These nomads occupy a country which extends to the river Geris, a distance of 14 days' journey eastwards. 20. Then on the other side of the Geris, we have those parts which are called the royal lands, and those Scythians who are the bravest and most numerous, and who esteem the other Scythians their slaves. These reach southwards to the Tauric land, and eastwards to the trench which those who were begotten of the blind slaves dug, and to the trading station which is called Kremnoi upon the Maeotian lake, and some parts of their country reach to the river Tanais. Beyond the royal Scythians towards the north wind dwell the Melanklaenoi, of a different race and not Scythian. The region beyond the Melanklaenoi is marshy and not inhabited by any, so far as we know. 21. After one has crossed the river Tanais the country is no longer Scythia, but the first of the divisions belongs to the Saromotae, who beginning at the corner of the Maeotian lake occupy land extending towards the north wind, 15 days' journey, and wholly bare of trees both cultivated and wild. Above these, holding the next division of land, dwell the Budinoi, who occupy a land wholly overgrown with forest consisting of all kinds of trees. 22. Then beyond the Budinoi towards the north, first there is desert for 7 days' journey, and after the desert turning aside somewhat more towards the east wind, we come to land occupied by the Thesagetae, a numerous people and of separate race from the others. These live by hunting, and bordering upon them there are settled also in these same regions men who are called Irakae, who also live by hunting, which they practice in the following manner. The hunter climbs up a tree and lies in wait there for his game. Now trees are abundant in all this country, and each has a horse at hand, which has been taught to lie down upon its belly in order that it may make itself low, and also a dog, and when he sees the wild animal from the tree, he first shoots his arrow and then mounts upon his horse and pursues it, and the dog seizes hold of it. Above these in a direction towards the east dwell other Scythians, who have revolted from the royal Scythians and so have come to this region. 23. As far as the country of these Scythians the whole land which has been described is level plain, and has a deep soil, but after this point it is stony and rugged. Then when one has passed through a great extent of this rugged country, there dwell in the skirts of lofty mountains men, who are said to be all bald-headed from their birth, male and female equally, and who have flat noses and large chins and speak a language of their own, using the Scythian manner of dress, and living on the produce of trees. The tree on the fruit of which they live is called the pontic tree, and it is about the size of a fig tree. This bears a fruit the size of a bean, containing a stone. When the fruit has ripened, they strain it through cloths and there flows from it a thick black juice, and this juice which flows from it is called as chai. This they either lick up or drink mixed with milk, and from its lees, that is the solid part, they make cakes and use them for food, for they have not many cattle, since the pastures there are by no means good. Each man has his dwelling under a tree, in winter covering the tree all round with close white felt cloth, and in summer without it. These are injured by no men, for they are said to be sacred, and they possess no weapon of war. These are they also who decide the disputes rising among their neighbors, and besides this, whatever fugitive takes refuge with them is injured by no one, and they are called Argipanins. 24. Now as far as these bald-headed men, there is abundantly clear information about the land, and about the nations on this side of them, for not only do certain of the Scythians go to them, from whom it is not difficult to get information, but also some of the Hellenes who are at the trading station of the Borysthenes, and the other trading places of the Pontic coast, and those of the Scythians who go to them transact their business through 7 interpreters, and in 7 different languages. 25. So far as these, I say, the land is known, but concerning the region to the north of the bald-headed men no one can speak with certainty, for lofty and impassable mountains divide it off, and no one passes over them. However these bald-headed men say, though I do not believe it, that the mountains are inhabited by men with goats' feet, and that after one has passed beyond these, others are found who sleep through 6 months of the year. This I do not admit at all as true. However, the country to the east of the bald-headed men is known with certainty, being inhabited by the Isidonians, but that which lies beyond both the bald-headed men and the Isidonians towards the north wind is unknown, except so far as we know it from the accounts given by these nations, which have just been mentioned. 26. The Isidonians are said to have these customs: when a man's father is dead, all the relations bring cattle to the house, and then having slain them and cut up the flesh, they cut up also the dead body of the father of their entertainer, and mixing all the flesh together they set forth a banquet. His skull however they strip of the flesh and clean it out and then gild it over, and after that they deal with it as a sacred thing and perform for the dead man great sacrifices every year. This each son does for his father, just as the Hellenes keep the day of memorial for the dead. In other respects however this race also is said to live righteously, and their women have equal rights with the men. 27. These then also are known, but as to the region beyond them, it is the Isidonians who report that there are there one-eyed men and gold-guarding griffins, and the Scythians report this having received it from them, and from the Scythians we, that is the rest of mankind, have got our belief, and we call them in Scythian language Arimaspians, for the Scythians call the number 1 Arima and the Ispu 28. This whole land which has been described is so exceedingly severe in climate, that for 8 months of the year there is frost so hard as to be intolerable, and during these if you pour out water you will not be able to make mud, but only if you kindle a fire can you make it, and the sea is frozen and the whole of the Cimmerian Bosphorus, so that the Scythians who are settled within the trench make expeditions and drive their wagons over into the country of the Scythians. Thus it continues to be winter for 8 months, and even for the remaining 4 it is cold in those parts. This winter is distinguished in its character from all the winters which come in other parts of the world, for in it there is no rain to speak of at the usual season for rain, whereas in summer it rains continually, and thunder does not come at the time when it comes in other countries, but is very frequent in the summer, and if thunder comes in winter, it is marveled at as a prodigy. Just so, if an earthquake happens, whether in summer or in winter, it is accounted a prodigy in Scythia. Horses are able to endure this winter, but neither mules nor asses can endure it at all, whereas in other countries horses if they stand in frost lose their limbs by mortification, while asses and mules endure it. 29. I think also that it is for this reason that the hornless breed of oxen in that country have no horns growing, and there is a verse of Homer in the Odyssey supporting my opinion, which runs this. Also the Libyan land, where the sheep very quickly grow horned, for it is rightly said that in hot regions the horns come quickly, whereas in extreme cold the animals either have no horns growing at all, or hardly any. 30. In that land then this takes place on account of the cold, but since my history proceeded from the first seeking occasions for digression, I feel wonder that in the whole land of Elis mules cannot be bred, though that region is not cold, nor is there any other evident cause. The Eleans themselves say that in consequence of some curse mules are not begotten in their land, but when the time approaches for the mares to conceive, they drive them out into the neighboring lands, and there in the land of their neighbors they admit to them the asses until the mares are pregnant, and then they drive them back. 31. As to the feathers of which the Scythians say that the air is full, and that by reason of them, they are not able either to see or to pass through the further parts of the continent, the opinion which I have is this: in the parts beyond this land it snows continually, though less in summer than in winter, as might be supposed. Now whomsoever has seen close at hand snow falling thickly, knows what I mean without further explanation, for the snow is like feathers, and on account of this wintry weather, being such as I have said, the northern parts of this continent are uninhabitable. I think therefore that by the feathers the Scythians, and those who dwell near them mean symbolically the snow. This then which has been said goes to the furthest extent of the accounts given. 32. About a Hyperborean people the Scythians report nothing, nor do any of those who dwell in this region, unless it be the Isidonians, but in my opinion neither do these report anything, for if they did the Scythians also would report it, as they do about the one-eyed people. Hesiod however has spoken of Hyperboreans, and so also has Homer in the poem of the Epigonoi, at least if Homer was really the composer of that epic. 33. But much more about them is reported by the people of Delos than by any others, for these say that sacred offerings bound up in wheat straw are carried from the land of the Hyperboreans, and come to the Scythians, and then from the Scythians the neighboring nations in succession receive them and convey them westwards, finally as far as the Adriatic, thence they are sent forward towards the south, and the people of Dodona receive them first of all the Hellenes, and from these they come down to the Malian Gulf and are passed over to Euboea, where City sends them on to City till they come to Charistus. After this Andros is left out, for the Charistians are those who bring them to Tinas, and the Tenians to Delos. Thus they say that these sacred offerings come to Delos, but at first, they say, the Hyperboreans sent 2 maidens bearing the sacred offerings, whose names, say the Delians, were Hyperos and Laodice, and with them for their protection the Hyperboreans sent 5 men of their nation to attend them, those namely who are now called Perferus and have great honours paid to them in Delos. Since however the Hyperboreans found that those who were sent away did not return back, they were troubled to think that it would always befall them to send out, and not to receive back, and so they bore the offerings to the borders of their land bound up in wheat straw, and laid a charge upon their neighbours, bidding them send these forward from themselves to another nation. These things then, they say, come to Delos being thus sent forward, and I know of my own knowledge that a thing is done which has resemblance to these offerings, namely that the women of Thrace and Paeonia, when they sacrifice to Artemis the queen, do not make their offerings without wheat straw. 34. These I know do as I have said, and for those maidens from the Hyperboreans, who died in Delos, both the girls and the boys of the Delians cut off their hair, the former before a marriage cut off a lock, and having wound it round a spindle lay it upon the tomb. Now the tomb is on the left hand as one goes into the temple of Artemis, and over it grows an olive tree, and all the boys of the Delians wind some of their hair about a green shoot of some tree, and they also place it upon the tomb. 35. The maidens, I say, have this honor paid them by the dwellers in Delos, and the same people say that Argonopis also, being maidens, came to Delos, passing from the Hyperboreans by the same nations which have been mentioned, even before Hyperocean Laodice. These last, they say, came bearing for Eleutheria the tribute which they had laid upon themselves for the speedy birth, but Argonopis came with the divinities themselves, and other honors have been assigned to them by the people of Delos. For the women, they say, collect for them, naming them by their names in the hymn which Olon a man of Lycia composed in their honor, and both the natives of the other islands, and the Ionians have learned from them to sing hymns naming Opis and Argon collecting. Now this Olon came from Lycia and composed also the other ancient hymns which are sung in Delos, and moreover they say that when the thighs of the victim are consumed upon the altar, the ashes of them are used to cast upon the grave of Opis and Arg. Now their grave is behind the temple of Artemis, turned towards the east, close to the banqueting hall of the Chians. 36. Let this suffice which has been said of the Hyperboreans, for the tale of Aberis, who is reported to have been a Hyperborean, I do not tell, namely how he carried the arrow about all over the earth, eating no food. If however there are any Hyperboreans, it follows that there are also Hypernoceans, and I laugh when I see that, though many before this have drawn maps of the earth, yet no one has set the matter forth in an intelligent way, seeing that they draw ocean flowing round the earth, which is circular exactly as if drawn with compasses, and they make Asia equal in size to Europe. In a few words I shall declare the size of each division, and of what nature it is as regards outline. 37. The Persians inhabit Asia extending to the southern sea, which is called the Erythraean, and above these towards the north wind dwell the Medes, and above the Medes the Sasparians, and above the Sasparians the Colchians, extending to the northern sea, into which the river Phasis runs. These four nations inhabit from sea to sea. 38. From them westwards 2 peninsulas stretch out from Asia into the sea, and these I will describe. The first peninsula on the one of its sides, that is the northern, stretches along beginning from the Phasis and extending to the sea, going along the Pontus and the Hellespont as far as Sigeon in the land of Troy, and on the southern side the same peninsula stretches from the Myrandrian Gulf, which lies near Phoenicia, in the direction of the sea as far as the headland Triapian, and in this peninsula dwell 30 races of men. 39. This then is one of the peninsulas, and the other beginning from the land of the Persians stretches along to the Erythraean Sea, including Persia and next after it Assyria, and Arabia after Assyria, and this ends, or rather is commonly supposed to end, at the Arabian Gulf, into which Darius conducted a channel from the Nile. Now in the line stretching to Phoenicia from the land of the Persians, the land is broad, and the space abundant, but after Phoenicia this peninsula goes by the shore of our sea along Palestine, Syria, and Egypt, where it ends, and in it there are 3 nations only 40. These are the parts of Asia which tend towards the west from the Persian land, but as to those which lie beyond the Persians and Medes, and Sasparians and Colchians towards the east and the sun rising, on one side the Erythraean Sea runs along by them, and on the north both the Caspian Sea and the river Eryxis, which flows towards the rising sun, and Asia is inhabited as far as the Indian land, but from this onwards towards the east it becomes desert, nor can any one say what manner of land it is. 41. Such and so large is Asia, and Libya is included in the second peninsula, for after Egypt Libya succeeds at once. Now about Egypt this peninsula is narrow, for from our sea to the Erythraean Sea is a distance there of 10 myriads of fathoms, which would amount to 1,000 furlongs, but after this narrow part, the portion of the peninsula which is called Libya is, as it chances, extremely broad. 42. I wonder then at those who have parted off and divided the world into Libya, Asia, and Europe, since the difference between these is not small, for in length Europe extends along by both, while in breadth it is clear to me that it is beyond comparison larger, for Libya furnishes proofs about itself that it is surrounded by sea, except so much of it as borders upon Asia, and this fact was shown by Negus, king of the Egyptians, first of all those about whom we have knowledge. When he had ceased digging the channel which goes through from the Nile to the Arabian Gulf, sent Phoenicians with ships, bidding them sail and come back through the Pillars of Heracles to the northern sea, and so to Egypt. The Phoenicians therefore set forth from the Erythraean Sea and sailed through the southern sea, and when autumn came, they would put to shore and sow the land, wherever in Libya they might happen to be as they sailed, and then they waited for the harvest, and having reaped the corn they would sail on, so that after 2 years had elapsed, in the 3rd year they turned through the Pillars of Heracles and arrived again in Egypt, and they reported a thing which I cannot believe, but another man may, namely that in sailing round Libya they had the sun on their right hand. 43. Thus was this country first known to be what it is, and after this it is the Carthaginians who make report of it, for as to Satasps the son of Thespis the Achaemenid, he did not sail round Libya, though he was sent for this very purpose, but was struck with fear by the length of the voyage, and the desolate nature of the land, and so returned back and did not accomplish the task which his mother laid upon him. For this man had outraged a daughter of Zopyrus the son of Megabyzus, a virgin, and then when he was about to be impaled by order of King Xerxes for this offence, the mother of Satasps, who was a sister of Darius, entreated for his life, saying that she would herself lay upon him a greater penalty than Xerxes, for he should be compelled, she said, to sail round Libya, until in sailing round it he came to the Arabian Gulf. So then Xerxes having agreed upon these terms, Satasps went to Egypt, and obtaining a ship and sailors from the Egyptians, he sailed to the Pillars of Heracles, and having sailed through them, and turned the point of Libya which is called the promontory of Solois, he sailed on towards the south. Then after he had passed over much sea in many months, as there was needed ever more and more voyaging, he turned about and sailed back again to Egypt, and having come from thence into the presence of King Xerxes, he reported saying that at the furthest point which he reached he was sailing by dwarfish people, who used clothing made from the palm tree, and who, whenever they came to land with their ship, left their towns and fled away to the mountains, and they, he said, did no injury when they entered into the towns, but took food from them only, and the cause, he said, why he had not completely sailed round Libya was that the ship could not advance any further, but stuck fast. Xerxes however did not believe that he was speaking the truth, and since he had not performed the appointed task, he impaled him, inflicting upon him the penalty pronounced before. A eunuch belonging to this Satasps ran away to Samos as soon as he heard that his master was dead, carrying with him large sums of money, and of this a man of Samos took possession, whose name I know, but I purposely pass it over without mention. 44. Of Asia the greater part was explored by Darius, who desiring to know of the river Indus, which is a second river producing crocodiles of all the rivers in the world, to know, I say, of this river where it runs out into the sea, sent with ships, besides others whom he trusted to speak the truth, Scylax also, a man of Ceriander, these starting from the city of Caspatyrus and the land of Pactioic, sailed down the river towards the east and the sun rising to the sea, and then sailing over the sea westwards, they came in the 30th month to that place from whence the king of the Egyptians had sent out the Phoenicians of whom I spoke before, to sail round Libya. After these had made their voyage round the coast, Darius both subdued the Indians and made use of the sea. Thus Asia also, excepting the parts of it which are towards the rising sun, has been found to be similar to Libya. 45. As to Europe, however, it is clearly not known by any, either as regards the parts which are towards the rising sun or those towards the north, whether it be surrounded by sea, but in length it is known to stretch along by both the other divisions. And I am not able to understand for what reason it is that to the earth, which is one, 3 different names are given derived from women, and why there were set as boundaries to divide it the river Nile of Egypt, and the Phasis in Colchis, or as some say the Maeotian river Tanais and the Cimmerian ferry, nor can I learn who those persons were who made the boundaries, or for what reason they gave the names. Libya indeed is said by most of the Hellenes to have its name from Libya, a woman of that country, and Asia from the wife of Prometheus, but this last name is claimed by the Lydians, who say that Asia has been called after Asius the son of Cotys the son of Manes, and not from Asia the wife of Prometheus, and from him too they say the Asian tribe in Sardis has its name. As to Europe however, it is neither known by any man whether it is surrounded by sea, nor does it appear whence it got this name or who he was who gave it, unless we shall say that the land received its name from Europa the Tyrian, and if so, it would appear that before this it was nameless like the rest. She however evidently belongs to Asia, and did not come to this land which is now called by the Hellenes Europe, but only from Phoenicia to Crete, and from Crete to Lycia. Let this suffice now which has been said about these matters, for we will adopt those which are commonly accepted of the accounts. 46. Now the region of the Euxine upon which Darius was preparing to march has, apart from the Scythian race, the most ignorant nations within it of all lands, for we can neither put forward any nation of those who dwell within the region of Pontus as eminent in ability, nor do we know of any man of learning having arisen there, apart from the Scythian nation and Anachasis. By the Scythian race, one thing which is the most important of all human things has been found out more cleverly than by any other men of whom we know, but in other respects I have no great admiration for them, and that most important thing which they have discovered is such that none can escape again who has come to attack them, and if they do not desire to be found, it is not possible to catch them, for they who have neither cities founded nor walls built, but all carry their houses with them and are mounted archers, living not by the plough but by cattle, and whose dwellings are upon cars, these assuredly are invincible and impossible to approach. 47. This they have found out, seeing that their land is suitable to it, and at the same time the rivers are their allies, for first this land is plain land and is grassy and well watered, and then there are rivers flowing through it not much less in number than the channels in Egypt, of these as many as are noteworthy and also can be navigated from the sea. I will name, there is Ister with 5 mouths, and after this Tiris, Hipponus, Borysthenes, Pantocapes, Kypachiris, Gerus and Tanais. These flow as I shall now describe. 48. The Ister, which is the greatest of all the rivers which we know, flows always with equal volume in summer and winter alike. It is the first towards the west of all the Scythian rivers, and it has become the greatest of all rivers because other rivers flow into it. And these are they which make it great. 5 in number are those which flow through the Scythian land, namely that which the Scythians call Porata and the Hellenes Piratus, and besides this, Chirantus and Eris and Naparis and Odessus. The first mentioned of these is a great river lying towards the east, and there it joins waters with the Ister. The second Chirantus is more to the west and smaller, and the Eris and Naparis and Odessus flow into the Ister going between these two. 49. These are the native Scythian rivers which join to swell its stream, while from the Agathisians flows the Marisan, joins the Ister, and from the summits of Haemus flow 3 other great rivers towards the north wind and fall into it, namely Atlas and Oris and Tibicis. Through Thrace and the Thracian Cropizans flow the rivers Athres and Nos and Artanes, running into the Ister, and from the Paeonians and Mount Rhodope the river Chius, cutting through Haemus in the midst, runs into it also. From the Illyrians the river Agrius flows northwards and runs out into the Tribalian plain, and into the river Brongus, and the Brongus flows into the Ister. Thus the Ister receives both these, being great rivers, from the region which is above the Ombricans, the river Carpis and another river, the Alpis, flow also towards the north wind and run into it, for the Ister flows in fact through the whole of Europe, beginning in the land of the Celtoi, who after the Cynesians dwell furthest towards the sun setting of all the peoples of Europe, and thus flowing through all Europe it falls into the sea by the side of Scythia. 50. So then it is because these which have been named and many others join their waters together, that Ister becomes the greatest of rivers, since if we compare the single streams, the Nile is superior in volume of water, for into this no river or spring flows, to contribute to its volume, and the Ister flows at an equal level always both in summer, and in winter for some such cause as this, as I suppose, in winter it is of the natural size, or becomes only a little larger than its nature, seeing that this land receives very little rain in winter, but constantly has snow, whereas in summer the snow which fell in the winter, in quantity abundant, melts and runs from all parts into the Ister. This snow of which I speak, running into the river helps to swell its volume, and with it also many and violent showers of rain, for it rains during the summer, and thus the waters which mingle with the Ister are more copious in summer than they are in winter by about as much as the water which the sun draws to himself in summer exceeds that which he draws in winter, and by the setting of these things against one another there is produced a balance, so that the river is seen to be of equal volume always. 51. 1. I say, of the rivers which the Scythians have is the Ister, and after it the Tiris, which starts from the north and, begins its course from a large lake, which is the boundary between the land of the Scythians and that of the Neuroi. At its mouth are settled those Hellenes who are called Tiritae 52. The third river is the Hypanis, which starts from Scythia and flows from a great lake round which feed white wild horses, and this lake is rightly called Mother of Hypanis. From this then the river Hypanis takes its rise, and for a distance of 5 days' sail it flows shallow, and with sweet water still. But from this point on towards the sea for 4 days' sail it is very bitter, for there flows into it the water of a bitter spring, which is so exceedingly bitter that, small as it is, it changes the water of the Hypanis by mingling with it, though that is a river to which few are equal in greatness. This spring is on the border or between the lands of the agricultural Scythians and of the Alizonians, and the name of the spring, and of the place from which it flows is in Scythian Exampaeus, and in the Hellenic tongue Herodotus. Now the Tirus and the Hypanis approach one another in their windings in the land of the Alizonians, but after this each turns off and widens the space between them as they flow. 53. Fourth is the river Borysthenes, which is both the largest of these after the Ister, and also in our opinion the most serviceable not only of the Scythian rivers, but also of all the rivers of the world besides, excepting only the Nile of Egypt, for to this it is not possible to compare any other river. Of the rest however the Borysthenes is the most serviceable, seeing that it provides both pastures which are the fairest and the richest for cattle, and fish which are better by far and more numerous than those of any other river, and also it is the sweetest water to drink, and flows with clear stream, though others beside it are turbid, and along its banks crops are produced better than elsewhere, while in parts where it is not sown, grass grows deeper. Moreover at its mouth salt forms of itself in abundance, and it produces also huge fish without spines, which they call antacetoi, to be used for salting, and many other things also worthy of wonder. Now as far as the region of the Gerians, to which it is a voyage of 40 days, the Borysthenes is known as flowing from the north wind, but above this none can tell through what nations it flows. It is certain however that it runs through desert to the land of the agricultural Scythians, for these Scythians dwell along its banks for a distance of 10 days' sail. Of this river alone and of the Nile I cannot tell where the sources are, nor, I think, can any of the Hellenes. When the Borysthenes comes near the sea in its course, the Hypanis mingles with it, running out into the same marsh, and the space between these two rivers, which is as it were a beak of land, is called the point of Hippoles, and in it is placed a temple of the Mother, and opposite the temple upon the river Hypanis are settled the Borysthenites. 54. This is that which has to do with these rivers, and after these there is a fifth river besides, called Pantocapes. This also flows both from the north and from a lake, and in the space between this river and the Borysthenes dwell the agricultural Scythians. It runs out into the region of Helalia, and having passed by this it mingles with the Borysthenes. 55. Sixth comes the river Hippacharis, which starts from a lake, and flowing through the midst of the nomad Scythians runs out into the sea by the city of Carchinitis, skirting on its right bank the region of Helalia and the so-called racecourse of Achilles. 56. Seventh is the Geras, which parts off from the Borysthenes near about that part of the country where the Borysthenes ceases to be known. It parts off, I say, in this region and has the same name which this region itself has, namely Geras, and as it flows to the sea it borders the country of the nomad, and that of the royal Scythians, and runs out into the Hippacharis. 57. The eighth is the river Tanis, which starts in its flow at first from a large lake, and runs out into a still larger lake called Maeotis, which is the boundary between the royal Scythians and the Sauromatae. Into this Tanis falls another river, whose name is Hyges. 58. So many are the rivers of note with which the Scythians are provided, and for cattle the grass which comes up in the land of Scythia is the most productive of bile of any grass which we know, and that this is so you may judge when you open the bodies of the cattle. 59. Thus abundant supply have they of that which is most important, and as for the rest their customs are as follows. The gods whom they propitiate by worship are these only, Hestia most of all, then Zeus and the earth, supposing that earth is the wife of Zeus, and after these Apollo, and Aphrodite Urania, and Heracles, and Ares. Of these all the Scythians have the worship established, and the so-called royal Scythians sacrifice also to Poseidon. Now Hestia is called in Scythian Tabati, and Zeus, being most rightly named in my opinion, is called Papaeus, and Earth Api, and Apollo Oitosiris, and Aphrodite Urania is called Argympasa, and Poseidon Thagimasidas. It is not their custom however to make images, altars or temples to any except Ares, but to him it is their custom to make them 60. They have all the same manner of sacrifice established for all their religious rites equally, and it is thus performed. The victim stands with its 4 feet tied, and the sacrificing priest stands behind the victim, and by pulling the end of the cord he throws the beast down, and as the victim falls, he calls upon the god to whom he is sacrificing, and then at once throws a noose round its neck, and putting a small stick into it he turns it round and so strangles the animal, without either lighting a fire or making any first offering from the victim or pouring any libation over it, and when he has strangled it and flayed off the skin, he proceeds to boil it. 61. Now as the land of Scythia is exceedingly ill-wooded, this contrivance has been invented for the boiling of the flesh. Having flayed the victims, they strip the flesh off the bones and then put it into cauldrons, if they happen to have any, of native make, which very much resemble lesbian mixing bowls except that they are much larger. Into these they put the flesh and boil it by lighting under it the bones of the victim. If however I have not at hand the cauldron, they put all the flesh into the stomachs of the victims and adding water they light the bones under them, and these blaze up beautifully, and the stomachs easily hold the flesh when it has been stripped off the bones. Thus an ox is made to boil itself, and the other kinds of victims each boil themselves also. Then when the flesh is boiled, the sacrificer takes a first offering of the flesh, and of the vital organs, and casts it in front of him, and they sacrifice various kinds of cattle, but especially horses. 62. To the others of the gods they sacrifice thus and these kinds of beasts, but to Ares as follows. In each district of the several governments, they have a temple of Ares set up in this way. Bundles of brushwood are heaped up for about 3 furlongs in length and in breadth, but less in height, and on the top of this there is a level square made, and 3 of the sides rise sheer, but by the remaining one side the pile may be ascended. Every year they pile on 150 wagon loads of brushwood, for it is constantly settling down by reason of the weather. Upon this pile of which I speak each people has an ancient iron sword set up, and this is the sacred symbol of Ares. To this sword they bring yearly offerings of cattle and of horses, and they have the following sacrifice in addition, beyond what they make to the other gods, that is to say, of all the enemies whom they take captive in war they sacrifice 1 man in every 100, not in the same manner as they sacrifice cattle, but in a different manner, for they first pour wine over their heads, and after that they cut the throats of the men, so that the blood runs into a bowl, and then they carry this up to the top of the pile of brushwood, and pour the blood over the sword. This, I say, they carry up, and meanwhile below by the side of the temple they are doing thus. They cut off all the right arms of the slaughtered men with the hands and throw them up into the air, and then when they have finished offering the other victims, they go away, and the arm lies wheresoever it has chanced to fall, and the corpse apart from it. 63. Such are the sacrifices which are established among them, but of swine these make no use, nor indeed are they wont to keep them at all in their land. 64. That which relates to war is thus ordered with them. When a Scythian has slain his first man, he drinks some of his blood, and of all those whom he slays in the battle he bears the head to the king, for if he has brought a head he shares in the spoil which they have taken, but otherwise not. And he takes off the skin of the head by cutting it round about the ears and then taking hold of the scalp and shaking it off. Afterwards he scrapes off the flesh with the rib of an ox, and works the skin about with his hands, and when he has thus tempered it, he keeps it as a napkin to wipe the hands upon, and hangs it from the bridle of the horse on which he himself rides, and takes pride in it, for whosoever has the greatest number of skins to wipe the hands upon, he is judged to be the bravest man. Many also make cloaks to wear of the skins stripped off, sewing them together like shepherds' cloaks of skins, and many take the skin together with the fingernails off the right hands of their enemies when they are dead, and make them into covers for their quivers. Now human skin it seems is both thick and glossy in appearance, more brilliantly white than any other skin. Many also take the skins off the whole bodies of men and stretch them on pieces of wood, and carry them about on their horses. 65. Such are their established customs about these things, and to the skulls themselves, not of all but of their greatest enemies, they do thus. The man saws off all below the eyebrows and clears out the inside, and if he is a poor man he only stretches ox hide round it, and then makes use of it, but if he be rich, besides stretching the ox hide he gilds it over within, and makes use of it as a drinking cup. They do this also if any of their own family have been at variance with them, and the man gets the better of his adversary in trial before the king, and when strangers come to him whom he highly esteems, he sets these skulls before them, and adds the comment that they being of his own family had made war against him, and that he had got the better of them, and this they hold to be a proof of manly virtue. 66. Once every year each ruler of a district mixes in his own district a bowl of wine, from which those of the Scythians drink by whom enemies have been slain, but those by whom this has not been done do not taste of the wine, but sit apart dishonored, and this is the greatest of all disgraces among them. But those of them who have slain a very great number of men, drink with 2 cups together at the same time. 67. Diviners. There are many among the Scythians, and they divine with a number of willow rods in the following manner. They bring large bundles of rods, and having laid them on the ground they unroll them, and setting each rod by itself apart they prophesy, and while speaking thus, they roll the rods together again, and after that they place them in order a second time one by one. This manner of divination they have from their fathers, but the Aneras or man-women say that Aphrodite gave them the gift of divination, and they divine accordingly with the bark of the linden tree. Having divided the linden bark into 3 strips, the man twists them together in his fingers and untwists them again, and as he does this he utters the oracle. 68. When the king of the Scythians is sick, he sends for 3 of the diviners, namely those who are most in repute, who divine in the manner which has been said, and these say for the most part something like this, namely that so and so has sworn falsely by the hearth of the king, and they name one of the citizens, whosoever it may happen to be. Now it is the prevailing custom of the Scythians to swear by the hearth of the king at the times, when they desire to swear the most solemn oath. He then who they say has sworn falsely, is brought forthwith held fast on both sides, and when he has come the diviners charge him with this, that he is shown by their divination to have sworn falsely by the hearth of the king, and that for this reason the king is suffering pain, and he denies and says that he did not swear falsely, and complains indignantly, and when he denies it, the king sends for other diviners twice as many in number, and if these also by looking into their divination pronounce him guilty of having sworn falsely, at once they cut off the man's head, and the diviners who came first part his goods among them by lot. But if the diviners who came in afterwards acquit him, other diviners come in, and again others after them. If then the greater number acquit the man, the sentence is that the first diviners shall themselves be put to death. 69. They put them to death accordingly in the following manner. First they fill a wagon with brushwood and yoke oxen to it, then having bound the feet of the diviners and tied their hands behind them, and stopped their mouths with gags, they fasten them down in the middle of the brushwood, and having set fire to it they scare the oxen and let them go, and often the oxen are burnt to death together with the diviners, and often they escape after being scorched, when the pole to which they are fastened has been burnt, and they burn the diviners in the manner described for other causes also, calling them false prophets. Now when the king puts any to death, he does not leave alive their sons either, but he puts to death all the males, not doing any hurt to the females. 70. In the following manner the Scythians make oaths to whomsoever they make them. They pour wine into a great earthenware cup, and mingle with it blood of those who are taking the oath to one another, either making a prick with an awl or cutting with a dagger a little way into their body, and then they dip into the cup a sword and arrows and a battle-axe and a javelin, and having done this, they invoke many curses on the breaker of the oath, and afterwards they drink it off, both they who are making the oath and the most honorable of their company. 71. The burial place of the kings is in the land of the Gerians, the place up to which the Borysthenes is navigable. In this place, when their king has died, they make a large square excavation in the earth, and when they have made this ready, they take up the corpse, the body being covered over with wax and the belly ripped up and cleansed, and then sewn together again, after it has been filled with cypress cut up and spices and parsley seed and anise, and they convey it in a wagon to another nation. Then those who receive the corpse thus conveyed to them do the same as the royal Scythians, that is they cut off a part of their ear, and shave their hair round about and cut themselves all over the arms and tear their forehead and nose, and pass arrows through their left hand. Thence they convey in the wagon the corpse of the king to another of the nations over whom they rule, and they to whom they came before accompany them, and when they have gone round to all conveying the corpse, then they are in the land of the Gerians, who have their settlements furthest away of all the nations over whom they rule, and they have reached the spot where the burial place is. After that, having placed the corpse in the tomb upon a bed of leaves, they stick spears along on this side, and that of the corpse, and stretch pieces of wood over them, and then they cover the place in with matting. Then they strangle and bury in the remaining space of the tomb one of the king's mistresses, his cupbearer, his cook, his horse-keeper, his attendant, and his bearer of messages, and also horses, and the first portion of all things else, and cups of gold, for silver they do not use at all, nor yet bronze. Having thus done, they all joined together to pile up a great mound, vying with one another and zealously endeavoring to make it as large as possible. 72. Afterwards, when the year comes round again, they do as follows: they take the most capable of the remaining servants, and these are native Scythians, for those serve him whom the king himself commands to do so, and his servants are not bought for money. Of these attendants then they strangle 50, and also 50 of the finest horses, and when they have taken out their bowels and cleansed the belly, they fill it with chaff and sew it together again. Then they set a half of a wheel upon 2 stakes with the hollow side upwards, and the other half of the wheel upon other 2 stakes, and in this manner they fix a number of these. And after this they run thick stakes through the length of the horses as far as the necks, and they mount them upon the wheels, and the front pieces of wheels support the shoulders of the horses, while those behind bear up their bellies, going by the side of the thighs, and both front and hind legs hang in the air. On the horses they put bridles and bits, and stretch the bridles tight in front of them, and then tie them up to pegs. And of the 50 young men who have been strangled they mount each one upon his horse, having first run a straight stake through each body along by the spine up to the neck, and a part of this stake projects below, which they fasten into a socket made in the other stake that runs through the horse. Having set horsemen such as I have described in a circle round the tomb, they then ride away. 73. Thus they bury their kings, but as for the other Scythians, when they die their nearest relations carry them round laid in wagons to their friends in succession, and of them each one when he receives the body entertains those who accompany it, and before the corpse, they serve up of all things about the same quantity as before the others. Thus private persons are carried about for 40 days, and then they are buried, and after burying them the Scythians cleanse themselves in the following way: they soap their heads and wash them well, and then, for their body, they set up 3 stakes leaning towards one another, and about them they stretch woolen felt coverings, and when they have closed them as much as possible they throw stones heated red hot into a basin placed in the middle of the stakes and the felt coverings. 74. Now they have hemp growing in their land, which is very like flax except in thickness and in height, for in these respects the hemp is much superior. This grows both of itself and with cultivation, and of it the Thracians even make garments, which are very like those made of flax and thread, so that he who was not specially conversant with it would not be able to decide whether the garments were of flax or of hemp, and he who had not before seen stuff woven of hemp would suppose that the garment was made of flax. 75. The Scythians then take the seed of this hemp and creep under the felt coverings, and then they throw the seed upon the stones which have been heated red hot, and it burns like incense and produces a vapor so thick that no vapor bath in Hellas would surpass it, and the Scythians being delighted with the vapor bath howl like wolves. This is to them instead of washing, for in fact they do not wash their bodies at all in water. Their women however pound with a rough stone the wood of the cypress and cedar and frankincense tree, pouring in water with it, and then with this pounded stuff, which is thick, they plaster over all their body and also their face, and not only does a sweet smell attach to them by reason of this, but also when they take off the plaster on the next day, their skin is clean and shining. 76. This nation also is very averse to adopting strange customs, rejecting even those of other tribes among themselves, but especially those of the Hellenes, as the history of Anichasis and also afterwards of Scyld proved. For as to Anichasis first, when he was returning to the abodes of the Scythians, after having visited many lands and displayed in them much wisdom, as he sailed through the Hellespont he put into Cyzicus, and since he found the people of Cyzicus celebrating a festival very magnificently in honor of the mother of the gods, Anichasis vowed to the mother that if he should return safe and sound to his own land, he would both sacrifice to her with the same rites as he saw the men of Cyzicus do, and also hold a night festival. So when he came to Scythia he went down into the region called Hilaria. This is along by the side of the racecourse of Achilles and is quite full, as it happens, of trees of all kinds. Into this, I say, Anichasis went down, and proceeded to perform all the ceremonies of the festival in honor of the goddess, with a kettle drum and with images hung about himself. And one of the Scythians perceived him doing this and declared it to Saulius the king, and the king came himself also, and when he saw Anacharsis doing this, he shot him with an arrow and killed him. Accordingly, at the present time, if one asks about Anacharsis, the Scythians say that they do not know him, and for this reason, because he went out of his own country to Hellas and adopted foreign customs, and as I heard from Tymnes the steward of Euripides, he was the uncle on the father's side of Idanthysus king of the Scythians, and the son of Nereus, the son of Lycos, the son of Spargapedes. If then Anacharsis was of this house, let him know that he died by the hand of his brother, for Idanthysus was the son of Saulius, and Saulius was he who killed Anacharsis 77. However, I have heard also another story, told by the Peloponnesians, that Anacharsis was sent out by the king of the Scythians, and so made himself a disciple of Hellas, and that when he returned back he said to him that had sent him forth, that the Hellenes were all busied about every kind of cleverness except the Lacedaemonians, but these alone knew how to exchange speech sensibly. This story, however, has been invented without any ground by the Hellenes themselves, and however that may be, the man was slain in the way that was related above. 78. This man then fared thus badly by reason of foreign customs and communication with Hellenes, and very many years afterwards Scyld the son of Euripides suffered nearly the same fate as he. For Euripides the king of the Scythians with other sons had Scyld born to him, and he was born of a woman who was of Istria, and certainly not a native of Scythia, and this mother taught him the language and letters of Hellas. Afterwards, in course of time, Euripides was brought to his end by treachery at the hands of Spargapedes, the king of the Agathisians, and Scyld succeeded to the kingdom, and he took not only that but also the wife of his father, whose name was Apollonia. This Apollonia was a native Scythian, and from her was born Oricus to Euripides. Now when Scyld was king of the Scythians, he was by no means satisfied with the Scythian manner of life, but was much more inclined towards Hellenic ways, because of the training with which he had been brought up, and he used to do somewhat as follows, when he came with the Scythians in arms to the city of the Borysthenites. Now these Borysthenites say that they are of Miletus. When Scyld came to these, he would leave his band in the suburbs of the city and go himself within the walls and close the gates. After that he would lay aside his Scythian equipments and take Hellenic garments, and wearing them he would go about in the marketplace with no guards or any other man accompanying him, and they watched the gates meanwhile, that none of the Scythians might see him wearing this dress, and while in other respects too he adopted Hellenic manners of life, he used also to perform worship to the gods according to the customs of the Hellenes. Then having stayed a month or more than that, he would put on the Scythian dress and depart. This he did many times, and he both built for himself a house in Borysthenes, and also took to it a woman of the place as his wife 79. Since however it was fated that evil should happen to him, it happened by an occasion of this kind, he formed a desire to be initiated in the rites of Bacchus Dionysus, and as he was just about to receive the initiation, there happened a very great portent. He had in the city of the Borysthenites a house of great size, and built with large expense, of which also I made mention a little before this, and round it were placed sphinxes and griffins of white stone. On this house's use caused a bolt to fall, and the house was altogether burnt down, but Scyld none the less for this completed his initiation. Now the Scythians make the rites of Bacchus a reproach against the Hellenes, for they say that it is not fitting to invent a god like this, who impels men to frenzy. So when Scyld had been initiated into the rites of Bacchus, one of the Borysthenites went off to the Scythians and said, "Whereas you laugh at us, O Scythians, because we perform the rite of Bacchus and because the god seizes us, now this divinity has seized also your king, and he is both joining in the rite of Bacchus, and maddened by the influence of the god. And if ye disbelieve me, follow and I will show you." The chief men of the Scythians followed him, and the Borysthenite led them secretly into the town and set them upon a tower. So when Scyld passed by with the company of revellers, and the Scythians saw him joining in the rite of Bacchus, they were exceedingly grieved at it, and they went out and declared to the whole band that which they had seen 80. After this, when Scyld was riding out again to his own abode, the Scythians took his brother Octomazades for their leader, who was a son of the daughter of Teres, and made insurrection against Scyld. He then, when he perceived that which was being done to his hurt, and for what reason it was being done, fled for refuge to Thrace, and Octomazades being informed of this, proceeded to march upon Thrace. So when he had arrived at the river Ister, the Thracians met him, and as they were about to engage battle, Scythorcs sent a messenger to Octomazades and said, "Why must we make trial of one another in fight? Thou art my sister's son, and thou hast in thy power my brother. Do thou give him back to me, and I will deliver to thee thy brother Skiles, and let us not either of us set our armies in peril, either thou or I." Thus Scythorcs proposed to him by a herald, for there was with Octomazades a brother of Scythorcs, who had gone into exile for fear of him. And Octomazades agreed to this, and by giving up his own mother's brother to Scythorcs he received his brother Skiles in exchange, and Scythorcs when he received his brother led him away as a prisoner, but Octomazades cut off the head of Skiles there upon the spot. Thus do the Scythians carefully guard their own customary observances, and such are the penalties which they inflict upon those who acquire foreign customs besides their own. 81. How many the Scythians are I was not able to ascertain precisely, but I heard various reports of the number, for reports say both that they are very many in number and also that they are few, at least as regards the true Scythians. Thus far however they gave me evidence of my own eyesight. There is between the river Borysthenes and the Hypanis a place called Exampheus, of which also I made mention somewhat before this, saying that there was in it a spring of bitter water, from which the water flows and makes the river Hypanis unfit to drink. In this place there is set a bronze bowl, in size at least 6 times as large as the mixing bowl at the entrance of the Pontus, which Pausanias the son of Cleombrotus dedicated, and for him who has never seen that, I will make the matter clear by saying that the bowl in Scythia holds easily 600 amphors, and the thickness of this Scythian bowl is 6 fingers. This then the natives of the place told me had been made of arrowheads, for their king, they said, whose name was Ariantus, wishing to know how many the Scythians were, ordered all the Scythians to bring 1 arrowhead, each from his own arrow, and whosoever should not bring one, he threatened with death. So a great multitude of arrowheads was brought, and he resolved to make of them a memorial and to leave it behind him. From these then, they said, he made this bronze bowl and dedicated it in this place Exampheus. 82. This is what I heard about the number of the Scythians. Now this land has no marvelous things, except that it has rivers which are by far larger, and more numerous than those of any other land. One thing however shall be mentioned which it has to show, and which is worthy of wonder even besides the rivers and the greatness of the plain, that is to say, they point out a footprint of Heracles in the rock by the bank of the river Tiris, which in shape is like the mark of a man's foot, but in size is 2 cubits long. This then is such as I have said, and I will go back now to the history which I was about to tell at first. 83. While Darius was preparing to go against the Scythians, and was sending messengers to appoint to some the furnishing of a land army, to others that of ships, and to others the bridging over of the Thracian Bosphorus, Artabanus, the son of Hystaspes and brother of Darius, urged him by no means to make the march against the Scythians, telling him how difficult the Scythians were to deal with. Since however he did not persuade him, though he gave him good counsel, he ceased to urge, and Darius, when all his preparations had been made, began to march his army forth from Susa. 84. Then one of the Persians, Oilbazus, made request to Darius that as he had 3 sons and all were serving in the expedition, one might be left behind for him, and Darius said that as he was a friend and made a reasonable request, he would leave behind all the sons. So Oilbazus was greatly rejoiced, supposing that his sons had been freed from service, but Darius commanded those who had the charge of such things to put to death all the sons of Oilbazus. 85. These then were left, having been slain upon the spot where they were, and Darius meanwhile set forth from Susa, and arrived at the place on the Bosphorus where the bridge of ships had been made, in the territory of Chalcedon, and there he embarked in a ship and sailed to the so-called Chionian rocks, which the Hellenes say formerly moved backwards and forwards, and taking his seat at the temple he gazed upon the Pontus, which is a sight well worth seeing. Of all seas indeed it is the most marvelous in its nature. The length of it is 11,100 furlongs, and the breadth, where it is broadest, 3,300, and of this great sea the mouth is but 4 furlongs broad, and the length of the mouth, that is of the neck of water which is called Bosphorus, where, as I said, the bridge of ships had been made, is not less than 120 furlongs. This Bosphorus extends to the Propontis, and the Propontis, being in breadth 500 furlongs and in length 1,400, has its outlet into the Hellespont, which is but 7 furlongs broad at the narrowest place, though it is 400 furlongs in length, and the Hellespont runs out into that expanse of sea which is called the Aegean. 86. These measurements I have made as follows. A ship completes on an average in a long day a distance of 70,000 fathoms, and in a night 60,000. Now we know that to the river Phasis from the mouth of the sea, for it is here that the Pontus is longest, is a voyage of 9 days and 8 nights, which amounts to 111 myriads of fathoms, and these fathoms are 11,100 furlongs. Then from the land of the Scythians to Themyscira on the river Thermodon, for here is the broadest part of the Pontus, it is a voyage of 3 days and 2 nights, which amounts to 33 myriads of fathoms or 3,300 furlongs. This Pontus then and also the Bosphorus and the Hellespont have been measured by me thus, and their nature is such as has been said, and this Pontus also has a lake which has its outlet into it, which lake is not much less in size than the Pontus itself, and it is called Maeotis and mother of the Pontus. 87. Darius then having gazed upon the Pontus sailed back to the bridge, of which Mandracles a Samian had been chief constructor, and having gazed upon the Bosphorus also, he set up 2 pillars by it of white stone with characters cut upon them, on the one Assyrian and on the other Hellenic, being the names of all the nations which he was leading with him, and he was leading with him all over whom he was ruler. The whole number of them without the naval force was reckoned to be 70 myriads including cavalry, and ships had been gathered together to the number of 600. These pillars the Byzantines conveyed to their city after the events of which I speak, and used them for the altar of Artemis or Tharja, excepting one stone, which was left standing by the side of the temple of Dionysus in Byzantium, covered over with Assyrian characters. Now the place on the Bosphorus where Darius made his bridges, as I conclude, midway between Byzantium and the temple at the mouth of the Pontus. 88. After this Darius being pleased with the floating bridge rewarded the chief constructor of it, Mandracles the Samian, with gifts tenfold, and as an offering from these Mandracles had a painting made of figures to present the whole scene of the bridge over the Bosphorus, and King Darius sitting in a prominent seat, and his army crossing over. This he caused to be painted and dedicated it as an offering in the temple of Hera, with the following inscription: Bosphorus having bridged over, the straits fish abounding, to Hera Mandracles dedicates this, of his work to record, a crown on himself he set, and he brought to the Samians glory, and for Darius performed everything after his mind. 89. This memorial was made of him who constructed the bridge, and Darius, after he had rewarded Mandracles with gifts, passed over into Europe, having first commanded the Ionians to sail into the Pontus as far as the river Ister, and when they arrived at the Ister, there to wait for him, making a bridge meanwhile over the river, for the chief of his naval force were the Ionians, the Aeolians and the Hellespontians. So the fleet sailed through between the Chionian rocks and made straight for the Ister, and then they sailed up the river, a 2 days' voyage from the sea, and proceeded to make a bridge across the neck, as it were, off the river, where the mouths of the Ister part off. Darius meanwhile, having crossed the Bosphorus on the floating bridge, was advancing through Thrace, and when he came to the sources of the river Tirus he encamped for 3 days 90. Now the Tirus is said by those who dwell near it to be the best of all rivers, both in other respects which tend to healing and especially for curing diseases of the skin both in men and in horses, and its springs are 38 in number, flowing all from the same rock, of which some are cold and others warm. The way to them is of equal length from the city of Heron near Perinthus, and from Apollonia upon the Euxine Sea, that is to say 2 days' journey by each road. This Tirus runs into the river Contadestus and the Contadestus into the Agrians, and the Agrians into the Hebrus, which flows into the sea by the city of Anus. 91. Darius then, having come to this river and having encamped there, was pleased with the river and set up a pillar there also, with an inscription as follows: The head springs of the river Tirus give the best and fairest water of all rivers, and to them came leading an army against the Scythians the best and fairest of all men, Darius the son of Hystaspes, of the Persians and of all the continent king. These were the words which were there written. 92. Darius then set out from thence and came to another river whose name is Artescus, which flows through the land of the Adresians. Having come to this river he did as follows: he appointed a place for his army, and bade every man as he passed out by it place 1 stone in this appointed place, and when the army had performed this, then he marched away his army leaving behind great mounds of these stones. 93. But before he came to the Ister he conquered first the Getae, who believe in immortality, For the Thracians who occupy Sarmadessus and are settled above the cities of Apollonian and Misambria, called the Cimene and the Nipsaeoi, delivered themselves over to Darius without fighting, but the Getae, who are the bravest and the most upright in their dealings of all the Thracians, having betaken themselves to obstinacy, were forthwith subdued. 94. And their belief in immortality is of this kind, that is to say, they hold that they do not die, but that he who is killed goes to Samoxis, a divinity, whom some of them call Gebelesis, and at intervals of 4 years they send one of themselves, whomsoever the lot may select, as a messenger to Samoxis, charging him with such requests as they have to make on each occasion, and they send him thus. Certain of them who are appointed for this have 3 javelins, and others meanwhile take hold on both sides of him who is being sent to Samoxis, both by his hands and his feet, and first they swing him up, then throw him into the air so as to fall upon the spear points, and if when he is pierced through he is killed, they think that the god is favorable to them, but if he is not killed, they find fault with the messenger himself, calling him a worthless man, and then having found fault with him they send another, and they give him the charge beforehand, while he is yet alive. These same Thracians also shoot arrows up towards the sky when thunder and lightning come, and use threats to the god, not believing that there exists any other god except their own. 95. This Samoxis, I hear from the Hellenes who dwell about the Hellespont and the Pontus, was a man, and he became a slave in Samos, and was in fact a slave of Pythagoras the son of Nicarchus. Then having become free he gained great wealth, and afterwards returned to his own land, and as the Thracians both live hardly and are rather simple-minded, this Samoxis, being acquainted with the Ionian way of living, and with manners more cultivated than the Thracians were used to see, since he had associated with Hellenes, and not only that but with Pythagoras, not the least able philosopher of the Hellenes, prepared a banqueting hall, where he received and feasted the chief men of the tribe, and instructed them meanwhile that neither he himself nor his guests, nor their descendants in succession after them would die, but that they would come to a place where they would live forever, and have all things good. While he was doing that which has been mentioned and was saying these things, he was making for himself meanwhile a chamber under the ground, and when his chamber was finished, he disappeared from among the Thracians and went down into the underground chamber, where he continued to live for 3 years, and they grieved for his loss and mourned for him as dead. Then in the 4th year he appeared to the Thracians, and in this way the things which Samoxis said became credible to them. 96. Thus they say that he did, but as to this matter in the chamber underground, I neither disbelieve it nor do I very strongly believe, but I think that this Samoxis lived many years before Pythagoras. However, whether there ever lived a man Samoxis, or whether he is simply a native deity of the Getae, let us bid farewell to him now. 97. These, I say, having such manners as I have said, were subdued by the Persians and accompanied the rest of the army, and when Darius and with him the land army arrived at the Ister, then after all had passed over, Darius commanded the Ionians to break up the floating bridge and to accompany him by land, as well as the rest of the troops which were in the ships, and when the Ionians were just about to break it up, and to do that which he commanded, Cos the son of Erxander, who was commander of the mighty Lenians, said thus to Darius, having first inquired whether he was disposed to listen to an opinion from one who desired to declare it, O king, seeing that thou art about to march upon a land, where no cultivated ground will be seen nor any inhabited town, do thou therefore let this bridge remain where it is, leaving to guard it those same men who constructed it. Then, if we find the Scythians and fare as we desire, we have a way of return, and also even if we shall not be able to find them, at least our way of return is secured, for that we should be roasted by the Scythians in fight I never feared yet, but rather that we might not be able to find them, and might suffer some disaster in wandering about. Perhaps some one will say that in speaking thus I am speaking for my own advantage, in order that I may remain behind, but in truth I am bringing forward, O king, the opinion which I found best for thee, and I myself will accompany thee and not be left behind. With this opinion Darius was very greatly pleased and made answer to him in these words, Friend from Lesbos, when I have returned safe to my house, be sure that thou appear before me, in order that I may requite thee with good deeds for good counsel. 98. Having thus said and having tied 60 knots in a thong, he called the despots of the Ionians to speak with him and said as follows, Men of Ionia, know that I have given up the opinion which I formerly declared with regard to the bridge, and do ye keep this thong and do as I shall say, so soon as ye shall have seen me go forward against the Scythians, from that time begin, and untie a knot on each day, and if within this time I am not here, and ye find that the days marked by the knots have passed by, then sail away to your own lands. Till then, since our resolve has thus been changed, guard the floating bridge, showing all diligence to keep it safe and to guard it, and thus acting, ye will do for me a very acceptable service. Thus said Darius and hastened on his march forwards. 99. Now in front of Scythia in the direction towards the sea lies Thrace, and where a bay is formed in this land, there begins Scythia, into which the Ister flows out, the mouth of the river being turned towards the southeast wind. Beginning at the Ister, then I am about to describe the coastland of the true Scythia. With regard to measurement, at once from the Ister begins this original land of Scythia, and it lies towards the midday in the south wind, extending as far as the city called Carchinitis. After this the part which lies on the coast of the same sea still, a country which is mountainous and runs out in the direction of the Pontus, is occupied by the Tauric race, as far as the peninsula which is called the rugged Chersonese, and this extends to the sea which lies towards the east wind, for two sides of the Scythian boundaries lie along by the sea, one by the sea on the south, and the other by that on the east, just as it is with Attica. And in truth the Tauroi occupy a part of Scythia which has much resemblance to Attica. It is as if in Attica another race, and not the Athenians, occupied the hill region of Sunion, supposing it to project more at the point into the sea, that region namely which is cut off by a line from Thoricus to Anaphlystus. Such, I say, if we may be allowed to compare small things such as this with great, is the form of the Tauric land. For him however who has not sailed along this part of the coast of Attica, I will make it clear by another comparison. It is as if in Iapygia another race, and not the Iapygians, had cut off for themselves, and were holding that extremity of the land which is bounded by a line beginning at the harbour of Bryntigion, and running to Taras. And in mentioning these two similar cases, I am suggesting many other things also to which the Tauric land has resemblance. 100. After the Tauric land immediately come Scythians again, occupying the parts above the Tauroi and the coasts of the eastern sea, that is to say the parts to the west of the Cimmerian Bosphorus, and of the Maeotian lake, as far as the river Tanais, which runs into the corner of this lake. In the upper parts which tend inland Scythia is bounded, as we know, by the Agathisians first, beginning from the Ister, and then by the Neuroi, afterwards by the Androphagoi, and lastly by the Melanchlanoi. 101. Scythia then being looked upon as a four-sided figure, with two of its sides bordered by the sea, has its border lines equal to one another in each direction, that which tends inland and that which runs along by the sea. For from Issa to the Borysthenes is 10 days' journey, and from the Borysthenes to the Maeotian lake 10 days more, and the distance inland to the Melanchlanoi, who are settled above the Scythians, is a journey of 20 days. Now I have reckoned the day's journey at 200 furlongs. And by this reckoning the cross lines of Scythia would be 4,000 furlongs in length, and the perpendiculars which tend inland would be the same number of furlongs. Such is the size of this land. 102. The Scythians meanwhile, having considered with themselves that they were not able to repel the army of Darius alone by a pitched battle, proceeded to send messengers to those who dwelt near them, and already the kings of these nations had come together and were taking counsel with one another, since so great an army was marching towards them. Now those who had come together were the kings of the Tauroi, Agathisians, Neuroi, Androphagoi, Melanchlanoi, Gelonians, Budinoi and Saromote. 103. Of these the Tauroi have the following customs: they sacrifice to the maiden both shipwrecked persons, and also those Hellenes whom they can capture by putting out to sea against them, and their manner of sacrifice is this: when they have made the first offering from the victim they strike his head with a club, and some say that they push the body down from the top of the cliff, for it is upon a cliff that the temple is placed, and set the head up on a stake, but others, while agreeing as to the heads, say nevertheless that the body is not pushed down from the top of the cliff, but buried in the earth. This divinity to whom they sacrifice, the Tauroi themselves say is Iphigenia, the daughter of Agamemnon. Whatsoever enemies they have conquered they treat in this fashion: each man cuts off a head and bears it away to his house, then he impales it on a long stake and sets it up above his house raised to a great height, generally above the chimney, and they say that these are suspended above as guards to preserve the whole house. This people has its living by plunder and war. 104. The Agathisians are the most luxurious of men and wear gold ornaments for the most part. Also they have promiscuous intercourse with their women, in order that they may be brethren to one another, and being all nearly related, may not feel envy or malice one against another. In their other customs they have come to resemble the Thracians. 105. The Neuroi practiced the Scythian customs, and 1 generation before the expedition of Darius it so befell them that they were forced to quit their land altogether by reason of serpents, for their land produced serpents in vast numbers, and they fell upon them in still larger numbers from the desert country above their borders, until at last being hard pressed they left their own land and settled among the Budinoi. These men it would seem are wizards, for it is said of them by the Scythians, and by the Hellenes, who are settled in the Scythian land, that once in every year each of the Neuroi becomes a wolf for a few days, and then returns again to his original form. For my part I do not believe them when they say this, but they say it nevertheless, and swear it. Moreover. 106. The Androphagoi have the most savage manners of all human beings, and they neither acknowledge any rule of right nor observe any customary law. They are nomads and wear clothing like that of the Scythians, but have a language of their own, and alone of all these nations they are man-eaters. 107. The Mylaklainoi wear all of them black clothing, whence also they have their name, and they practice the customs of the Scythians. 108. The Budinoi are a very great and numerous race, and are all very blue-eyed and fair of skin, and in their land is built a city of wood, the name of which is Gelinus, and each side of the wall is 30 furlongs in length and lofty at the same time, all being of wood, and the houses are of wood also, and the temples, for there are in it temples of Hellenic gods furnished after Hellenic fashion with sacred images and altars and cells, all of wood, and they keep festivals every other year to Dionysus and celebrate the rites of Bacchus, for the Gelonians are originally Hellenes, and they removed from the trading stations on the coast and settled among the Budinoi, and they use partly the Scythian language and partly the Hellenic. The Budinoi however do not use the same language as the Gelonians, nor is their manner of living the same. 109. For the Budinoi are natives of the soil and a nomad people, and alone of the nations in these parts feed on fir cones, but the Gelonians are tillers of the ground and feed on corn and have gardens, and resemble them not at all either in appearance or in complexion of skin. However by the Hellenes the Budinoi also are called Gelonians, not being rightly so called. Their land is all thickly overgrown with forests of all kinds of trees, and in the thickest forest there is a large and deep lake, and round it marshy ground and reeds. In this are caught otters and beavers and certainly other wild animals with square-shaped faces. The fur of these is sewn as a fringe round their coats of skin, and the testicles are made use of by them for curing diseases of the womb. 110. About the Sauromatae the following tale is told. When the Hellenes had fought with the Amazons, now the Amazons are called by the Scythians Oipata, which name means in the Hellenic tongue slayers of men, for man they call Oior, and Pata means to slay. Then, as the story goes, the Hellenes, having conquered them in the battle at the Thermodon, were sailing away and conveying with them in 3 ships as many Amazons as they were able to take prisoners. These in the open sea set upon the men and cast them out of the ships, but they knew nothing about ships, nor how to use rudders or sails or oars, and after they had cast out the men they were driven about by wave and wind, and came to that part of the Maeotian lake where Kremnoi stands. Now Kremnoi is in the land of the free Scythians. There the Amazons disembarked from their ships and made their way into the country, and having met first with a troop of horses feeding they seized them, and mounted upon these they plundered the property of the Scythians. 111. The Scythians meanwhile were not able to understand the matter, for they did not know either their speech or their dress or the race to which they belonged, but were in wonder as to whence they had come and thought that they were men, of an age corresponding to their appearance, and finally they fought a battle against them, and after the battle the Scythians got possession of the bodies of the dead, and thus they discovered that they were women. They took counsel therefore and resolved by no means to go on trying to kill them, but to send against them the youngest men from among themselves, making conjecture of the number so as to send just as many men as there were women. These were told to encamp near them, and do whatsoever they should do. If however the women should come after them, they were not to fight but to retire before them, and when the women stopped, they were to approach near and encamp. This plan was adopted by the Scythians, because they desired to have children born from them. 112. The young men accordingly were sent out and did that which had been commanded them, and when the Amazons perceived that they had not come to do them any harm, they let them alone, and the two camps approached nearer to one another every day, and the young men, like the Amazons, had nothing except their arms and their horses, and got their living, as the Amazons did, by hunting and by taking booty. 113. Now the Amazons at midday used to scatter abroad either one by one or by two together, dispersing to a distance from one another to ease themselves, and the Scythians also having perceived this did the same thing, and one of the Scythians came nearer to one of those Amazons who were apart by themselves, and she did not repulse him but allowed him to lie with her, and she could not speak to him, for they did not understand one another's speech, but she made signs to him with her hand to come on the following day to the same place, and to bring another with him, signifying to him that there should be two of them, and that she would bring another with her. The young man therefore, when he returned, reported this to the others, and on the next day he came himself to the place and also brought another, and he found the Amazon awaiting him with another in her company. Then hearing this, the rest of the young men, also in their turn, tamed for themselves the remainder of the Amazons. 114, and after this they joined their camps and lived together, each man having for his wife her with whom he had had dealings at first, and the men were not able to learn the speech of the women, but the women came to comprehend that of the men. So when they understood one another, the men spoke to the Amazons as follows: We have parents and we have possessions, now therefore let us no longer lead a life of this kind, but let us go away to the main body of our people and dwell with them, and we will have you for wives and no others. They however spoke thus in reply: We should not be able to live with your women, for we and they have not the same customs. We shoot with bows and hurl javelins and ride horses, but the works of women we never learnt, whereas your women do none of these things which we said, but stay in the wagons and work at the works of women, neither are going out to the chase nor anywhither else. We therefore should not be able to live in agreement with them, but if ye desire to keep us for your wives and to be thought honest men, go to your parents and obtain from them your share of the goods, and then let us go and dwell by ourselves. 115. The young men agreed and did this, and when they had obtained the share of the goods which belonged to them, and had returned back to the Amazons, the women spoke to them as follows: We are possessed by fear and trembling to think that we must dwell in this place, having not only separated you from your fathers, but also done great damage to your land. Since then ye think it right to have us as your wives, do this together with us. Come and let us remove from this land and pass over the river Tanais and there dwell. 116. The young men agreed to this also, and they crossed over the Tanais, and made their way towards the rising sun for 3 days' journey from Tanais, and also towards the north wind for 3 days' journey from the Maeotian lake, and having arrived at the place where they are now settled, they took up their abode there, and from thenceforward the women of the Saromae practiced their ancient way of living, going out regularly on horseback to the chase both in company with the men and apart from them, and going regularly to war, and wearing the same dress as the men. 117. And the Saromae make use of the Scythian tongue, speaking it barbarously however from the first, since the Amazons did not learn it thoroughly well. As regards marriages, their rule is this, that no maiden is married until she has slain a man of their enemies, and some of them even grow old and die before they are married, because they are not able to fulfill the requirement of the law. 118. To the kings of these nations then, which have been mentioned in order, the messengers of the Scythians came, finding them gathered together, and spoke, declaring to them how the Persian king, after having subdued all things to himself in the other continent, had laid a bridge over the neck of the Bosphorus and had crossed over to that continent, and having crossed over and subdued the Thracians, was making a bridge over the river Ister, desiring to bring under his power all these regions also. Do you therefore, they said, by no means stand aloof and allow us to be destroyed, but let us become all of one mind and oppose him who is coming against us. If you shall not do so, we on our part shall either be forced by necessity to leave our land, or we shall stay in it and make a treaty with the invader. For what else can we do if ye are not willing to help us? And for you after this it will be in no respect easier, for the Persian has come not at all less against you than against us, nor will it content him to subdue us and abstain from you. And of the truth of that which we say we will mention a strong evidence. If the Persian had been making his expedition against us alone, because he desired to take vengeance for the former servitude, he ought to have abstained from all the rest, and to have come at once to invade our land, and he would thus have made it clear to all that he was marching to fight against the Scythians, and not against the rest. In fact, however, Ever since he crossed over to this continent, he has compelled all who came in his way to submit to him, and he holds under him now not only the other Thracians but also the Getae, who are our nearest neighbors. 119. When the Scythians proposed this, the kings who had come from the various nations took counsel together, and their opinions were divided. The kings of the Gelonians, of the Budinoi, and of the Saromotae agreed together and accepted the proposal that they should help the Scythians, but those of the Agathisians, Neuroi, and Trophagoi, Milantlaenoi and Tauroi returned answer to the Scythians as follows: If ye had not been the first to do wrong to the Persians and to begin war, then we should have surely thought that ye were speaking justly in asking for those things for which ye now ask, and we should have yielded to your request and shared your fortunes. As it is, however, ye on the one hand made invasion without us into their land, and bear rule over the Persians for so long a time as God permitted you, and they in their turn, since the same God stirs them up, are repaying you with the like. As for us, however, neither at that time did we do any wrong to these men, nor now shall we attempt to do any wrong to them unprovoked. If however the Persians shall come against our land also, and do wrong first to us, we also shall refuse to submit. But until we shall see this, we shall remain by ourselves. For we are of opinion that the Persians have come not against us, but against those who were the authors of the wrong. 120. When the Scythians heard this answer reported, they planned not to fight a pitched battle openly, since these did not join them as allies, but to retire before the Persians and to drive away their cattle from before them, choking up with earth the wells and the springs of water by which they passed and destroying the grass from off the ground, having parted themselves for this into two bodies. And they resolved that the Saromotae should be added to one of their divisions, namely that over which Scopacis was king, and that these should move on, if the Persians turned in that direction, straight towards the river Tanais, retreating before him by the shore of the Maeotian lake, and when the Persian marched back again, they should come after and pursue him. This was one division of their kingdom, appointed to go by the way which has been said, and the other two of the kingdoms, the large one over which Idinthysus was king, and the third of which Taxicus was king, were to join together in one, with the Gelonians and the Budinoi added to them, and they also were to retire before the Persians 1 day's march in front of them, going on out of their way and doing that which had been planned. First they were to move on straight for the countries which had refused to give their alliance, in order that they might involve these also in the war, and though these had not voluntarily undertaken the war with the Persians, they were to involve them in it nevertheless against their will, and after that they were to return to their own land and attack the enemy, if it should seem good to them in council so to do. 121. Having formed this plan, the Scythians went to meet the army of Darius, sending off the best of their horsemen before them as scouts, but all the wagons in which their children and their women lived they sent on, and with them all their cattle, leaving only so much as was sufficient to supply them with food, and charged them that they should proceed continually towards the north wind. These, I say, were being carried on before. 122. But when the scouts who went in front of the Scythians discovered the Persians distant about 3 days' march from Ister, then the Scythians having discovered them continued to pitch their camp 1 day's march in front, destroying utterly that which grew from the ground. And when the Persians saw that the horsemen of the Scythians had made their appearance, they came after them following in their track, while the Scythians continually moved on. After this, since they had directed their march towards the first of the divisions, the Persians continued to pursue towards the east and the river Tanais, and when the Scythians crossed over the river Tanais, the Persians crossed over after them and continued still to pursue, until they had passed quite through the land of the Saromotae, and had come to that of the Budinoi. 123. Now so long as the Persians were passing through Scythia and the land of the Saromotae, they had nothing to destroy, seeing that the land was bare, but when they invaded the land of the Budinoi, then they fell in with the wooden wall, which had been deserted by the Budinoi and left wholly unoccupied, and this they destroyed by fire. Having done so they continued to follow on further in the tracks of the enemy, until they had passed through the whole of this land and had arrived at the desert. This desert region is occupied by no men, and it lies above the land of the Budinoi, extending for a 7 days' journey, and above this desert dwelleth the Sagittae, and 4 large rivers flow from them through the land of the Maeotians and run into that which is called the Maeotian lake, their names being as follows: Lycus, Orus, Tanais, Sigis. 124. When therefore Darius came to the desert region, he ceased from his course and halted his army upon the river Orus. Having so done, he began to build 8 large fortifications at equal distances from one another, that is to say about 60 furlongs, of which the ruins still existed down to my time, and while he was occupied in this, the Scythians whom he was pursuing came round by the upper parts and returned back to Scythia. Accordingly, since these had altogether disappeared and were no longer seen by the Persians at all, Darius left those fortifications half finished, and turning back himself began to go towards the west, supposing that these were the whole body of the Scythians, and that they were flying towards the west 125, and marching his army as quickly as possible. When he came to Scythia he met with the 2 divisions of the Scythians together, and having fallen with these he continued to pursue them, while they retired out of his way 1 day's journey in advance, and as Darius did not cease to come after them, the Scythians according to the plan, which they had made continued to retire before him towards the land of those who had refused to give their alliance, and first towards that of the Mylanklanoi, and when Scythians and Persians both together had invaded and disturbed these, the Scythians led the way to the country of the Androphagoi, and when these had also been disturbed, they proceeded to the land of the Neuroi, and while these 2 were being disturbed, the Scythians went on retiring before the enemy to the Agathisians. The Agathisians, however, seeing that their next neighbors also were flying from the Scythians and had been disturbed, sent a herald before the Scythians invaded their land, and proclaimed to the Scythians not to set foot upon their confines, warning them that if they should attempt to invade the country, they would first have to fight with them. The Agathisians then, having given this warning, came out in arms to their borders, meaning to drive off those who were coming upon them, but the Mylanklanoi and Androphagoi and Neuroi, when the Persians and Scythians together invaded them, did not betake themselves to brave defense, but forgot their former threat, and fled in confusion, ever further towards the north to the desert region. The Scythians, however, when the Agathisians had warned them off, did not attempt any more to come to these, but led the Persians from the country of the Neuroi back to their own land 126. Now as this went on for a long time and did not cease, Darius sent a horseman to Idanthysus king of the Scythians and said as follows, Thou most wondrous man, why dost thou fly forever, when thou mightest do of these 2 things one? If thou thinkest thyself able to make opposition to my power, stand thou still and cease from wandering abroad, and fight, but if thou dost acknowledge thyself too weak, cease then in that case also from thy course, and come to speech with thy master, bringing to him gifts of earth and water. 127. To this the king of the Scythians Idanthysus made answer thus, My case, O Persian, stands thus, never yet did I fly because I was afraid, either before this time from any other man, or now from thee, nor have I done anything different now from that which I was wont to do also in time of peace, and as to the cause why I do not fight with thee at once, this also I will declare to thee, we have neither cities nor land sown with crops, about which we should fear lest they should be captured or laid waste, and so join battle more speedily with you, but if it be necessary by all means to come to this speedily, know that we have sepulchres in which our fathers are buried, therefore come now, find out these and attempt to destroy them, and ye shall know then whether we shall fight with you for the sepulchres or whether we shall not fight. Before that, however, unless the motion comes upon us, we shall not join battle with thee. About fighting let so much as has been said suffice, but as to masters, I acknowledge none over me but Zeus my ancestor and Hestia the queen of the Scythians. To thee then in place of gifts of earth and water, I shall send such things as it is fitting that thou shouldest receive, and in return for thy saying that thou art my master, for that I say, woe betide thee. This is the proverbial saying of the Scythians. 128. The herald then had departed to report this to Darius, and the kings of the Scythians, having heard mention of subjection to a master, were filled with wrath. They sent accordingly the division which was appointed to be joined with the Saromote, that division of which Scopacis was in command, bidding them come to speech with the Ionians, namely those who were guarding the bridge of the Ister, and meanwhile they who were left behind resolved not to let the Persians wandering about any more, but to attack them constantly as they were getting provisions. Therefore they observed the soldiers of Darius as they got provisions, and did that which they had determined, and the cavalry of the Scythians always routed that of the enemy, but the Persian horsemen as they fled fell back upon the men on foot, and these would come up to their assistance, and meanwhile the Scythians when they had driven in the cavalry turned back, fearing the men on foot. Also by night the Scythians used to make similar attacks. 129, and the thing which, strange to say, most helped the Persians and hindered the Scythians in their attacks upon the camp of Darius, I will mention, namely the voice of the asses and the appearance of the mules, for Scythia produces neither ass nor mule, as I have declared before, nor is there at all in the Scythian country either ass or mule on account of the cold. The asses accordingly by riotously braying used to throw into confusion the cavalry of the Scythians, and often, as they were in the middle of riding against the Persians, when the horses heard the voice of the asses, they turned back in confusion, and were possessed with wonder, pricking up their ears, because they had never heard such a voice nor seen the form of the creature before. 130. So far then the Persians had the advantage for a small part of the war, but the Scythians, whenever they saw that the Persians were disquieted, then in order that they might remain a longer time in Scythia, and in remaining might suffer by being in want of everything, would leave some of their own cattle behind with the herdsmen, while they themselves rode out of the way to another place, and the Persians would come upon the cattle and take them, and having taken them they were elated at what they had done. 131. As this happened often, at length Darius began to be in straits, and the kings of the Scythians perceiving this sent a herald bearing as gifts to Darius a bird and a mouse and a frog and 5 arrows. The Persians accordingly asked the bearer of the gifts as to the meaning of the gifts which were offered, but he said that nothing more had been commanded to him, but to give them and get away as speedily as possible, and he bade the Persians find out for themselves, if they had wisdom, that which the gifts were meant to express. 132. Having heard this the Persians took counsel with one another, and the opinion of Darius was that the Scythians were giving to him both themselves and also earth and water, making his conjecture by this, namely that a mouse is produced in the earth, and feeds on the same produce of the earth as man, and a frog in the water, while a bird has great resemblance to a horse, and moreover that in giving the arrows they were delivering up their own might in battle. This was the opinion expressed by Darius, but the opinion of Gobryas, one of the 7 men who killed the Magian, was at variance with it, for he conjectured that the gifts expressed this, unless ye become birds and fly up into the heaven, O Persians, or become mice and sink down under the earth, or become frogs and leap into the lakes, ye shall not return back home, but shall be smitten by these arrows. 133. The Persians then, I say, were making conjecture of the gifts, and meanwhile the single division of the Scythians, that which had been appointed at first to keep guard along the Maeotian lake, and then to go to the Ister and come to speech with the Ionians, when they arrived at the bridge spoke as follows, Ionians, we have come bringing you freedom, if at least ye are willing to listen to us, for we are informed that Darius gave you command to guard the bridge for 60 days only, and then, if he had not arrived within that time, to get you away to your own land. Now therefore, if ye do as we say, ye will be without blame from his part and without blame also from ours. Stay the appointed days and then after that get you away. They then, when the Ionians had engaged themselves to do this, hastened back again by the quickest way. 134. And meanwhile, after the coming of the gifts to Darius, the Scythians who were left had arrayed themselves against the Persians with both foot and horse, meaning to engage battle. Now when the Scythians had been placed in battle array, a hare darted through them into the space between the 2 armies, and each company of them, as they saw the hare, began to run after it. When the Scythians were thus thrown into disorder and were raising loud cries, Darius asked what was this clamour arising from the enemy, and hearing that they were running after the hare, he said to those men to whom he was wont to say things at other times, these men have very slight regard for us, and I perceive now that Gobryas spoke rightly about the Scythian gifts. Seeing then that now I myself too think that things are so, we have need of good counsel, in order that our retreat homewards may be safely made. To this replied Gobryas and said, O king, even by report I was almost assured of the difficulty of dealing with these men, and when I came I learnt it still more thoroughly, since I saw that they were mocking us. Now therefore my opinion is, that as soon as night comes on, we kindle the campfires as we are wont to do at other times also, and deceive with a false tale those of our men who are weakest to endure hardships, and tie up all the asses and get us away, before either of the Scythians make for the Ister to destroy the bridge or something be resolved by the Ionians which may be a ruin. 135. Thus Gobryas advised, and after this, When night came on, Darius acted on this opinion. Those of his men who were weakened by fatigue and whose loss was of least account, these he left behind in the camp, and the asses also tied up, and for the following reasons he left behind the asses and the weaker men of his army, the asses in order that they might make a noise which should be heard, and the men really because of their weakness, but on a pretense stated openly that he was about to attack the Scythians with the effective part of the army, and that they meanwhile were to be defenders of the camp. Having thus instructed those who were left behind, and having kindled campfires, Darius hastened by the quickest way towards the Ister, and the asses, having no longer about them the usual throng, very much more for that reason caused their voice to be heard. So the Scythians, hearing the asses, supposed surely that the Persians were remaining in their former place 136, but when it was day, those who were left behind perceived that they had been betrayed by Darius, and they held out their hands in submission to the Scythians, telling them what their case was, and the Scythians, when they heard this, joined together as quickly as possible, that is to say the two combined divisions of the Scythians and the single division, and also the Saromote, Budonoi, and Gelonians, and began to pursue the Persians, making straight for the Ister. But as the Persian army for the most part consisted of men on foot, and was not acquainted with the roads not being marked with tracks, while the Scythian army consisted of horsemen and was acquainted with the shortest cuts along the way, they missed one another and the Scythians arrived at the bridge much before the Persians. Then having learnt that the Persians had not yet arrived, they said to the Ionians who were in the ships, Ionians, the days of your number are past, and ye are not acting uprightly in that ye yet remain waiting, but as ye stayed before from fear, so now break up the passage as quickly as ye may, and depart free and unhurt, feeling thankfulness both to the gods and to the Scythians, and him who was formerly your master we will so convince, that he shall never again march with an army upon any nation. 137. Upon this the Ionians took counsel together, and Miltiades the Athenian on the one hand, who was commander and despot of the men of the Chersonese in Hellespont, was of opinion that they should follow the advice of the Scythians and set Ionia free, but Histiaeus the Milesian was of the opposite opinion to this, for he said that at the present time it was by means of Darius, that each one of them was ruling as despot over a city, and if the power of Darius should be destroyed, neither he himself would be able to bear rule over the Milesians, nor would any other of them be able to bear rule over any other city, for each of the cities would choose to have popular rather than despotic rule. When Histiaeus declared his opinion thus, forthwith all turned to this opinion, whereas at the first they were adopting that of Miltiades. 138. Now these were they who gave the vote between the two opinions, and were men of consequence in the eyes of the king, first the despots of the Hellespontians, Daphnis of Abydos, Hippoclus of Lampsacus, Hierophantus of Perion, Metrodorus of Proconnesus, Aristagoras of Cyzicus, and Ariston of Byzantium. These were those from the Hellespont, and from Ionia, Stratus of Chios, Aiax of Samos, Laodamus of Phaeacia, and Histiaeus of Miletus, whose opinion had been proposed in opposition to that of Miltiades, and of the Aeolians the only man of consequence there present was Aristagoras of Chios. 139. When these adopted the opinion of Histiaeus, they resolved to add to it deeds and words as follows, namely to break up that part of the bridge which was on the side towards the Scythians, to break it up, I say, for a distance equal to the range of an arrow, both in order that they might be thought to be doing something, though in fact they were doing nothing, and for fear that the Scythians might make an attempt using force, and desiring to cross the Ister by the bridge, and in breaking up that part of the bridge, which was towards Scythia, they resolved to say that they would do all that which the Scythians desired. This they added to the opinion proposed, and then Histiaeus coming forth from among them made answer to the Scythians as follows, Scythians, ye are come bringing good news, and it is a timely haste that ye make to bring it, and ye on your part give us good guidance, while we on ours render to you suitable service. For, as ye see, we are breaking up the passage, and we shall show all zeal in our desire to be free, and while we are breaking up the bridge, it is fitting that you should be seeking for those of whom ye speak, and when ye have found them, that ye should take vengeance on them on behalf of us as well as of yourselves in such manner as they deserve. 140. The Scythians then, believing for the second time that the Ionians were speaking the truth, turned back to make search for the Persians, but they missed altogether their line of march through the land, Of this the Scythians themselves were the cause, since they had destroyed the pastures for horses in that region, and had choked up with earth the springs of water, for if they had not done this, it would have been possible for them easily, if they desired it, to discover the Persians, but as it was, by those things wherein they thought they had taken their measures best, they failed of success. The Scythians then on their part were passing through those regions of their own land, where there was grass for the horses and springs of water, and were seeking for the enemy there, thinking that they too were taking a course in their retreat through such country as this, while the Persians in fact marched keeping carefully to the track which they had made before, and so they found the passage of the river, though with difficulty, and as they arrived by night and found the bridge broken up, they were brought to the extreme of fear, lest the Ionians should have deserted them. 141. Now there was with Darius an Egyptian who had a voice louder than that of any other man on earth, and this man Darius ordered to take his stand upon the bank of the Ister, and to call Histories of Miletus. He accordingly proceeded to do so, and Histories, hearing the first hail, produced all the ships to carry the army over and also put together the bridge. 142. Thus the Persians escaped, and the Scythians in their search missed the Persians the second time also, and their judgment of the Ionians is that on the one hand, if they be regarded as free men, they are the most worthless and cowardly of all men, but on the other hand, if regarded as slaves, they are the most attached to their master, and the least disposed to run away of all slaves. This is the reproach which is cast against the Ionians by the Scythians. 143. Darius then marching through Thrace arrived at Sestos in the Chersonese, and from that place, he passed over himself in his ships to Asia, but to command his army in Europe he left Megabrus a Persian, to whom Darius once gave honor by uttering in the land of Persia this saying. Darius was beginning to eat pomegranates, and at once when he opened the first of them, Artabanus his brother asked him of what he would desire to have as many as there were seeds in the pomegranate, and Darius said that he would desire to have men like Megabrus as many as that in number, rather than to have Hellas subject to him, in Persia. I say, he honored him by saying these words, and at this time he left him in command with 8 myriads of his army. 144. This Megabrus uttered one saying whereby he left of himself an imperishable memory with the peoples of Hellespont, for being once at Byzantium, he heard that the men of Colchidan had settled in that region 17 years before the Byzantians, and having heard it he said that those of Colchidan at that time chanced to be blind, for assuredly they would not have chosen the worse place, when they might have settled in that which was better, if they had not been blind. This Megabrus as it was who was left in command at that time in the land of the Hellespontians, and he proceeded to subdue all who did not take the side of the Medes. 145. He then was doing thus, and at this very same time a great expedition was being made also against Libya, on an occasion which I shall relate when I have first related this which follows. The children of those who voyaged in the Argo, having been driven forth by those Pelasgians who carried away at Broran the women of the Athenians, having been driven forth I say by these from Lemnos, had departed and sailed to Lacedaemon, and sitting down on Mount Taygetus they kindled a fire. The Lacedaemonians seeing this sent a messenger to inquire who they were and from whence, and they answered the question of the messenger saying that they were Minaian children of heroes who sailed in the Argo, for these, they said, had put into Lemnos and propagated the race of which they sprang. The Lacedaemonians having heard the story of the descent of the Minai, sent a second time and asked for what purpose they had come into the country and were causing a fire to blaze. They said that they had been cast out by the Pelasgians, and were come now to the land of their fathers, for most just it was that this should so be done, and they said that their request was to be permitted to dwell with these, having a share of civil rights and a portion allotted to them of the land, and the Lacedaemonians were content to receive the Minai upon the terms which they themselves desired, being most of all impelled to do this by the fact that the sons of Tyndareus were voyagers in the Argo. So having received the Minai they gave them a share of land and distributed them in the tribes, and they forthwith made marriages, and gave in marriage to others the women whom they brought with them from Lemnos. 146. However, when no very long time had passed, the Minai forthwith broke out into insolence, asking for a share of the royal power and also doing other impious things. Therefore the Lacedaemonians resolved to put them to death, and having seized them they cast them into a prison. Now the Lacedaemonians put to death by night all those whom they put to death, but no man by day. When therefore they were just about to kill them, the wives of the Minai, being native Spartans and daughters of the first citizens of Sparta, entreated to be allowed to enter the prison and come to speech every one with her own husband, and they let them pass in, not supposing that any craft would be practiced by them. They however, when they had entered, delivered to their husbands all the garments which they were wearing, and themselves received those of their husbands. Thus the Minai, having put on the women's clothes, went forth out of prison as women, and having escaped in this manner they went again to Taygetus, and sat down there 147. Now at this very same time Therus the son of Ortesian, the son of Tsamanus, the son of Thersander, the son of Polynices, was preparing to set forth from Lacedaemon to found a settlement. This Therus, who was of the race of Cadmus, was mother's brother to the sons of Aristodemus, Eurysthenes and Procles, and while these sons were yet children, Therus as their guardian held the royal power in Sparta. When however his nephews were grown and had taken the power into their hands, then Therus, being grieved that he should be ruled by others after he had tasted of rule himself, said that he would not remain in Lacedaemon, but would sail away to his kinsmen. Now there were in the island which is now called Terra, but formerly was called Callista, descendants of Mimblius the son of Poikiles, a Phoenician, for Cadmus the son of Agenor in his search for Europa put him to land at the island which is now called Terra, and, whether it was that the country pleased him when he had put to land, or whether he chose to do so for any other reason, he left in this island, besides other Phoenicians, Mimblius also, of his own kinsmen. These occupied the island called Callista for 8 generations of men, before Therus came from Lacedaemon 148. To these then, I say, Therus was preparing to set forth, taking with him people from the tribes, and intending to settle together with those who have been mentioned, not with any design to drive them out, but on the contrary claiming them very strongly as kinfolk. And when the Minai after having escaped from the prison went and sat down on Taygetus, Therus entreated of the Lacedaemonians, as they were proposing to put them to death, that no slaughter might take place, and at the same time he engaged himself to take them forth out of the land. The Lacedaemonians having agreed to this proposal, he sailed away with 330 odd galleys to the descendants of Mimblius, not taking with him by any means all the Minai, but a few only, for the greater number of them turned towards the land of the Pororitae and Corcones, and having driven these out of their country, they parted themselves into 6 divisions and founded in their territory the following towns: Lepreon, Makistus, Phryxae, Pigus, Epion, Nudian. Of these the Eletians sacked the greater number within my own lifetime. The island meanwhile got its name of Terra after Therus, who led the settlement 149, and since his son said that he would not sail with him, therefore he said that he would leave him behind as a sheep among wolves, and in accordance with that saying this young man got the name of Euolycus, and it chanced that this name prevailed over his former name. Then from Euolycus was begotten Aegeus, after whom are called the Aegidae, a powerful clan in Sparta, and the men of this tribe, since their children did not live to grow up, established by the suggestion of an oracle a temple to the avenging deities of Laius and Oedipus, and after this the same thing was continued in Terra by the descendants of these men 150. Up to this point of the story the Lacedaemonians agree in their report with the men of Terra, but in what is to come it is those of Terra alone, who report that it happened as follows. Grinus the son of Aesanius, a descendant of the Therus who has been mentioned, and king of the island of Terra, came to Delphi bringing the offering of a hecatomb from his state, and there were accompanying him, besides others of the citizens, also Battus the son of Polynesius, who was by descent of the family of Euphemus of the race of the Minai. Now when Grinus the king of the Therians was consulting the oracle about other matters, the Pythian prophetess gave answer bidding him found a city in Libya, and he made reply saying, Lord, I am by this time somewhat old and heavy to stir, but do thou bid some one of these younger ones do this. As he thus said he pointed towards Battus. So far at that time, but afterwards when he had come away they were in difficulty about the saying of the oracle, neither having any knowledge of Libya, in what part of the earth it was, nor venturing to send a colony to the unknown. 151. Then after this for 7 years there was no rain in Terra, and in these years all the trees in their island were withered up excepting one, and when the Therians consulted the oracle, the Pythian prophetess alleged this matter of colonizing Libya to be the cause, as then they had no remedy for their evil. They sent messengers to Crete, to find out whether any of the Cretans, or of the sojourners in Crete, had ever come to Libya. These, as they wandered round about the country, came also the city of Itanus, and there they met with a fisher for purple named Charobius, who said that he had been carried away by winds and had come to Libya, and in Libya to the island of Plataea. This man they persuaded by payment of money and took him to Terra, and from Terra there set sail men to explore, at first not many in number, and Charobius having guided them to this same island of Plataea, they left Charobius there, leaving behind with him provisions for a certain number of months, and sailed themselves as quickly as possible to make report about the island to the men of Terra 152. Since however these stayed away longer than the time appointed, Charobius found himself destitute, and after this a ship of Samos, of which the master was Colaeus, while sailing to Egypt was carried out of its course and came to this island of Plataea, and the Samians hearing from Charobius the whole story left him provisions for a year. They themselves then put out to sea from the island and sailed on, endeavoring to reach Egypt, but carried away continually by the east wind, and as the wind did not cease to blow, they passed through the pillars of Heracles and came to Tartessus, guided by divine providence. Now this trading place was at that time untouched by any, so that when these returned back home they made profit from their cargo greater than any other Hellenes of whom we have certain knowledge, with the exception at least of Sostratus the son of Laodamas the Aeginetan, for with him it is not possible for any other man to contend. And the Samians set apart 6 talents, the 10th part of their gains, and had a bronze vessel made like an argolic mixing bowl with rounded heads of griffins projecting in a row, and this they dedicated as an offering in the temple of Hera, setting as supports under it 3 colossal statues of bronze 7 cubits in height, resting upon their knees. By reason first of this deed great friendship was formed by those of Cyrene and Terra, with the Samians 153. The Thracians meanwhile, when they arrived at Terra after having left Charobius in the island, reported that they had colonized an island on the coast of Libya, and the men of Terra resolved to send one of every 2 brothers selected by lot and men besides Acon from all the regions of the island, which are 7 in number, and further that Battus should be both their leader and their king. Thus then they sent forth 250 oared galleys to Plataea 154. This is the report of the Thracians, and for the remainder of the account from this point onwards the Thracians are in agreement with the men of Cyrene. From this point onwards, I say, since in what concerns Battus the Cyrenians tell by no means the same tale as those of Terra, for their account is this: there is in Crete a city called Oxus in which one Antiochus became king, who when he had a daughter, whose mother was dead, named Phronime, took to wife another woman notwithstanding. She having come in afterwards, thought fit to be a stepmother to Phronime in deed as well as in name, giving her evil treatment and devising everything possible to her hurt, and at last she brings against her a charge of lewdness, and persuades her husband that the truth is so. He then being convinced by his wife, devised an unholy deed against the daughter, for there was in Oxus one Themison, a merchant of Terra, whom Antiochus took to himself as a guest, friend, and caused him to swear that he would surely serve him in whatsoever he should require, and when he had caused him to swear this, he brought and delivered to him his daughter and bade him take her away, and cast her into the sea. Themison then was very greatly vexed at the deceit practised in the matter of the oath, and he dissolved his guest friendship and did as follows, that is to say, he received the girl and sailed away, and when he got out into the open sea, to free himself from blame as regards the oath which Antiochus had made him swear, he tied her on each side with ropes and let her down into the sea, and then drew her up and came to Terra 155. After that, Polynestus, a man of repute among the Thracians, received Phronime from him and kept her as his concubine, and in course of time there was born to him from her a son with an impediment in his voice and lisping, to whom, as both Thracians and Cyrenians say, was given the name Battus, but I think that some other name was then given, and he was named Battus instead of this after he came to Libya, taking for himself this surname from the oracle which was given to him at Delphi, and from the rank which he had obtained, for the Libyans call a king Battus, and for this reason, I think, the Pythian prophetess in her prophesying called him so, using the Libyan tongue, because she knew that he would be a king in Libya, for when he had grown to be a man, he came to Delphi to inquire about his voice, and when he asked, the prophetess thus answered him, for a voice thou camest, O Battus, but the Lord Phobos Apollo sendeth a settler forth to the Libyan land sheep abounding. Just as if she should say using the Hellenic tongue, for a voice thou camest, O king, He thus made answer, Lord, I came to thee to inquire concerning my voice, but thou answerest me other things which are not possible, bidding me go as a settler to Libya. But with what power, or with what force of men should I go? Thus saying he did not at all persuade her to give him any other reply, and as she was prophesying to him again the same things as before, Battus departed while she was yet speaking, and went away to Terra 156. After this there came evil fortune both to himself and to the other men of Terra, and the Thracians, not understanding that which befell them, sent to Delphi to inquire about the evils which they were suffering, and the Pythian prophetess gave them reply that if they joined with Battus in founding Cyrene in Libya, they would fare the better. After this the Thracians sent Battus with 250 oared galleys, and these sailed to Libya, and then came away back to Terra, for they did not know what else to do, and the Thracians pelted them with missiles when they endeavored to land, and would not allow them to put to shore, but bade them sail back again. They accordingly being compelled sailed away back, and they made a settlement in an island lying near the coast of Libya, called, as was said before, Plataea. This island is said to be of the same size as the now existing city of Cyrene 157. In this they continued to dwell 2 years, but as they had no prosperity, they left one of their number behind and all the rest sailed away to Delphi, and having come to the oracle they consulted it, saying that they were dwelling in Libya and that, though they were dwelling there, they fared none the better, and the Pythian prophetess made answer to them thus. Better than I if thou knowest the Libyan land sheep abounding, not having been there than I who have been. At thy wisdom I wonder. Having heard this Battus and his companions sailed away back again, for in fact, the god would not let them off from the task of settlement, till they had come to Libya itself, and having arrived at the island and taken up him whom they had left, they made a settlement in Libya itself at a spot opposite the island, called Aziris, which is enclosed by most fair woods on both sides and a river flows by it on one side 158. In this spot they dwelt for 6 years, and in the 7th year the Libyans persuaded them to leave it, making request and saying that they would conduct them to a better region. So the Libyans led them from that place, making them start towards evening, and in order that the Hellenes might not see the fairest of all the regions as they passed through it, they led them past it by night, having calculated the time of daylight, and this region is called Irisa. Then having conducted them to the so-called spring of Apollo, they said, Hellenes, here is a fit place for you to dwell, for here the heaven is pierced with holes. 159. Now during the lifetime of the first settler Battus, who reigned 40 years, and of his son Archesilaus, who reigned 16 years, the Cyrenians continued to dwell there with the same number as when they first set forth to the colony. But in the time of the third king, called Battus the Prosperous, the Pythian prophetess gave an oracle wherein she urged the Hellenes in general to sail and join with the Cyrenians in colonizing Libya. For the Cyrenians invited them, giving promise of a division of land, and the oracle which she uttered was as follows, Who to the land much deserted, to Libya, afterwards cometh, after the land be divided, I say he shall some day repent it. Then great numbers were gathered at Cyrene, and the Libyans who dwelt round had much land cut off from their possessions, therefore they with their king whose name was Adacron, as they were not only deprived of their country, but also were dealt with very insolently by the Cyrenians, sent to Egypt and delivered themselves over to Apries king of Egypt. He then having gathered a great army of Egyptians, sent it against Cyrene, and the men of Cyrene marched out to the region of Irisa and to the spring Thest, and there both joined battle with the Egyptians and defeated them in the battle. For since the Egyptians had not before made trial of the Hellenes in fight, and therefore despised them, they were so slaughtered that but few of them returned back to Egypt. In consequence of this and because they laid the blame of it upon Apries, the Egyptians revolted from him 160. This Battus had a son called Archesilaus, who first when he became king made a quarrel with his own brothers, until they finally departed to another region of Libya, and making the venture for themselves founded that city which was then and is now called Barca, and at the same time as they founded this, they induced the Libyans to revolt from the Cyrenians. After this, Archesilaus made an expedition against those Libyans who had received them and who had also revolted from Cyrene, and the Libyans fearing him departed and fled towards the eastern tribes of Libyans, and Archesilaus followed after them as they fled, until he arrived in his pursuit at Leucon in Libya, and there the Libyans resolved to attack him. Accordingly, They engaged battle and defeated the Kyrenians so utterly that 7,000 hoplites of the Kyrenians fell there. After this disaster Archesilaus, being sick and having swallowed a potion, was strangled by his brother Haliarchus, and Haliarchus was killed treacherously by the wife of Archesilaus, whose name was Eryxo 161. Then Battus the son of Archesilaus succeeded to the kingdom, who was lame and not sound in his feet, and the Kyrenians with a view to the misfortune which had befallen them sent men to Delphi to ask what form of rule they should adopt, in order to live in the best way possible, and the Pythian prophetess bade them take to themselves a reformer of their state from Mantinea, of the Arcadians. The men of Cyrene accordingly made request, and those of Mantinea gave them a man of most repute among their citizens, whose name was Demonax. This man therefore having come to Cyrene and having ascertained all things exactly, in the first place caused them to have 3 tribes, distributing them thus: 1 division he made of the Thracians and their dependents, another of the Peloponnesians and Cretans, and a third of all the islanders. Then secondly for the king Battus he set apart domains of land and priesthoods, but all the other powers which the kings used to possess before, he assigned as of public right to the people. 162. During the reign of this Battus things continued to be thus, but in the reign of his son Archesilaus, there arose much disturbance about the offices of the state, for Archesilaus son of Battus the lame, and of fair time said that he would not suffer it to be according as the Mantinean Demonax had arranged, but asked to have back the royal rights of his forefathers. After this, stirring up strife he was roasted and went as an exile to Samos, and his mother to Salamis in Cyprus. Now at that time the ruler of Salamis was Euelphan, the same who dedicated as an offering the censer at Delphi, a work well worth seeing, which is placed in the treasury of the Corinthians. To him having come, fair time asked him for an army to restore herself and her son to Cyrene. Euelphan however was ready to give her anything else rather than that, and she when she received that which he gave her said that this too was a fair gift, but fairer still would be that other gift of an army for which she was asking. As she kept saying this to everything which was given, at last Euelphan sent out to her a present of a golden spindle and distaff, with wool also upon it, and when fair time uttered again the same saying about this present, Euelphan said that such things as this were given as gifts to women and not an army. 163. Archesilaus meanwhile, being in Samos, was gathering every one together by a promise of dividing land, and while a great host was being collected, Archesilaus set out to Delphi to inquire of the oracle about returning from exile, and the Pythian prophetess gave him this answer: for forenamed Battus and forenamed Archesilaus, 8 generations of men, Loxias grants to you to be kings of Cyrene, but beyond this he counsels you not even to attempt it. Thou however must keep quiet when thou hast come back to thy land, and if thou findest the furnace full of jars, heat not the jars fiercely, but let them go with a fair wind. If however thou heat the furnace fiercely, enter not thou into the place flowed round by water, for if thou dost thou shalt die, both thou and the bull which is fairer than all the rest. 164. Thus the Pythian prophetess gave answer to Archesilaus, and he, having taken to him those in Samos, made his return to Cyrene, and when he had got possession of the power, he did not remember the saying of the oracle, but endeavored to exact penalties from those of the opposite faction, for having driven him out. Of these some escaped out of the country altogether, but some Archesilaus got into his power and sent them away to Cyprus to be put to death. These were driven out of their course to Cnidus, and the men of Cnidus rescued them and sent them away to Terra. Some others however of the Kyrenians fled to a great tower belonging to Aglomachus a private citizen, and Archesilaus burnt them by piling up brushwood round. Then after he had done the deed he perceived that the oracle meant this, in that the Pythian prophetess forbade him, if he found the jars in the furnace, to heat them fiercely, and he voluntarily kept away from the city of the Kyrenians, fearing the death which had been prophesied by the oracle, and supposing that Cyrene was flowed round by water. Now he had to wife a kinswoman of his own, the daughter of the king of Barca whose name was Alazi. To him he came, and men of Barca together with certain of the exiles from Cyrene, perceiving him going about in the marketplace, killed him, and also besides him his father-in-law Alazi. Archesilaus accordingly, having missed the meaning of the oracle, whether with his will or against his will, fulfilled his own destiny. 165. His mother Fairtime meanwhile, so long as Archesilaus having worked evil for himself dwelt at Barca, herself held the royal power of her son at Cyrene, both exercising his other rights and also sitting in council. But when she heard that her son had been slain in Barca, she departed and fled to Egypt, for she had on her side services done for Cambyses the son of Cyrus by Archesilaus, since this was the Archesilaus who had given over Cyrene to Cambyses, and had laid a tribute upon himself. Fairtime then having come to Egypt sat down as a suppliant of Arions, bidding him help her, and alleging as a reason that it was on account of his inclination to the side of the Medes that her son had been slain. 166. Now this Arions had been appointed ruler of the province of Egypt by Cambyses, and after the time of these events, he lost his life, because he would measure himself with Darius. For having heard and seen that Darius desired to leave behind him as a memorial of himself a thing which had not been made by any other king, he imitated him, until at last he received his reward. For whereas Darius refined gold and made it as pure as possible, and of this caused coins to be struck, Arions, being ruler of Egypt, did the same thing with silver, and even now the purest silver is that which is called Ariandic. Darius then having learnt that he was doing this put him to death, bringing against him another charge of attempting rebellion. 167. Now at the time of which I speak this Arions had compassion on Fairtime and gave her all the troops that were in Egypt, both the land and the sea forces, appointing Amasis a Miraphian to command the land army and Baddas, of the race of the Pasargadae, to command the fleet. But before he sent away the army, Arions dispatched a herald to Barca and asked who it was who had killed Archesilaus, and the men of Barca all took it upon themselves, for they said they suffered formerly many great evils at his hands. Having heard this, Arions at last sent away the army together with Fairtime. This charge then was the pretext alleged, but in fact the army was being sent out, as I believe, for the purpose of subduing Libya. For of the Libyans there are many nations of various kinds, and but few of them are subject to the king, while the greater number paid no regard to Darius. 168. Now the Libyans have their dwelling as follows, beginning from Egypt. First of the Libyans are settled the Adamantidae, who practice for the most part the same customs as the Egyptians, but wear clothing similar to that of the other Libyans. Their women wear a bronze ring upon each leg, and they have long hair on their heads, and when they catch their lice, each one bites her own in retaliation and then throws them away. These are the only people of the Libyans who do this, and they alone display to the king their maidens when they are about to be married, and whosoever of them proves to be pleasing to the king is deflowered by him. These Adamantidae extend along the coast from Egypt, as far as the port which is called Clinus. 169. Next after these come the Gilligameae, occupying the country towards the west as far as the island of Aphrodisias. In the space within this limit lies off the coast the island of Plataea, where the Cyrenians made their settlement, and on the coast of the mainland there is Port Menelaos, and Aziris, where the Cyrenians used to dwell. From this point begins the Sylphian, and it extends along the coast from the island of Plataea, as far as the entrance of the cities. This nation practices customs nearly resembling those of the rest. 170. Next to the Gilligameae on the west are the Aspistae. These dwell above Cyrene, and the Aspistae do not reach down the sea, for the region along the sea is occupied by Cyrenians. These most of all the Libyans are drivers of four-horse chariots, and in the greater number of their customs they endeavor to imitate the Cyrenians. 171. Next after the Aspistae on the west come the Orchisae. These dwell above Barca and reach down to the sea by Eusperides, and in the middle of the country of the Orchisae dwell the Baccales, a small tribe, who reach down to the sea by the city of Tortura in the territory of Barca. These practice the same customs as those above Cyrene. 172. Next after these Orchisae towards the west come the Nasamonians, a numerous race, who in the summer leave their flocks behind by the sea, and go up to the region of Orgula, to gather the fruit of the date palms, which grow in great numbers and very large and are all fruit-bearing. These hunt the wingless locusts, and they dry them in the sun and then pound them up, and after that they sprinkle them upon milk and drink them. Their custom is for each man to have many wives, and they make their intercourse with them common in nearly the same manner as the Massagetæ, that is, they set up a staff in front of the door and so have intercourse. When an Asamonean man marries his first wife, the custom is for the bride on the first night to go through the whole number of the guests having intercourse with them, and each man when he has lain with her gives a gift, whatsoever he has brought with him from his house. The forms of oath and of divination which they use are as follows. They swear by the men among themselves who are reported to have been the most righteous and brave, by these, I say, laying hands upon their tombs, and they divine by visiting the sepulchral mounds of their ancestors, and lying down to sleep upon them after having prayed, and whatsoever thing the man sees in his dream, this he accepts. They practice also the exchange of pledges in the following manner, that is to say, one gives the other to drink from his hand, and drinks himself from the hand of the other, and if they have no liquid, they take of the dust from the ground and lick it. 173. Adjoining the Nasamonians is the country of the Siloi. These have perished utterly in the following manner. The south wind blowing upon them dried up all their systems of water, and their land was waterless, lying all within the cities. They then, having taken a resolve by common consent, marched in arms against the south wind, I report that which is reported by the Libyans, and when they had arrived at the sandy tract, the south wind blew and buried them in the sand. These then having utterly perished, the Nasamonians from that time forward possessed their land. 174. Above these towards the south wind in the region of wild beasts dwell the Geramantians, who fly from every man and avoid the company of all, and they neither possess any weapon of war, nor know how to defend themselves against enemies. 175. These dwell above the Nasamonians, and next to the Nasamonians along the sea coast towards the west come the Macae, who shave their hair so as to leave tufts, letting the middle of their hair grow long, but round this on all sides shaving it close to the skin, and for fighting they carry shields made of ostrich skins. Through their land the river Kinips runs out into the sea, flowing from a hill called the Hill of the Cherites. This hill of the Cherites is overgrown thickly with wood, while the rest of Libya which has been spoken of before is bare of trees, and the distance from the sea to this hill is 200 furlongs. 176. Next to these Macae are the Jindanes, whose women wear each of them a number of anklets made of the skins of animals, for the following reason, as it is said, for every man who has commerce with her she binds on an anklet, and the woman who has most is esteemed the best, since she has been loved by the greatest number of men. 177. In a peninsula which stands out into the sea from the land of these Jindanes, dwell the Latophagoi, who live by eating the fruit of the lotus only. Now the fruit of the lotus is in size like that of the mastich tree, and in flavor it resembles that of the date palm. Of this fruit the Latophagoi even make for themselves wine. 178. Next after the Latophagoi along the sea coast are the Maclians, who also make use of the lotus, but less than those above mentioned. These extend to a great river named the river Triton, and this runs out into a great lake called Tritonus, in which there is an island named Phla. About this island, they say there was an oracle given to the Lacedaemonians that they should make a settlement in it. 179. The following moreover is also told, namely that Jason, when the Argo had been completed by him under Mount Pelion, put into it a hecatomb and with it also a tripod of bronze, and sailed round Peloponnese, desiring to come to Delphi, and when in sailing he got near Malea, a north wind seized his ship and carried it off to Libya, and before he caught sight of land, he had come to be in the shoals of the lake Tritonus. Then as he was at a loss how he should bring his ship forth, the story goes that Triton appeared to him and bade Jason give him the tripod, saying that he would show them the right course and let them go away without hurt. And when Jason consented to it, then Triton showed them the passage out between the shoals and set the tripod in his own temple, after having first uttered a prophecy over the tripod, and having declared to Jason and his company the whole matter, namely that whensoever one of the descendants of those who sailed with him in the Argo should carry away this tripod, then it was determined by fate that 100 cities of Hellenes should be established about the lake Tritonus. Having heard this the native Libyans concealed the tripod. 180. Next to these Maclians are the Orsians. These and the Maclians dwell round the lake Tritonus, and the river Triton is the boundary between them, and while the Maclians grow their hair long at the back of the head, the Orsians do so in front. At a yearly festival of Athene, their maidens take their stand in two parties, and fight against one another with stones and staves, and they say that in doing so they are fulfilling the rites handed down by their fathers for the divinity who was sprung from that land, whom we call Athene, and those of the maidens who die of the wounds received they call false maidens. But before they let them begin the fight they do this, or join together and equip the maiden who is judged to be the fairest on each occasion, with a Corinthian helmet and with full Hellenic armor, and then causing her to go up into a chariot they conduct her round the lake. Now I cannot tell with what they equipped the maidens in old time, before the Hellenes were settled near them, but I suppose that they used to be equipped with Egyptian armor, for it is from Egypt that both the shield and the helmet have come to the Hellenes, as I affirm. They say moreover that Athene is the daughter of Poseidon and of the lake Tritonus, and that she had some cause of complaint against her father and therefore gave her herself to Zeus, and Zeus made her his own daughter. Such is the story which these tell, and they have their intercourse with women in common, not marrying but having intercourse like cattle, and when the child of any woman has grown big, he is brought before a meeting of the men held within 3 months of that time, and whomsoever of the men the child resembles, his son he is accounted to be 181. Thus then have been mentioned those nomad Libyans who live along the sea coast, and above these inland is the region of Libya which has wild beasts, and above the wild beast region there stretches a raised belt of sand, extending from Thebes of the Egyptians to the pillars of Heracles. In this belt at intervals of about 10 days' journey there are fragments of salt in great lumps forming hills, and at the top of each hill there shoots up from the middle of the salt a spring of water cold and sweet, and about the spring dwell men, at the furthest limit towards the desert, and above the wild beast region. First, at a distance of 10 days' journey from Thebes, are the Ammonians, whose temple is derived from that of the Theban Zeus, for the image of Zeus in Thebes also, as I have said before, has the head of a ram. These, as it chances, have also other water of a spring, which in the early morning is warm, at the time when the market fills, cooler, when midday comes, it is quite cold, and then they water their gardens, but as the day declines, it abates from its coldness, until at last, when the sun sets, the water is warm, and it continues to increase in heat still more until it reaches midnight, when it boils and throws up bubbles, and when midnight passes, it becomes cooler gradually till dawn of day. This spring is called the Fountain of the Sun 182. After the Ammonians, as you go on along the belt of sand, at an interval again of 10 days' journey there is a hill of salt like that of the Ammonians, and a spring of water, with men dwelling about it, and the name of this place is Augila. To this the Nasamonians come year by year to gather the fruit of the date palms. 183. From Augila at a distance again of 10 days' journey there is another hill of salt and spring of water, and a great number of fruit-bearing date palms, as there are also in the other places, and men dwell here who are called the Garmantians, a very great nation, who carry earth to lay over the salt and then sow crops. From this point is the shortest way to the Latophagoi, for from these it is a journey of 30 days to the country of the Garmantians. Among them also are produced the cattle which feed backwards, and they feed backwards for this reason, because they have their horns bent down forwards, and therefore they walk backwards as they feed, for forwards they cannot go, because the horns run into the ground in front of them, but in nothing else do they differ from other cattle except in this, and in the thickness and firmness to the touch of their hide. These Garamantians of whom I speak hunt the cave-dwelling Ethiopians with their 4-horse chariots, for the cave-dwelling Ethiopians are the swiftest of foot of all men about whom we hear report made, and the cave-dwellers feed upon serpents and lizards and such creeping things, and they use a language which resembles no other, for in it they squeak just like bats. 184. From the Garmantians at a distance again of 10 days' journey there is another hill of salt and spring of water, and men dwell round it called Atarantians, who alone of all men about whom we know are nameless, for while all taken together have the name Atarantians, each separate man of them has no name given to him. These utter curses against the sun when he is at his height, and moreover revile him with all manner of foul terms, because he oppresses them by his burning heat, both themselves and their land. After this at a distance of 10 days' journey there is another hill of salt and spring of water, and men dwell round it. Near this salt hill is a mountain named Atlas, which is small in circuit and rounded on every side, and so exceedingly lofty is it said to be, that it is not possible to see its summits, for clouds never leave them either in the summer or in the winter. This the natives say is the pillar of the heaven. After this mountain these men got their name, for they are called Atlantians, and it is said that they neither eat anything that has life, nor have any dreams. 185. As far as these Atlantians I am able to mention in order the names of those who are settled in the belt of sand, but for the parts beyond these I can do so no more. However, The belt extends as far as the pillars of Heracles and also in the parts outside them, and there is a mine of salt in it at a distance of 10 days' journey from the Atlantians, and men dwelling there, and these all have their houses built of the lumps of salt, since these parts of Libya which we have now reached are without rain, for if it rained, the walls being made of salt would not be able to last, and the salt is dug up there both white and purple in color, above the sand belt, in the parts which are in the direction of the south wind, and towards the interior of Libya. The country is uninhabited, without water and without wild beasts, rainless and treeless, and there is no trace of moisture in it. 186. I have said that from Egypt as far as the Lake Tritonis Libyans dwell who are nomads, eating flesh and drinking milk, and these do not taste at all of the flesh of cows, for the same reason as the Egyptians also abstain from it, nor do they keep swine. Moreover, the women of the Kyrenians too think it not right to eat cow's flesh, because of the Egyptian Isis, and they even keep fasts and celebrate festivals for her, and the women of Barca, in addition from cow's flesh, do not taste of swine either. 187. Thus it is with these matters, but in the region to the west of Lake Tritonis the Libyans cease to be nomads, and they do not practice the same customs, nor do to their children anything like that which the nomads are wont to do, for the nomad Libyans, whether all of them I cannot say for certain, but many of them, do as follows: when their children are 4 years old, they burn with a greasy piece of sheep's wool the veins in the crowns of their heads, and some of them burn the veins of the temples, so that for all their lives to come the cold humor may not run down from their heads and do them hurt, and for this reason it is, they say, that they are so healthy, for the Libyans are in truth the most healthy of all races concerning which we have knowledge, whether for this reason or not I cannot say for certain, but the most healthy they certainly are, and if, when they burn the children, a convulsion comes on, they have found out a remedy for this, for they pour upon them the water of a he-goat and so save them. I report that which is reported by the Libyans themselves. 188. The following is the manner of sacrifice which the nomads have. They cut off a part of the animal's ear as a first offering and throw it over the house, and having done this they twist its neck. They sacrifice only to the sun and the moon, that is to say, to these all the Libyans sacrifice, but those who dwell round the Lake Tritonis sacrifice most of all to Athene, and next to Triton and Poseidon. 189. It would appear also that the Hellenes made the dress, and the aegis of the images of Athene after the model of the Libyan women, for except that the dress of the Libyan women is of leather, and the tassels which hang from their aegis are not formed of serpents but of leather thongs, in all other respects Athene is dressed like them. Moreover, the name too declares that the dress of the figures of Pallas has come from Libya, for the Libyan women wear over their other garments bare goat skins, aegis, with tasselled fringes and coloured over with red madder, and from the name of these goat skins the Hellenes formed the name aegis. I think also that in these regions first arose the practice of crying aloud during the performance of sacred rites, for the Libyan women do this very well. The Hellenes learned from the Libyans also the yoking together of 4 horses. 190. The nomads bury those who die just in the same manner as the Hellenes, except only the Nasamonians. These bury bodies in a sitting posture, taking care at the moment when the man expires to place him sitting, and not to let him die lying down on his back. They have dwellings composed of the stems of asphodel entwined with rushes, and so made that they can be carried about. Such are the customs followed by these tribes. 191. On the west of the river Triton next after the Ausians come Libyans who are tillers of the soil, and whose custom it is to possess fixed habitations, and they are called Maxians. They grow their hair long on the right side of their heads, and cut it short upon the left, and smear their bodies over with red ochre. These say that they are of the men who came from Troy. This country and the rest of Libya, which is towards the west, is both much more frequented by wild beasts, and much more thickly wooded than the country of the nomads, for whereas the part of Libya which is situated towards the east, where the nomads dwell, is low-lying and sandy up to the river Triton, that which succeeds it towards the west, the country of those who till the soil, is exceedingly mountainous and thickly wooded and full of wild beasts, for in the land of these are found both the monstrous serpent, and the lion and the elephant, and bears and venomous snakes and horned asses, besides the dog-headed men, and the headless men with their eyes set in their breasts, at least so say the Libyans about them, and the wild men and wild women, and a great multitude of other beasts which are not fabulous like these. 192. In the land of the nomads, however, there exist none of these, but other animals as follows: white rump antelopes, gazelles, buffaloes, asses, not the horned kind but others which go without water, for in fact these never drink, or eyes, whose horns are made into the sides of the Phoenician lyre. This animal is in size about equal to an ox. Small foxes, hyenas, porcupines, wild rams, wolves, jackals, panthers, bulls, land crocodiles about 3 cubits in length and very much resembling lizards, ostriches, and small snakes, each with 1 horn. These wild animals there are in this country, as well as those which exist elsewhere, except the stag and the wild boar, but Libya has no stags nor wild boars at all. Also there are in this country 3 kinds of mice. One is called the 2-legged mouse, another the zegeris, a name which is Libyan and signifies in the Hellenic tongue a hill, and a third the pretty mouse. There are also weasels produced in the Scythian, which are very like those of Tartessus. Such are the wild animals which the land of the Libyans possesses, so far as we were able to discover by inquiries extended as much as possible. 193. Next to the Maxian Libyans are the Zoreks, whose women drive their chariots for them to war. 194. Next to these are the Gisants, among whom honey is made in great quantity by bees, but in much greater quantity still it is said to be made by men, who work at it as a trade. However that may be, these all smear themselves over with red ochre and eat monkeys, which are produced in very great numbers upon their mountains. 195. Opposite these, as the Carthaginians say, there lies an island called Chirois, 200 furlongs in length but narrow, to which one may walk over from the mainland, and it is full of olives and vines. In it they say there is a pool, from which the native girls with birds' feathers smeared over with pitch bring up gold dust out of the mud. Whether this is really so I do not know, but I write that which is reported, and nothing is impossible, for even in Zacynthus I saw myself pitch brought up out of a pool of water. There are there several pools, and the largest of them measures 70 feet each way and is 2 fathoms in depth. Into this they plunge a pole with a myrtle branch bound to it, and then with the branch of the myrtle they bring up pitch, which has the smell of asphalt, but in other respects it is superior to the pitch of Peluria. This they pour into a pit dug near the pool, and when they have collected a large quantity, then they pour it into the jars from the pit, and whatever thing falls into the pool goes underground and reappears in the sea, which is distant about 4 furlongs from the pool. Thus then the report about the island lying near the coast of Libya is also probably enough true. 196. The Carthaginians say also this, namely that there is a place in Libya and men dwelling there, outside the pillars of Heracles, to whom when they have come and have taken the merchandise forth from their ships, they set it in order along the beach and embark again in their ships, and after that they raise a smoke, and the natives of the country seeing the smoke come to the sea, and then they lay down gold as an equivalent for the merchandise, and retire to a distance away from the merchandise. The Carthaginians upon that disembark and examine it, and if the gold is in their opinion sufficient for the value of the merchandise, they take it up and go their way, but if not, they embark again in their ships and sit there, and the others approach and straightway add more gold to the former, until they satisfy them, and they say that neither party wrongs the other, for neither do the Carthaginians lay hands on the gold, until it is made equal to the value of their merchandise, nor do the others lay hands on the merchandise until the Carthaginians have taken the gold. 197. These are the Libyan tribes whom we are able to name, and of these the greater number neither now pay any regard to the king of the Medes, nor did they then. Thus much also I have to say about this land, namely that it is occupied by 4 races and no more, so far as we know, and of these races 2 are natives of the soil and the other 2 not so, for the Libyans and the Ethiopians are natives, the one race dwelling in the northern parts of Libya and the other in the southern, while the Phoenicians and the Hellenes are strangers. 198. I think moreover that, besides other things, in goodness of soil Libya does not very greatly excel as compared with Asia or Europe, except only the region of Knips, for the same name is given to the land as to the river. This region is equal to the best of lands in bringing forth the fruit of Demeter, nor does it at all resemble the rest of Libya, for it has black soil and is watered by springs, and neither has it fear of drought nor is it hurt by drinking too abundantly of rain, for rain there is in this part of Libya. Of the produce of the crops the same measures hold good here as for the Babylonian land. and that is good land also which the Eusporites occupy, for when it bears best it produces 100-fold, but the land in the region of Cnips produces sometimes as much as 300-fold 199. Moreover the land of Cyrene, which is the highest land of the part of Libya which is occupied by nomads, has within its confines 3 seasons of harvest, at which we may marvel, for the parts by the sea coasts first have their fruits ripe for reaping and for gathering the vintage, and when these have been gathered in, the parts which lie above the seaside places, though situated in the middle, which they call the hills, are ripe for the gathering in, and as soon as this middle crop has been gathered in, that in the highest part of the land comes to perfection and is ripe, so that by the time the first crop has been eaten and drunk up, the last is just coming in. Thus the harvest for the Cyrenians lasts 8 months. Let so much as has been said suffice for these things 200. Now when the spurs and helpers of fair time, having been sent from Egypt by Aryans, had arrived at Barca, they laid siege to the city, proposing to the inhabitants that they should give up those who were guilty of the murder of Archesilaus. But as all their people had taken a share in the guilt, they did not accept the proposals. Then they besieged Barca for 9 months, both digging underground passages which led to the wall and making vigorous attacks upon it. Now the passages dug were discovered by a worker of bronze with a shield covered over with bronze, who had thought of a plan as follows: carrying it round within the wall he applied it to the ground in the city, and whereas the other places to which he applied it were noiseless, at those places where digging was going on the bronze of the shield gave a sound, and the men of Barca would make a countermine there and slay the Persians who were digging mines. This then was discovered as I have said, and the attacks were repulsed by the men of Barca 201. Then as they were suffering hardship for a long time and many were falling on both sides, and especially on that of the Persians, Amasis the commander of the land army contrived as follows: perceiving that the Barcarians were not to be conquered by force but might be conquered by guile, he dug by night a broad trench and over it he laid timber of no great strength, and brought earth and laid it above on the top of the timber, making it level with the rest of the ground. Then at daybreak he invited the men of Barca to a parley, and they gladly consented, and at last they agreed to make a treaty, and the treaty they made with one another was taken over the hidden trench, namely that so long as this earth should continue to be as it was, so long the oath should remain firm, and that the men of Barca should promise to pay tribute of due amount to the king, and the Persians should do no further violence to the men of Barca. After the oath the men of Barca, trusting to these engagements, both went forth themselves from their city and let any who desired it of the enemy pass within their walls, having opened all their gates. But the Persians first broke down the concealed bridge, and then began to run inside the city wall, and the reason why they broke down the bridge, which they had made, was that they might keep their goats, since they had sworn to the men of Barca, that the oath should remain firm continually for so long time as the earth should remain as it then was. But after that they had broken it down, the oath no longer remained firm. 202. Now the most guilty of the Barcarians, when they were delivered to her by the Persians, Fairtime impaled in a ring round about the wall, and she cut off the breasts of their wives and set the wall round with these also in order, but the rest of the men of Barca she bade the Persians carry off as spoil, except so many of them as were of the house of Battus, and not sharers in the guilt of the murder, and to these Fairtime gave the city in charge.
203. So the Persians, having made slaves of the rest of the Barcarians, departed to go back, and when they appeared at the gates of the city of Cyrene, the Cyrenians let them go through their town in order to avoid neglect of some oracle. Then as the army was going through, Badus the commander of the fleet urged that they should capture the city, but Amasis the commander of the land army would not consent to it, for he said that they had been sent against no other city of the Hellenes except Barca. When however they had passed through and were encamping on the hill of Zeus Lycaeus, they repented of not having taken possession of Cyrene, and they endeavored again to pass into it, but the men of Cyrene would not allow them. Then upon the Persians, although no one fought against them, there fell a sudden panic, and they ran away for about 60 furlongs and then encamped. And when the camp had been placed here, there came to it a messenger from Aryans summoning them back. So the Persians asked the Cyrenians to give them provisions for their march and obtained their request, and having received these, they departed to go to Egypt. After this the Libyans took them up, and killed for the sake of their clothes and equipment those of them who at any time were left or straggled behind, until at last they came to Egypt. 204. This army of the Persians reached Eusporides, and this was their furthest point in Libya. and those of the Barcaeans whom they had reduced to slavery they removed again from Egypt and brought them to the king, and King Darius gave them a village in the land of Bactria in which to make a settlement. To this village they gave the name of Barca, and it still continued to be inhabited by them even down to my own time, in the land of Bactria 205. Fair time however did not bring her lives happily to an end any more than they, for as soon as she had returned from Libya to Egypt after having avenged herself on the Barcaeans, she died an evil death, having become suddenly full of worms while yet alive, for, as it seems, too severe punishments inflicted by men proved displeasing to the gods. Such and so great was the punishments inflicted by Fairtime the wife of Battus on the men of Barca. Herodotus Book V, Terpsichore, 1. In the meantime those of the Persians who had been left behind in Europe by Darius, of whom Megabyzus was the commander, had subdued the people of Perinthus first of the Hellespontians, since they refused to be subject to Darius. These had in former times also been hardly dealt with by the Paeonians, for the Paeonians from the Strymon had been commanded by an oracle of their god to march against the Perinthians, and if the Perinthians, when encamped opposite to them, should shout aloud and call to them by their name, they were to attack them, but if they should not shout to them, they were not to attack them, and thus the Paeonians proceeded to do. Now when the Perinthians were encamped opposite to them in the suburb of their city, a challenge was made and a single combat took place in 3 different forms, for they matched a man against a man, and a horse against a horse, and a dog against a dog. Then, as the Perinthians were getting the better in 2 of the 3, in their exultation they raised a shout of paean, and the Paeonians conjectured that this was the very thing which was spoken of in the oracle, and said doubtless to one another, "Now surely the oracle is being accomplished for us, now it is time for us to act." So the Paeonians attacked the Perinthians when they had raised the shout of paean, and they had much the better in the fight, and left but few of them alive too. Thus it happened with respect to those things which had been done to them in former times by the Paeonians, and at this time, although the Perinthians proved themselves as brave men in defense of their freedom, the Persians and Megabyzus got the better of them by numbers. Then after Perinthus had been conquered, Megabyzus marched his army through the length of Thracia, forcing every city and every race of those who dwell there to submit to the king, for so it had been commanded him by Darius, to subdue Thracia 3. Now the Thracian race is the most numerous, except the Indians, in all the world, and if it should come to be ruled over by one man, or to agree together in one, it would be irresistible in fight and the strongest by far of all nations, in my opinion. Since however this is impossible for them and cannot ever come to pass among them, they are in fact weak for that reason. They have many names, belonging to their various tribes in different places, but they all follow customs which are nearly the same in all respects, except the Getae and Trojans and those who dwell above the Cristonians, for, of these the practices of the Getae, who believe themselves to be immortal, have been spoken of by me already, and the Trojans perform everything else in the same manner as the other Thracians, but in regard to those who are born and die among them they do as follows: when a child has been born, the nearest of kin sit round it and make lamentation for all the evils of which he must fulfill the measure, now that he is born, enumerating the whole number of human ills, but when a man is dead, they cover him up in the earth with sport and rejoicing, saying at the same time from what great evils he has escaped and is now in perfect bliss. 5. Those who dwell above the Cristonians do as follows: each man has many wives, and when any man of them is dead, a great competition takes place among his wives, with much exertion on the part of their friends, about the question of which of them was most loved by their husband, and she who is preferred by the decision and so honored, is first praised by both men and women, then her throat is cut over the tomb by her nearest of kin, and afterwards she is buried together with her husband, and the others are exceedingly grieved at it, for this is counted as the greatest reproach to them. 6. Of the other Thracians the custom is to sell their children to be carried away out of the country, and over their maidens they do not keep watch, but allow them to have commerce with whatever men they please, but over their wives they keep very great watch, and they buy their wives for great sums of money from their parents. To be pricked with figures is accounted a mark of noble rank, and not to be so marked is a sign of low birth. Not to work is counted most honorable, and to be a worker of the soil is above all things dishonorable. To live on war and plunder is the most honorable thing. 7. These are their most remarkable customs, and of the gods they worship only Ares and Dionysus and Artemis. Their kings, however, apart from the rest of the people, worship Hermes more than all gods, and swear by him alone, and they say that they are descended from Hermes. 8. The manner of burial for the rich among them is this: For 3 days they expose the corpse to view, and they slay all kinds of victims and feast, having first made lamentation. Then they perform the burial rites, either consuming the body with fire or covering it up in the earth without burning, and afterwards when they have heaped up a mound they celebrate games with every kind of contest, in which reasonably the greatest prizes are assigned for single combat. This is the manner of burial among the Thracians. 9. Of the region lying further on towards the north of this country no one can declare accurately who the men are who dwell in it, but the parts which lie immediately beyond the Ister are known to be uninhabited and vast in extent. The only men of whom I can hear who dwell beyond the Ister are those who are said to be called Sigynnae, and who use the Median fashion of dress. Their horses, it is said, have shaggy hair all over their bodies, as much as 5 fingers long, and these are small and flat-nosed and too weak to carry men, but when yoked in chariots they are very high-spirited. Therefore the natives of the country drive chariots. The boundaries of this people extend, it is said, to the parts near the Enutoi, who live on the Adriatic, and people say that they are colonists from the Medes. In what way however these have come to be colonists from the Medes I am not able for my part to conceive, but everything is possible in the long course of ages. However that may be, the Ligurians who dwell in the region inland above Massalia call traders Sigynnae, and the men of Cyprus give the same name to spears. 10. Now the Thracians say that the other side of the Ister is occupied by bees, and that by reason of them it is not possible to pass through and proceed further, but to me it seems that when they so speak, they say that which is not probable, for these creatures are known to be intolerant of cold, and to me it seems that the regions which go up towards the pole are uninhabitable by reason of the cold climate. These then are the tales reported about this country, and however that may be, Megabazus was then making the coast regions of it subject to the Persians. 11. Meanwhile Darius, so soon as he had crossed over the Hellespont and come to Sardis, called to mind the service rendered to him by Histiaeus the Miletian and also the advice of the Mytilenean Colus, and having sent for them to come to Sardis he offered them a choice of rewards. Histiaeus then, being despot of Miletus, did not make request for any government in addition to that, but he asked for the district of Mykonos which belonged to the Edonians, desiring there to found a city. Histiaeus chose this for himself, but Cors, not being a despot but a man of the people, asked to be made despot of Mytilene. 12. After the desires of both had been fulfilled, they betook themselves to that which they had chosen, and at this same time it chanced that Darius saw a certain thing which made him desire to command Megabazus to conquer the Paeonians and remove them forcibly from Europe into Asia, and the thing was this: there were certain Paeonians named Pigas and Mantius, who when Darius had crossed over into Asia, came to Sardis, because they desired themselves to have rule over the Paeonians, and with them they brought their sister, who was tall and comely. Then having watched for a time when Darius took his seat publicly in the suburb of the Lydian city, they dressed up their sister in the best way they could, and sent her to fetch water, having a water jar upon her head and leading a horse after her by a bridle round her arm, and at the same time spinning flax. Now when the woman passed out of the city by him, Darius paid attention to the matter, for that which was done by the woman was not of Persian nor yet of Lydian fashion, nor indeed after the manner of any people of Asia. He sent therefore some of his spearmen, bidding them watch what the woman would do with the horse. They accordingly followed after her, and she having arrived at the river watered the horse, and having watered him and filled her jar with the water, she passed along by the same way, bearing the water upon her head, leading the horse after her by a bridle round her arm, and at the same time turning the spindle. 13. Then Darius, marveling both at that which he heard from those who went to observe and also at that which he saw himself, bade him bring her into his presence, and when she was brought, her brothers also came, who had been watching these things at no great distance off. So then when Darius asked of what country she was, the young men said that they were Paeonians and that she was their sister, and he replied, Who then are these Paeonians, and where upon the earth do they dwell? And he asked them also what they desired, that they had come to Sardis. They declared to him that they had come to give themselves up to him, and that Paeonia was a country situated upon the river Strymon, and that the Strymon was not far from the Hellespont, and finally that they were colonists from the Teucrians of Troy. All these things severally they told him, and he asked whether all the women of that land were as industrious as their sister, and they very readily replied to this also, saying that it was so, for it was with a view to that very thing that they had been doing this. 14. Then Darius wrote a letter to Megabazus, whom he had left to command his army in Thrace, bidding him remove the Paeonians from their place of habitation and bring them to the king, both themselves and their children and their wives, Then forthwith the horsemen set forth to ride in haste, bearing the message to the Hellespont, and having passed over to the other side he gave the paper to Megabazus. So he, having read it and having obtained guides from Thrace, set forth to march upon Paeonia. 15 And the Paeonians, being informed that the Persians were coming against them, gathered all their powers together and marched out in the direction of the sea, supposing that the Persians when they invaded them would make their attack on that side. The Paeonians then were prepared, as I say, to drive off the army of Megabazus when it came against them, but the Persians, hearing that the Paeonians had gathered their powers and were guarding the entrance which lay towards the sea, directed their course with guides along the upper road, and passing unperceived by the Paeonians they fell upon their cities, which were left without men, and finding them without defenders they easily took possession of them. The Paeonians, when they heard that their cities were in the hands of the enemy, at once dispersed, each tribe to its own place of abode, and proceeded to deliver themselves up to the Persians. Thus then it happened that these tribes of the Paeonians, namely the Syropaeonians, the Paeoclians and all up to the lake Prasius, were removed from their place of habitation and brought to Asia. 16 But those who dwell about Mount Pangaean, and about the Tiberians and Agrianians and Odomantians, and about the lake Prasius itself, were not conquered at all by Megabazus. He tried however to remove even those who lived in the lake and who had their dwellings in the following manner: a platform fastened together and resting upon lofty piles stood in the middle of the water of the lake, with a narrow approach to it from the mainland by a single bridge. The piles which supported the platform were no doubt originally set there by all the members of the community working together, but since that time they continue to set them by observance of this rule, that is to say, every man who marries brings from the mountain called Orbulus 3 piles for each wife and sets them as supports, and each man takes to himself many wives, and they have their dwelling thus, that is, each man has possession of a hut upon the platform in which he lives and of a trap-door leading through the platform down to the lake, and their infant children they tie with a rope by the foot, for fear that they should roll into the water. To their horses and beasts of burden they give fish for fodder, and of fish there is so great quantity that if a man open the trap-door and let down an empty basket by a cord into the lake, after waiting quite a short time he draws it up again full of fish. Of the fish there are 2 kinds, and they call them paprix and tilons. 17 So then those of the Paeonians who had been conquered were being brought to Asia, and Megabazus meanwhile, after he had conquered the Paeonians, sent as envoys to Macedonia 7 Persians, who after himself were the men of most repute in the army. These were being sent to Amyntas to demand of him earth and water for Darius the king. Now from Lake Prasius there is a very short way into Macedonia, for first, quite close to the lake, there is the mine from which after this time there came in regularly a talent of silver every day to Alexander, and after the mine, when you have passed over the mountain called Disoron, you are in Macedonia. 18 These Persians then, who had been sent to Amyntas, having arrived came into the presence of Amyntas and proceeded to demand earth and water for King Darius. This he was willing to give, and also he invited them to be his guests, and he prepared a magnificent dinner and received the Persians with friendly hospitality. Then when dinner was over, the Persians while drinking pledges to one another said thus: Macedonian guest friend, it is the custom among us Persians, when we set forth a great dinner, then to bring in also our concubines and lawful wives to sit beside us. Do thou then, since thou didst readily receive us and dost now entertain us magnificently as thy guests, and since thou art willing to give to King Darius earth and water, consent to follow our custom. To this Amyntas replied: Persians, among us the custom is not so, but that men should be separate from women. Since however ye being our masters make this request in addition, this also shall be given you. Having so said, Amyntas proceeded to send for the women, and when they came being summoned, they sat down in order opposite to the Persians. Then the Persians, seeing women of comely form, spoke to Amyntas and said that this which had been done was by no means well devised, for it was better that the women should not come at all, than that they should come and should not seat themselves by their side, but sit opposite and be a pain to their eyes. So Amyntas being compelled bade them sit by the side of the Persians, and when the women obeyed, forthwith the Persians, being much intoxicated, began to touch their breasts, and some no doubt also tried to kiss them. 19 Amyntas seeing this kept quiet, notwithstanding that he felt anger, because he excessively feared the Persians, but Alexander the son of Amyntas, who was present and saw this, being young and without experience of calamity, was not able to endure any longer, but being impatient of it he said to Amyntas, My father, do thou grant that which thy age demands, and go away to rest, nor persevere longer in the drinking. but I will remain here and give to our guests all that is convenient." On this Amyntas, understanding that Alexander was intending to do some violence, said, "My son, I think that I understand thy words, as the heat of anger moves thee, namely that thou desirest to send me away and then do some deed of violence. Therefore I ask of thee not to do violence to these men, that it may not be our ruin, but endure to see that which is being done. As to my departure, however, in that I will do as thou sayest." 20. When Amyntas, after having made of him this request, had departed, Alexander said to the Persians, "With these women ye have perfect freedom, guests, to have commerce with all, if ye so desire, or with as many of them as ye will. About this matter ye shall be they who give the word. But now, since already the hour is approaching for you to go to bed, and I see that ye have well drunk, let these women go away, if so it is pleasing to you, to bathe themselves, and when they have bathed, then receive them back into your company." Having so said, since the Persians readily agreed, he dismissed the women, when they had gone out, to the women's chambers, and Alexander himself equipped men equal in number to the women and smooth-faced, in the dress of the women, and giving them daggers he led them into the banqueting room, and as he led them in, he said thus to the Persians, "Persians, it seems to me that ye have been entertained with a feast to which nothing was wanting, for other things, as many as we had, and moreover such as we were able to find out and furnish, are all supplied to you, and there is this especially besides, which is the chief thing of all, that is, we give you freely in addition our mothers and our sisters, in order that ye may perceive fully that ye are honored by us with the treatment which ye deserve, and also in order that ye may report to the king who sent you that a man of Hellas, ruler under him of the Macedonians, entertained you well at board and bed." Having thus said, Alexander caused a Macedonian man in the guise of a woman to sit by each Persian, and they, when the Persians attempted to lay hands on them, slew them 21, so these perished by this fate, both they themselves and their company of servants, for there came with them carriages and servants and all the usual pomp of equipage, and this was all made away with at the same time as they. Afterwards in no long time a great search was made by the Persians for these men, and Alexander stopped them with cunning by giving large sums of money, and his own sister, whose name was Jajaya, by giving, I say, these things to Bubas a Persian, commander of those who were searching for the men who had been killed. Alexander stopped their search. 22. Thus the death of these Persians was kept concealed. And that these descendants of Herodotus are Hellenes, as they themselves say, I happen to know myself, and not only so, but I will prove in the succeeding history that they are Hellenes. Moreover, the Hellenodicae, who managed the games at Olympia, decided that they were so, for when Alexander wished to contend in the games and had descended for this purpose into the arena, the Hellenes who were to run against him tried to exclude him, saying that the contest was not for barbarians to contend in but for Hellenes. Since however Alexander proved that he was of Argos, he was judged to be a Hellene, and when he entered a contest of the foot race his lot came out with it of the first 23. Thus then it happened with regard to these things, and at the same time Megabazus had arrived at the Hellespont bringing with him the Paeonians, and thence after passing over the straits he came to Sardis. Then, since Histiarius the Milesian was already engaged in fortifying with a wall the place which he had asked and obtained from Darius as a reward for keeping safe the bridge of boats, this place being that which is called Machynus, lying along the bank of the river Strymon, Megabazus, having perceived that which was being done by Histiarius, as soon as he came to Sardis bringing the Paeonians, said thus to Darius, O king, what a thing is this that thou hast done, granting permission to a Hellene who is skillful and cunning to found a city in Thracia in a place where there is forest for shipbuilding in abundance and great quantity of wood for oars and mines of silver and great numbers both of Hellenes and barbarians living round, who when they have obtained a leader will do that which he shall command them both by day and by night. Therefore stop this man from doing so, that thou be not involved in a domestic war, and stop him by sending for him in a courteous manner, but when thou hast got him in thy hands, then cause that he shall never again return to the land of the Hellenes. 24. Thus saying Megabazus easily persuaded Darius, who thought that he was a true prophet of that which was likely to come to pass, and upon that Darius sent a messenger to Machynus and said as follows, Histiarius, King Darius saith these things, by taking thought I find that there is no one more sincerely well disposed than thou art to me and to my power, and this I know having learnt by deeds not words. Now therefore, since I have it in my mind to accomplish great matters, come hither to me by all means, that I may communicate them to thee. Histiarius therefore, trusting to these sayings and at the same time accounting it a great thing to become a counsellor of the king, came to Sardis, and when he had come Darius spoke to him as follows, Histiarius, I sent for thee for this reason, namely because when I had returned from the Scythians and thou wert gone away out of the sight of my eyes, never did I desire to see anything again within so short a time as I desired then both to see thee and that thou shouldst come to speech with me, since I perceived that the most valuable of all possessions is a friend who is a man of understanding and also sincerely well disposed, both which qualities I know exist in thee, and I am able to bear witness of them in regard to my affairs. Now therefore, for thou didst well in that thou camest hither, this is that which I propose to thee, leave Miletus alone and also thy newly founded city in Thracia, and coming with me to Susa, have whatsoever things I have, eating at my table and being my counselor. 25. Thus said Darius, and having appointed Artaphernes his own brother and the son of his father to be governor of Sardis, he marched away to Susa taking with him Histories, after he had first named Otanes to be commander of those who dwelt along the sea coasts. This man's father Sisams, who had been made one of the royal judges, King Cambyses slew, because he had judged the cause unjustly for money, and flayed off all his skin. Then after he had torn away the skin he cut leathern thongs out of it and stretched them across the seat where Sisams had been wont to sit to give judgment, and having stretched them in the seat, Cambyses appointed the son of that Sisams whom he had slain and flayed, to be judge instead of his father, enjoining him to remember in what seat he was sitting to give judgment. 26. This Otanes then, who was made to sit in that seat, had now become the successor of Megabazus in the command, and he conquered the Byzantians and Caltridonians, and he conquered Antandrus in the land of Troas, and Lamponian, and having received ships from the Lesbians he conquered Lemnos and Imbrus, which were both at that time still inhabited by Pelasgians. 27. Of these the Lemnians fought well, and defending themselves for a long time were at length brought to ruin, and over those of them who survived the Persians set as governor Lyceratus the brother of that Maandrius who had been king of Samos. This Lyceratus ruled in Lemnos till his death, and the cause of it was this: he continued to reduce all to slavery and subdue them, accusing some of desertion to the Scythians and others of doing damage to the army of Darius as it was coming back from Scythia. 28. Otanes then effected so much when he was made commander, and after this for a short time there was an abatement of evils, and then again evils began a second time to fall upon the Ionians, arising from Naxos and Miletus. For Naxos was superior to all the other islands in wealth, and Miletus at the same time had just then come to the very height of its prosperity and was the ornament of Ionia. But before these events for 2 generations of men it had been afflicted most violently by faction until the Parians reformed it, for these the Milesians chose of all the Hellenes to be reformers of their state. 29. Now the Parians thus reconciled their factions, the best men of them came to Miletus, and seeing that the Milesians were in a grievously ruined state, they said that they desired to go over their land, and while doing this and passing through the whole territory of Miletus, whenever they saw in the desolation of the land any field that was well cultivated, they wrote down the name of the owner of that field. Then when they had passed through the whole land and had found but few of such men, as soon as they returned to the city they called a general gathering and appointed these men to manage the state, whose fields they had found well cultivated, for they said that they thought these men would take care of the public affairs as they had taken care of their own, and the rest of the Milesians, who before had been divided by factions, they commanded to be obedient to these men. 30. The Parians then had thus reformed the Milesians, but at the time of which I speak evils began to come to Ionia from these states in the following manner. From Naxos certain men of the wealthier class were driven into exile by the people, and having gone into exile they arrived at Miletus. Now of Miletus it happened that Aristagoras son of Molpagoras was ruler in charge, being both a son-in-law and also a cousin of Histories the son of Lysigoras, whom Darius was keeping at Susa, for Histories was despot of Miletus, and it happened that he was at Susa at this time when the Naxans came, who had been in former times guest friends of Histories. So when the Naxans arrived, they made request of Aristagoras, to see if perchance he would supply them with a force, and so they might return from exile to their own land, and he, thinking that if by his means they should return to their own state, he would be ruler of Naxos, but at the same time making a pretext of the guest friendship of Histories, made proposal to them thus: I am not able to engage that I can supply you with sufficient force to bring you back from exile against the will of those Naxans who have control of the state. For I hear that the Naxans have an army which is 8,000 shields strong and many ships of war, but I will use every endeavor to devise a means, and my plan is this: it chances that Artaphernes is my friend. Now Artaphernes, you must know, is a son of Hystaspes and brother of Darius the king, and he is ruler of all the people of the sea coasts in Asia, with a great army and many ships. This man then I think will do whatsoever we shall request of him. Hearing this, the Naxons gave over the matter to Aristagoras to manage as best he could, and they bade him promise gifts and the expenses of the expedition, saying that they would pay them, for they had full expectation that when they should appear at Naxos, the Naxons would do all their bidding, and likewise also the other islanders, for of these islands, that is the Cyclades, not one was as yet subject to Darius. 31. Aristagoras accordingly having arrived at Sardis, said to Artaphernes that Naxos was an island not indeed large in size, but fair nevertheless and of fertile soil, as well as near to Ionia, and that there was in it much wealth and many slaves. Do thou therefore send an expedition against this land, and restore it to those who are now exiles from it, and if thou shalt do this, first I have ready for thee large sums of money apart from the expenses incurred for the expedition, which it is fair that we who conduct it should supply, and next thou wilt gain for the king not only Naxos itself but also the islands which are dependent upon it, Paros and Andros and the others which are called Cyclades, and setting out from these thou wilt easily attack Euboea, an island which is large in wealth, as large indeed as Cyprus, and very easy to conquer. To subdue all these 100 ships are sufficient. He made answer in these words, Thou makest thyself a reporter of good things to the house of the king, and in all these things thou advisest well, except as to the number of the ships, for instead of 100 there shall be prepared for thee 200 by the beginning of the spring. And it is right that the king himself also should join in approving this matter. 32. So Aristagoras hearing this went back to Miletus greatly rejoiced, and Artaphernes meanwhile, when he had sent to Susa and communicated that which was said by Aristagoras, and Darius himself also had joined in approving it, made ready 200 triremes and a very great multitude both of Persians and their allies, and appointed to be commander of these megabits a Persian, one of the Achaemenidae and a cousin to himself and to Darius, to whose daughter afterwards Pausanias the son of Cleombrotus the Lacedaemonian, at least if the story be true, betrothed himself, having formed a desire to become a despot of Hellas, having appointed Megabits, I say, to be commander. Artaphernes sent away the armament to Aristagoras. 33. So when Megabits had taken force together with the Naxons, he sailed with the pretence of going to the Hellespont, but when he came to Chios, he directed his ships to Caucasus, in order that he might from thence pass them over to Naxos with a north wind. Then, since it was not fated that the Naxons should be destroyed by this expedition, there happened an event which I shall narrate. As Megabits was going round to visit the guards set in the several ships, it chanced that in a ship of Midas there was no one on guard, and he being very angry bade his spearmen find out the commander of the ship, whose name was Scylax, and bind him in an oar-hole of his ship in such a manner that his head should be outside and his body within. When Scylax was thus bound, someone reported to Aristagoras that Megabits had bound his guest friend of Midas and was doing to him shameful outrage. He accordingly came and asked the Persian for his release, and as he did not obtain anything of that which he requested, he went himself and let him loose. Being informed of this, Megabits was exceedingly angry and broke out in rage against Aristagoras, and he replied, What hast thou to do with these matters? Did not Artaphernes send thee to obey me, and to sail whithersoever I should order? Why dost thou meddle with things which concern thee not? Thus said Aristagoras, and the other being enraged at this, when night came on sent men in a ship to Naxos to declare to the Naxons all the danger that threatened them. 34. For the Naxons were not at all expecting that this expedition would be against them, but when they were informed of it, forthwith they brought within the wall the property which was in the fields, and provided for themselves food and drink as for a siege, and strengthened their wall. These then were making preparations as for war to come upon them, and the others meanwhile having passed their ships over from Chios to Naxos, found them well defended when they made their attack, and besieged them for 4 months. Then when the money which the Persians had brought with them had all been consumed by them, and not only that, but Aristagoras himself had spent much in addition, and the siege demanded ever more and more, they built walls for the Naxon exiles and departed to the mainland again with ill success. 35. And so Aristagoras was not able to fulfill his promise to Artaphernes, and at the same time he was hard pressed by the demand made to him for the expenses of the expedition, and had fears because of the ill success of the armament and because he had become an enemy of Megabits, and he supposed that he would be deprived of his rule over Miletus. Having all these various fears he began to make plans of revolt, for it happened also that just at this time the man who had been marked upon the head had come from Hesiaeus who was at Susa, signifying that Aristagoras should revolt from the king. for Histories, desiring to signify to Aristagoras that he should revolt, was not able to do it safely in any other way, because the roads were guarded, but shaved off the hair of the most faithful of his slaves, and having marked his head by pricking it, waited till the hair had grown again, and as soon as it was grown, he sent him away to Miletus, giving him no other charge but this, namely that when he should have arrived at Miletus he should bid Aristagoras shave his hair and look at his head, and the marks, as I have said before, signified revolt. This thing Histories was doing, because he was greatly vexed by being detained at Susa. He had great hopes then that if a revolt occurred he would be let go to the sea coast, but if no change was made at Miletus he had no expectation of ever returning thither again. 36. Accordingly Histories with this intention was sending the messenger, and it chanced that all these things happened to Aristagoras together at the same time. He took counsel therefore with his partisans, declaring to them both his own opinion and the message from Histories, and while all the rest expressed an opinion to the same effect, urging him namely to make revolt, Herodotus the historian urged first that they should not undertake war with the king of the Persians, enumerating all the nations over whom Darius was ruler, and his power, and when he did not succeed in persuading him, he counselled next that they should manage to make themselves masters of the sea. Now this, he continued, could not come to pass in any other way, so far as he could see, for he knew that the force of the Milesians was weak, but if the treasures should be taken which were in the temple at Branchidae, which Croesus the Lydian dedicated as offerings, he had great hopes that they might become masters of the sea, and by this means they would not only themselves have wealth at their disposal, but the enemy would not be able to carry the things off as plunder. Now these treasures were of great value, as I have shown in the first part of their history. This opinion did not prevail, but nevertheless it was resolved to make revolt, and that one of them should sail to Myus, to make the force which had returned from Naxos and was then there, and endeavor to seize the commanders who sailed in the ships. 37. So Aristagoras was sent for this purpose and seized by Herodotus the son of Ibanolus of Mylasa, and Histories the son of Times of Termera, and Cors the son of Erxander, to whom Darius had given Mytilene as a gift, and Aristagoras the son of Heraclides of Chyme, and many others, and then Aristagoras openly made revolt and devised all that he could to the hurt of Darius. And first he pretended to resign the despotic power and give to Miletus equality, in order that the Milesians might be willing to revolt with him. Then afterwards he proceeded to do this same thing in the rest of Ionia also, and some of the despots he drove out, but those whom he had taken from the ships which had sailed with him to Naxos, these he surrendered, because he desired to do a pleasure to their cities, delivering them over severally to that city from which each one came. 38. Now the men of Mytilene, so soon as they received Cors into their hands, brought him out and stoned him to death, but the men of Chyme let their despot go, and so also most of the others let them go. Thus then the despots were deposed in the various cities, and Aristagoras the Milesian, after having deposed the despots, bade each people appoint commanders in their several cities, and then himself set forth as an envoy to Lacedaemon, for in truth it was necessary that he should find out some powerful alliance. 39. Now at Sparta Anaxandrides the son of Leon was no longer surviving as king, but had brought his life to an end, and Cleomenes the son of Anaxandrides was holding the royal power, not having obtained it by merit but by right of birth, for Anaxandrides had to wife his own sister's daughter and she was by him much beloved, but no children were born to him by her. This being so, the Ephor summoned him before them and said, If thou dost not for thyself take thought and time, yet we cannot suffer this to happen, that the race of Eurysthenes should become extinct. Do thou therefore put away from thee the wife whom thou now hast, since, as thou knowest, she bears thee no children, and marry another, and in doing so thou wilt please the Spartans. He made answer saying that he would do neither of these two things, and that they did not give him honorable counsel, in that they advised him to send away the wife whom he had, though she had done him no wrong, and to take to his house another, and in short he would not follow their advice. 40. Upon this the Ephors and the senators deliberated together and proposed to Anaxandrides as follows, Since then we perceive that thou art firmly attached to the wife whom thou now hast, consent to do this, and set not thyself against it, lest the Spartans take some counsel about the other than might be wished. We do not ask of thee the putting away of the wife whom thou hast, but do thou give to her all that thou givest now, and at the same time take to thy house another wife in addition to this one, to bear thee children. When they spoke to him after this manner, Anaxandrides consented, having two wives, a thing which was not by any means after the Spartan fashion. 41. Then when no long time had elapsed, the wife who had come in afterwards bore this Cleomenes of whom we spoke, and just when she was bringing to the light an heir to the kingdom of the Spartans, the former wife, who had during the time before been childless, then by some means conceived, chancing to do so just at that time, and though she was in truth with child, the kinsfolk of the wife who had come in afterwards, when they heard of it, cried out against her and said that she was making a vain boast, and that she meant to pass off another child as her own. Since then they made a great show of indignation, as the time was fast drawing near. The ephors, being incredulous, sat round and watched the woman during the birth of her child, and she bore Aureus, and then straightway conceived Leonidas, and after him at once Cleombrotus. Nay, some even say that Cleombrotus and Leonidas were twins. The wife, however, who had borne Cleomenes and had come in after the first wife, being the daughter of Prometates the son of Demamenus, did not bear a child again. 42. Now Cleomenes, it is said, was not quite in his right senses but on the verge of madness, while Dorius was of all his equals in age the first, and felt assured that he would obtain the kingdom by merit, seeing then that he had this opinion. When Anaxandriates died and the Lacedaemonians followed the usual custom, established the eldest, namely Cleomenes, upon the throne, Dorius, being indignant and not thinking it fit that he should be a subject of Cleomenes, asked the Spartans to give him a company of followers and led them out to found a colony, without either inquiring of the oracle at Delphi to what land he should go to make a settlement, or doing any of the things which are usually done, but being vexed he sailed away with his ships to Libya, and the Thracians were his guides thither. Then having come to Knips he made a settlement in the fairest spot of all Libya, along the banks of the river, but afterwards in the 3rd year he was driven out from thence by the Machae and the Libyans and the Carthaginians, and returned to Peloponnesus. 43. Then Antichus, a man of Ilion, gave him counsel out of the oracles of Laius to make a settlement at Heraclea in Sicily, saying that the whole land of Eryx belonged to the Heraclidae, since Heracles himself had won it. And hearing this he went forthwith to Delphi to inquire of the oracle whether he would be able to conquer the land to which he was setting forth, and the Pythian prophetess replied to him that he would conquer it. Dorius therefore took with him the armament which he conducted before to Libya, and voyaged along the coast of Italy. 44. Now at this time, the men of Sybaris say that they and their king Thales were about to make an expedition against Croton, and the men of Croton, being exceedingly alarmed, asked Dorius to help them and obtained their request. So Dorius joined them in an expedition against Sybaris and helped them to conquer Sybaris. This is what the men of Sybaris say of the doings of Dorius and his followers, but those of Croton say that no stranger helped them in the war against the Sybarites except Callias alone, a diviner of Elis and one of the descendants of Imus, and he in the following manner: he ran away, they say, from Thales the despot of the Sybarites, when the sacrifices did not prove favorable, as he was sacrificing for the expedition against Croton, and so he came to them. 45. Such, I say, are the tales which these tell, and they severally produce as evidence of them the following facts. The Sybarites point to a sacred enclosure and temple by the side of the dried-up bed of the Crathis, which they say that Dorius, after he had joined in the capture of the city, set up to Athens, surnamed of the Crathis, and besides they consider the death of Dorius himself to be a very strong evidence, thinking that he perished because he acted contrary to the oracle which was given to him, for if he had not done anything by the way but had continued to do that for which he was sent, he would have conquered the land of Eryx, and having conquered it would have become possessor of it, and he and his army would not have perished. On the other hand, the men of Croton declare that many things were granted in the territory of Croton as special gifts to Callias the Elesan, of which the descendants of Callias were still in possession down to my time, and that nothing was granted to Dorius or the descendants of Dorius, but if Dorius had in fact helped them in the way with Sybaris, many times as much, they say, would have been given to him as to Callias. These then are the evidences which the two sides produce, and we may assent to whichever of them we think credible. 46. Now there sailed with Dorius others also of the Spartans, to be joint founders with him of the colony, namely Thessalus and Pyraebates and Chelis and Euryleon, and these when they had reached Sicily with all their armament, were slain, being defeated in battle by the Phoenicians and the men of Egesta, and Euryleon only of the joint founders survived this disaster. This man then, having collected the survivors of the expedition, took possession of Minoa the colony of Selinus, and he helped to free the men of Selinus from their despot Pythagoras. Afterwards, when he had deposed him, he laid hands himself upon the despotism in Selinus and became sole ruler there, though but for a short time, for the men of Selinus rose in revolt against him and slew him, notwithstanding that he had fled for refuge to the altar of Zeus Agorius. 47. There had accompanied Dorius also and died with him Philip the son of Butichides, a man of Croton, who having betrothed himself to the daughter of Teles the Sybarite, became an exile from Croton, and then being disappointed of this marriage he sailed away to Cyrene, whence he set forth and accompanied Dorius with a trireme of his own, himself supplying the expenses of the crew. Now this man had been a victor at the Olympic Games, and he was the most beautiful of the Hellens who lived in his time, and on account of his beauty he obtained from the men of Egesta that which none else ever obtained from them, for they established a hero temple over his tomb, and they propitiate him still with sacrifices. 48. In this manner Dorius ended his life, but if he had endured to be a subject of Cleomenes and had remained in Sparta, he would have been king of Lacedaemon, for Cleomenes reigned no very long time, and died leaving no son to succeed him but a daughter only, whose name was Gorgo. 49. However, Aristagoras the despot of Miletus arrived at Sparta while Cleomenes was reigning, and accordingly with him he came to speech, having, as the Lacedaemonians say, a tablet of bronze, on which was engraved a map of the whole earth, with all the sea and all the rivers. And when he came to speech with Cleomenes he said to him as follows, Marvel not, Cleomenes, at my earnestness in coming hither, for the case is this, that the sons of the Ionians should be slaves instead of free is a reproach and a grief most of all indeed to ourselves, but of all others most to you, inasmuch as ye are the leaders of Hellas. Now therefore I entreat you by the gods of Hellas to rescue from slavery the Ionians, who are your own kinsmen, and ye may easily achieve this, for the barbarians are not valiant in fight, whereas ye have attained to the highest point of valor in that which relates to war, and their fighting is of this fashion, namely with bows and arrows and a short spear, and they go into battle wearing trousers and with caps on their heads, thus they are easily conquered. Then again they who occupy that continent of good things in such quantity as not all the other nations of the world together possess, first gold, then silver and bronze and embroidered garments and beasts of burden and slaves, all which ye might have for yourselves, if ye so desired, and the nations moreover dwell in such order one after the other as I shall declare, the Ionians here, and next to them the Lydians, who not only dwell in a fertile land, but are also exceedingly rich in gold and silver. And as he said this he pointed to the map of the earth, which he carried with him engraved upon the tablet, and here next to the Lydians, continued Aristagoras, are the eastern Phrygians, who have both the greatest number of sheep and cattle of any people that I know, and also the most abundant crops. Next to the Phrygians are the Cappadocians, whom we call Syrians, and bordering upon them are the Galicians, coming down to this sea, in which lies the island of Cyprus here, and these pay 500 talents to the king for their yearly tribute. Next to these Galicians are the Armenians, whom thou mayest see here, and these also have great numbers of sheep and cattle. Next to the Armenians are the Machenians occupying this country here, and next to them is the land of Kisha here, in which land by the banks of this river Choseps is situated that city of Susa where the great king has his residence, and where the money is laid up in treasuries. After ye have taken this city ye may then with good courage enter into a contest with Zeus in the matter of wealth. Nay, but can it be that ye feel yourselves bound to take upon you the risk of battles against Messenians and Arcadians and Argives, who are equally matched against you, for the sake of land which is not much in extent nor very fertile, and for confines which are but small, though these peoples have neither gold nor silver at all, for the sake of which desire incites one to fight and to die? Can this be, I say, and will ye choose some other way now, when it is possible for you easily to have the rule over all Asia? Aristagoras spoke thus, and Cleomenes answered him saying, Guest friend from Miletus, I defer my answer to thee until the day after tomorrow. 50. Thus further they advanced at that time, and when the appointed day arrived for the answer, and they had come to the place agreed upon, Cleomenes asked Aristagoras how many days' journey it was from the sea of the Ionians to the residence of the king. Now Aristagoras, who in other respects acted cleverly and imposed upon him well, in this point made a mistake, for whereas he ought not to have told him the truth, at least if he desired to bring the Spartans out to Asia, he said in fact that it was a journey up from the sea of 3 months, and the other cutting short the rest of the account which Aristagoras had begun to give of the way, said, Guest friend from Miletus, get thee away from Sparta before the sun has set, for thou speakest a word which sounds not well in the ears of the Lacedaemonians, desiring to take them a journey of 3 months from the sea. 51. Cleomenes accordingly having so said went away to his house, but Aristagoras took the suppliant's branch and went to the house of Cleomenes, and having entered in as a suppliant, he bade Cleomenes send away the child and listen to him, for the daughter of Cleomenes was standing by him, whose name was Gorgo, and this as it chanced was his only child, being of the age now of 8 or 9 years. Cleomenes however bade him say that which he desired to say, and not to stop on account of the child. Then Aristagoras proceeded to promise him money, beginning with 10 talents, if he would accomplish for him that for which he was asking, and when Cleomenes refused, Aristagoras went on increasing the sums of money offered, until at last he had promised 50 talents, and at that moment the child cried out, "Father, the stranger will do thee hurt, if thou do not leave him and go." Cleomenes, then, pleased by the counsel of the child, departed into another room, and Aristagoras went away from Sparta altogether, and had no opportunity of explaining any further about the way up from the sea to the residence of the king. 52. As regards this road the truth is as follows: everywhere there are royal stages and excellent resting places, and the whole road runs through country which is inhabited and safe. Through Lydia and Phrygia there extend 20 stages, amounting to 94.5 leagues, and after Phrygia succeeds the river Alice, at which there is a gate which one must needs pass through in order to cross the river, and a strong guard post is established there. Then after crossing over into Cappadocia it is 28 stages, being 104 leagues, by this way to the borders of Cilicia, and on the borders of the Cilicians you will pass through 2 several gates and go by 2 several guard posts. Then after passing through these it is 3 stages, amounting to 15.5 leagues, to journey through Cilicia, and the boundary of Cilicia and Armenia is a navigable river called Euphrates. In Armenia the number of stages with resting places is 15, and of leagues 56.5, and there is a guard post on the way. Then from Armenia, when one enters the land of Machine, there are 34 stages, amounting to 137 leagues, and through this land flow 4 navigable rivers, which cannot be crossed but by ferries, first the Tigris, then a second and third called both by the same name, though they are not the same river nor do they flow from the same region, for the first mentioned of them flows from the Armenian land and the other from that of the Machinians, and the fourth of the rivers is called Gins, the same which once Cyrus divided into 360 channels. Passing thence into the Kishan land, there are 11 stages, 42.5 leagues, to the river Chosps, which is also a navigable stream, and upon this is built the city of Susa. The number of these stages amounts in all to 111.53. This is the number of stages with resting places, as one goes up from Sardis to Susa, and if the royal road has been rightly measured as regards leagues, and if the league is equal to 30 furlongs, as undoubtedly it is, the number of furlongs from Sardis to that which is called the Palace of Memnon is 13,500, the number of leagues being 450. So if one travels 150 furlongs each day, just 90 days are spent on the journey. 54. Thus the Milesian Aristagoras, when he told Cleomenes the Lacedaemonian that the journey up from the sea to the residence of the king was one of 3 months, spoke correctly, but if anyone demands a more exact statement yet than this, I will give him that also, for we ought to reckon in addition to this the length of the road from Ephesus to Sardis, and I say accordingly that the whole number of furlongs from the Sea of Hellas to Susa, for by that name the city of Memnon is known, is 14,040, for the number of furlongs from Ephesus to Sardis is 540, thus the 3 months' journey is lengthened by 3 days added. 55. Aristagoras then being driven out of Sparta proceeded to Athens, which had been set free from the rule of despots in the way which I shall tell, when Hipparchus the son of Pisistratus and brother of the despot Hippias, after seeing a vision of a dream which signified it to him plainly, had been slain by Aristogiton and Harmodius, who were originally by descent Gephyraians. The Athenians continued for 4 years after this to be despotically governed no less than formerly, nay, even more. 56. Now the vision of a dream which Hipparchus had was this: in the night before the Panathenaea it seemed to Hipparchus that a man came and stood by him, tall and of fair form, and riddling spoke to him these verses: with enduring soul as a lion endure unendurable evil, no one of men who doth wrong shall escape from the judgment appointed. These verses, as soon as it was day, he publicly communicated to the interpreters of dreams, but afterwards he put away thought of the vision and began to take part in that procession during which he lost his life. 57. Now the Gephyraians, of whom those who murdered Hipparchus, according to their own account were originally descended from Eritrea, but as I find by carrying inquiries back, they were Phoenicians of those who came with Cadmus to the land which is now called Boeotia, and they dwelled in the district of Tanagra, which they had allotted to them in that land. Then after the Cadmoians had first been driven out by the Argives, these Gephyraians next were driven out by the Boeotians and turned then towards Athens, and the Athenians received them on certain fixed conditions to be citizens of their state, laying down rules that they should be excluded from a number of things not worth mentioning here. 58. Now these Phoenicians who came with Hadus, of whom were the Gephyrians, brought in among the Hellenes many arts when they settled in this land of Boeotia, and especially letters, which did not exist, as it appears to me, among the Hellenes before this time, and at first they brought in those which are used by the Phoenician race generally, but afterwards, as time went on, they changed with their speech the form of the letters also. During this time the Ionians were the race of Hellenes who dwelt near them in most of the places where they were, and these, having received letters by instruction of the Phoenicians, changed their form slightly and so made use of them, and in doing so they declared them to be called Phoenicians, as was just, seeing that the Phoenicians had introduced them into Hellas. Also the Ionians from ancient time call paper skins, because formerly, paper being scarce, they used skins of goat and sheep. Nay, even in my own time many of the barbarians write on such skins. 59. I myself too once saw Cadmeian characters in the temple of Ismenian Apollo at Thebes of the Boeotians, engraved on certain tripods, and in most respects resembling the Ionic letters. One of these tripods has the inscription, "Me Amphitryon offered from land Teleboian returning." This inscription would be of an age contemporary with Laius the son of Laabdocus, the son of Polydorus, the son of Cadmus. 60. Another tripod says thus in hexameter rhythm, "Me did scarce offer to thee, far-darting Apollo, victor in contest of boxing, a gift most fair in thine honour. Now scarce would be the son of Hippocrates, at least if it were really he who offered it, and not another with the same name as the son of Hippocrates, being of an age contemporary with Oedipus the son of Laius." 61. And the third tripod, also in hexameter rhythm, says, "Me Laodamas offered to thee, fair aiming Apollo, he, of his wealth, being king, as a gift most fair in thine honour." Now it was in the reign of this very Laodamas the son of Eteocles that the Cadmeians were driven out by the Argives and turned to go to the Aemgelians, and the Gephyrians being then left behind were afterwards forced by the Boeotians to retire to Athens. Moreover they have temples established in Athens, in which the other Athenians have no part, and besides others which are different from the rest, there is especially a temple of Demeter Achaia and the celebration of her mistress. 62. I have told now of the vision of a dream seen by Hipparchus, and also whence the Gephyrians were descended, of which race were the murderers of Hipparchus, and in addition to this I must resume and continue the story which I was about to tell at first, how the Athenians were freed from despots, when Hippias was despot and was dealing harshly with the Athenians because of the death of Hipparchus. The Alcmaeonidae, who were of Athenian race and were fugitives from the sons of Pisistratus, as they did not succeed in their attempt made together with the other Athenian exiles to return by force, but met with great disaster when they attempted to return and set Athens free, after they had fortified Lepsidrion which is above Paeonia. These Alcmaeonidae after that, still devising every means against the sons of Pisistratus, accepted a contract to build and complete the temple at Delphi, that namely which now exists but then did not as yet. And being wealthy and men of repute already from ancient time, they completed the temple in a manner more beautiful than the plan required, and especially in this respect, that having agreed to make the temple of common limestone, they built the front parts of it in Parian marble. 63. So then, as the Athenians say, these men being settled at Delphi persuaded the Pythian prophetess by gifts of money, that whenever men of the Spartans should come to inquire of the oracle, either privately or publicly sent, she should propose to them to set Athens free. The Lacedaemonians therefore, since the same utterance was delivered to them on all occasions, sent Anchimolius the son of Aster, who was of repute among their citizens, with an army to drive out the sons of Pisistratus from Athens, although these were very closely connected with them by guest friendship, for they held that the concerns of the god should be preferred to those of men, and this force they sent by sea in ships. He therefore, having put him to shore at Phaleron, disembarked his army, but the sons of Pisistratus being informed of this beforehand called in to their aid an auxiliary force from Thessaly, for they had made an alliance with the Thessalians, and the Thessalians at their request sent by public resolution a body of 1,000 horse and also their king Cines, a man of Conion. So having obtained these as allies, the sons of Pisistratus contrived as follows: they cut down the trees in the plain of Phaleron and made this district fit for horsemen to ride over, and after that they sent the cavalry to attack the enemy's camp, who falling upon it slew, besides many others of the Lacedaemonians, Anchimolius himself also, and the survivors of them they shut up in their ships. Such was the issue of the first expedition from Lacedaemon, and the burial place of Anchimolius is at Alopicae in Attica, near the temple of Heracles which is at Cynosarges. 64. After this the Lacedaemonians equipped a larger expedition and sent it forth against Athens, and they appointed to be commander of the army their king Cleomenes the son of Anaxandrides, and sent it this time not by sea but by land. With these, when they had invaded the land of Attica, first the Thessalian horse engaged battle, and in no long time they were routed and there fell of them more than 40 men, so the survivors departed without more ado and went straight back to Thessaly. Then Cleomenes came to the city together with those of the Athenians who desired to be free, and began to besiege the despots shut up in the Pelasgian wall 64, and the Lacedaemonians would never have captured the sons of Pisistratus at all, for they on their side had no design to make a long blockade, and the others were well provided with food and drink, so that they would have gone away back to Sparta after besieging them for a few days only. But as it was, a thing happened just at this time which was unfortunate for those, and at the same time of assistance to these, for the children of the sons of Pisistratus were captured, while being secretly removed out of the country, and when this happened, all their matters were thereby cast into confusion, and they surrendered, receiving back their children on the terms which the Athenians desired, namely that they should depart out of Attica within 5 days. After this they departed out of the country and went to Sigeon on the Scamander, after their family had ruled over the Athenians for 36 years. These also were originally Pylians and sons of Neleus, descended from the same ancestors as the family of Codrus and Milentus, who had formerly become kings of Athens being settlers from abroad. Hence too Hippocrates had given to his son the name of Pisistratus as a memorial, calling him after Pisistratus the son of Nestor. Thus the Athenians were freed from despots, and the things worthy to be narrated which they did or suffered after they were liberated, up to the time when Ionia revolted from Darius and Aristagoras the Milesian came to Athens and asked them to help him. These I will set forth first before I proceed further. 66. Athens, which even before that time was great, then, after having been freed from despots, became gradually yet greater, and in it 2 men exercised power, namely Cleisthenes a descendant of Alcmaeon, the same who is reported to have bribed the Pythian prophetess, and Isagoras, the son of Tisander, of a family which was highly reputed, but of his original descent I am not able to declare. His kinsmen however offer sacrifices to the Carian Zeus. These men came to party strife for power, and then Cleisthenes was being worsted in the struggle. He made common cause with the people. After this he caused the Athenians to be in 10 tribes, who were formerly in 4, and he changed the names by which they were called after the sons of Ion, namely Gilion, Aegicorius, Argades, and Hoples, and invented for them names taken from other heroes, all native Athenians except Ajax, whom he added as a neighbor and ally, although he was no Athenian. 67. Now in these things it seems to me that this Cleisthenes was imitating his mother's father Cleisthenes the despot of Sicyon, for Cleisthenes when he went to war with Argos first caused to cease in Sicyon the contests of rhapsodists, which were concerned with the poems of Homer, because Argives and Argos are celebrated in them almost everywhere. Then secondly, since there was, as still there is, in the marketplace itself of the Sicyonians a hero, temple of Adrastus the son of Talaeus, Cleisthenes had a desire to cast him forth out of the land, because he was an Argive. So having come to Delphi he consulted the oracle as to whether he should cast out Adrastus, and the Pythian prophetess answered him saying that Adrastus was king of the Sicyonians, whereas he was a stoner of them. So since the god did not permit him to do this, he went away home and considered means by which Adrastus should be brought to depart of his own accord, and when he thought that he had discovered them, he sent to Thebes in Boeotia and said that he desired to introduce into his city Melanippus the son of Astacus, and the Thebans gave him leave. So Cleisthenes introduced Melanippus into his city, and appointed for him a sacred enclosure within the precincts of the city hall itself, and established him there in the strongest position. Now Cleisthenes introduced Melanippus, for I must relate this also, because he was the greatest enemy of Adrastus, seeing that he had killed both his brother Megistius and his son-in-law Tydeus, and when he had appointed the sacred enclosure for him, he took away the sacrifices and festivals of Adrastus and gave them to Melanippus. Now the Sicyonians were accustomed to honor Adrastus with very great honors, for this land was formerly the land of Polybus, and Adrastus was daughter's son to Polybus, and Polybus dying without sons gave his kingdom to Adrastus. The Sicyonians then not only gave other honors to Adrastus, but also with reference to his sufferings they specially honored him with tragic choruses, not paying the honor to Dionysus but to Adrastus. Cleisthenes however gave back the choruses to Dionysus, and the other rites besides this he gave to Melanippus. 68. Thus he had done to Adrastus, and he also changed the names of the Dorian tribes, in order that the Sicyon might not have the same tribes as the Argives, in which matter he showed great contempt of the Scythonians, for the names he gave were taken from the names of a pig and an ass by changing only the endings, except in the case of his own tribe, to which he gave a name from his own rule. These last then were called Archelaoi, while of the rest those of one tribe were called Hiate, of another Onite, and of the remaining tribe Ichwerite. These names of tribes were used by the men of Sicyon not only in the reign of Cleisthenes, but also beyond that for 60 years after his death. Then however they considered the matter and changed them into Herles, Pamphiloi, and Amanite, adding to these a fourth, to which they gave the name Aegialius after Aegialius the son of Adrastus 69. Thus had the Cleisthenes of Sicyon done, and the Athenian Cleisthenes, who was his daughter's son and was called after him, despising, as I suppose, the Ionians, as he the Dorians, imitated his namesake Cleisthenes in order that the Athenians might not have the same tribes as the Ionians, for when at the time of which we speak he added to his own party the whole body of the common people of the Athenians, which in former time he had despised, he changed the names of the tribes and made them more in number than they had been. He made in fact 10 rulers of tribes instead of 4, and by 10s also he distributed adems in the tribes, and having added the common people to his party he was much superior to his opponents 70. Then Isagoras, as he was being roasted in his turn, contrived a plan in opposition to him, that is to say, he called in Cleomenes the Lacedaemonian to help him, who had been a guest friend to himself since the siege of the sons of Pisistratus. Moreover Cleomenes was accused of being intimate with the wife of Isagoras. First then Cleomenes sent a herald to Athens demanding the expulsion of Cleisthenes and with him many others of the Athenians, calling them the men who were under the curse. This message he sent by instruction of Isagoras, for the Alcmaeonidae and their party were accused of the murder to which reference was thus made, while he and his friends had no part in it 71. Now the men of the Athenians who were under the curse got this name as follows. There was one Chilon among the Athenians, a man who had gained the victory at the Olympic Games. This man behaved with arrogance, wishing to make himself despot, and having formed for himself an association of men of his own age, he endeavored to seize the Acropolis, but not being able to get possession of it, he sat down as a suppliant before the image of the goddess. These men were taken from their place as suppliants by the presidents of the Naucaries, who then administered affairs at Athens, on the condition that they should be liable to any penalty short of death, and the Alcmaeonidae are accused of having put them to death. This had occurred before the time of Pisistratus 72. Now when Cleomenes sent demanding the expulsion of Cleisthenes and of those under the curse, Cleisthenes himself retired secretly, but after that nevertheless Cleomenes appeared in Athens with no very large force, and having arrived he proceeded to expel as accursed 700 Athenian families, of which Isagoras had suggested to him the names. Having done this he next endeavored to dissolve the Senate, and he put the offices of the state into the hands of 300, who were the partisans of Isagoras. The Senate however making opposition, and not being willing to submit, Cleomenes with Isagoras and his partisans seized the Acropolis. Then the rest of the Athenians joined together by common consent and besieged them for 2 days, and on the 3rd day so many of them as well Lacedaemonians departed out of the country under a truce. Thus was accomplished, for Cleomenes the ominous saying which was uttered to him, for when he had ascended the Acropolis with a design of taking possession of it, he was going to the sanctuary of the goddess, as to address her in prayer, but the priestess stood up from her seat before he had passed through the door, and said, Lacedaemonian stranger, go back and enter not into the temple, for it is not lawful for Dorians to pass in hither. He said, Woman, I am not a Dorian, but an Achaean. So then, paying no attention to the ominous speech, he made his attempt and then was expelled again with the Lacedaemonians, but the rest of them and the Athenians laid in bonds to be put to death, and among them Scythius the Delphian, with regard to whom I might mention very great deeds of strength and courage which he performed 73. These then having been thus laid in bonds were put to death, and the Athenians after this sent for Cleisthenes to return, and also for the 700 families which had been driven out by Cleomenes, and then they sent envoys to Sardis, desiring to make an alliance with the Persians, for they were well assured that the Lacedaemonians and Cleomenes had been utterly made their foes. So when these envoys had arrived at Sardis and were saying that which they had been commanded to say, Artaphernes the son of Hystaspes, the governor of Sardis, asked what men these were who requested to be allies of the Persians, and where upon the earth they dwelt, and having heard this from the envoys, he summed up his answer to them thus, saying that if the Athenians were willing to give earth and water to Darius, he was willing to make alliance with them, but if not, he bade them begone. and the envoys taking the matter upon themselves said that they were willing to do so, because they desired to make the alliance. 74. These, when they returned to their own land, were highly censured, and Cleomenes meanwhile, conceiving that he had been outrageously dealt with by the Athenians both with words and with deeds, was gathering together an army from the whole of the Peloponnese, not declaring the purpose for which he was gathering it, but desiring to take vengeance on the people of the Athenians, and intending to make Isagoras despot, for he too had come out of the Acropolis together with Cleomenes. Cleomenes then with a large army entered Eleusis, while at the same time the Boeotians by agreement with him captured Oino and Aegae, the Dems which lay upon the extreme borders of Attica, and the Chalcidians on the other side invaded and began to ravage various districts of Attica. The Athenians then, though attacked on more sides than one, thought that they would remember the Boeotians and Chalcidians afterwards, and array themselves against the Peloponnesians who were in Eleusis. 75. Then as the armies were just about the joint battle, the Corinthians first, considering with themselves that they were not acting rightly, changed their minds and departed, and after that Demaratus the son of Ariston did the same, who was king of the Spartans as well as Cleomenes, though he had joined with him in leading the army out from Lacedaemon and had not been before this at variance with Cleomenes. In consequence of this dissension a law was laid down at Sparta that it should not be permitted, when an army went out, that both the kings should go with it, for up to this time both used to go with it, and that as one of the kings was set free from service, so one of the sons of Tyndareus also should be left behind, for before this time both of these two were called upon by them for help and went with the armies. 76. At this time then in Eleusis the rest of the allies, seeing that the kings of the Lacedaemonians did not agree and also that the Corinthians had deserted their place in the ranks, themselves too departed and got them away quickly. And this was the fourth time that the Dorians had come to Attica, twice having invaded it to make war against it, and twice to help the mass of the Athenian people, first when they at the same time colonized Megara. This expedition may rightly be designated as taking place when Codrus was king of the Athenians, for the second and third times when they came making expeditions from Sparta to drive out the sons of Pisistratus, and fourthly on this occasion, when Cleomenes at the head of the Peloponnesians invaded Eleusis. Thus the Dorians invaded Athens then for the fourth time. 77. This army then having been ingloriously broken up, the Athenians after that, desiring to avenge themselves, made expedition first against the Chalcidians, and the Boeotians came to the Euripus to help the Chalcidians. The Athenians, therefore, seeing those who had come to help, resolved first to attack the Boeotians before the Chalcidians. Accordingly they engaged battle with the Boeotians, and had much the better of them, and after having slain very many they took 700 of them captive. On this very same day the Athenians passed over into Euboea and engaged battle with the Chalcidians as well, and having conquered these also, they left 4,000 holders of allotments in the land belonging to the breeders of horses. Now the wealthier of the Chalcidians were called the breeders of horses. And as many of them as they took captive, they kept in confinement together with the Boeotians who had been captured, bound with fetters, and then after a time they let them go, having fixed their ransom at 2 pounds of silver apiece. But their fetters, in which they had been bound, they hung up on the Acropolis, and these were still existing even to my time, hanging on walls which had been scorched with fire by the Mede, and just opposite the sanctuary which lies towards the west. The 10th part of the ransom also they dedicated for an offering, and made of it a 4-horse chariot of bronze, which stands on the left hand as you enter the Propylaea and the Acropolis, and on it is the following inscription: matched in the deeds of war with the tribes of Boeotia and Chalcis the sons of Athens prevailed, conquered and tamed them in fight, in chains of iron and darkness they quenched their insolent spirit, and to Athens present these, of their ransom a tithe. 78. The Athenians accordingly increased in power, and it is evident, not by one instance only but in every way, that equality is an excellent thing, since the Athenians while they were ruled by despots were not better in war than any of those who dwelt about them, whereas after they had got rid of despots they became far the first. This proves that when they were kept down they were willfully slack, because they were working for a master, whereas when they had been set free each one was eager to achieve something for himself. 79. These then were faring thus, and the Thebans after this sent to the god, desiring to be avenged on the Athenians. The Pythian prophetess however said that vengeance was not possible for them by their own strength alone, but bade them report the matter to the many-voiced and ask help of those who were nearest to them. So when those who were sent to consult the oracle returned, they made a general assembly and reported the oracle, and then the Thebans heard them say that they were to ask help of those who were nearest to them. They said, "Surely those who dwell nearest to us are the men of Tanagra and Coronea and Thisbe, and these always fight zealously on our side and endure the war with us to the end. What need is there that we ask of these? Rather perhaps that is not the meaning of the oracle." 80. While they commented upon it thus, at length one perceived that which the oracle means to tell us. Asopus is said to have had 2 daughters born to him, Thebe and Aegina, and as these are sisters, I think that the god gave us for answer that we should ask the men of Aegina to become our helpers. Then as there seemed to be no opinion expressed which was better than this, they sent forthwith and asked the men of Aegina to help them, calling upon them in accordance with the oracle, and they, when these made request, said that they sent with them the sons of Aeacus to help them. 81. After that the Thebans, having made an attempt with the alliance of the sons of Aeacus and having been roughly handled by the Athenians, sent again and gave them back the sons of Aeacus and asked them for men. So the Aeginetans, exalted by great prosperity and calling to mind an ancient grudge against the Athenians, then on the request of the Thebans commenced war against the Athenians without notice, for while the Athenians were intent on the Boeotians, they sailed against them to Attica with ships of war, and they devastated Phaleron and also many dams in the remainder of the coast region, and so doing they deeply stirred the resentment of the Athenians. 82. Now the grudge which was due beforehand from the Aeginetans to the Athenians came about from a beginning which was as follows: the land of the Epidaurians yielded to its inhabitants no fruit, and accordingly with reference to this calamity the Epidaurians went to inquire at Delphi, and the Pythian prophetess bade them set up images of Damia and Auxesia, and said that when they had set up these, they would meet with better fortune. The Epidaurians then asked further whether they should make images of bronze or of stone, and the prophetess bade them not use either of these, but make them of the wood of a cultivated olive tree. The Epidaurians therefore asked the Athenians to allow them to cut for themselves an olive tree, since they thought that their olives were the most sacred. Nay, some say that at that time there were no olives in any part of the earth except at Athens. The Athenians said that they would allow them on condition that they should every year bring due offerings to Athinopolius and to Erechtheus. The Epidaurians, then, having agreed to these terms, obtained that which they asked, and they made images out of these olive trees and set them up, and their land bore fruit and they continued to fulfill towards the Athenians that which they had agreed to do. 83. Now during this time and also before this the Aeginetans were subject to the Epidaurians, and besides other things they were wont to pass over to Epidaurus to have their disputes with one another settled by law. But after this time they built for themselves ships and made revolt from the Epidaurians, moved thereto by willfulness, so as they were at variance with them, they continued to inflict damage on them, since in fact they had command of the sea, and especially they stole away from them these images of Damia and Auxesia, and they brought them and set them up in the inland part of their country at a place called Oia, which is about 20 furlongs distant from their city. Having set them up in this spot they worshipped them with sacrifices and choruses of women accompanied with scurrilous jesting, 10 men being appointed for each of the deities to provide the choruses, and the choruses spoke evil of no man, but only of the women of the place. Now the Epidaurians also have the same rites, and they have also rites which may not be divulged. 84. These images then having been stolen, the Epidaurians no longer continued to fulfill towards the Athenians that which they had agreed. The Athenians accordingly sent and expressed displeasure to the Epidaurians, and they declared saying that they were doing no wrong, for during the time when they had the images in their country they continued to fulfill that which they had agreed upon, but since they had been deprived of them, it was not just that they should make the offerings any more, and they bade them demand these from the men of Aegina, who had the images. So the Athenians sent to Aegina and demanded the images back, but the Aeginetans said that they had nothing to do with the Athenians. 85. The Athenians then report that in one single trireme were dispatched those of their citizens who were sent by the state after this demand, who having come to Aegina, attempted to tear up from off their pedestals the images, alleging that they were made of wood which belonged to the Athenians, in order to carry them back with them, but not being able to get hold of them in this manner, say the Athenians, they threw ropes round them and were pulling them, when suddenly, as they pulled, thunder came on and an earthquake at the same time with the thunder, and the crew of the trireme who were pulling were made beside themselves by these, and being brought to this condition they killed one another as if they were enemies, until at last but one of the whole number was left, and he returned alone to Phaleron. 86. Thus the Athenians report that it came to pass, but the Aeginetans say that it was not with a single ship that the Athenians came, for a single ship, and even a few more than one, they could have easily repelled, even if they had not happened to have ships of their own, but they say that the Athenians sailed upon their country with a large fleet of ships, and they gave way before them and did not fight a sea battle. They cannot however declare with certainty whether they gave way thus because they admitted that they were not strong enough to fight the battle by sea, or because they intended to do something of the kind which they actually did. The Athenians then, they say, as no one met them in fight, landed from their ships and made for the images, but not being able to tear them up from their pedestals, at last they threw ropes round them and began to pull, until the images, as they were being pulled, did both the same thing, and here they report something which I cannot believe, but some other man may, for they say that the images fell upon their knees to them and that they continue to be in that position ever since this time. The Athenians, they say, were doing thus, and meanwhile they themselves, say the Aeginetans, being informed that the Athenians were about to make an expedition against them, got the Argives to help them, and just when the Athenians had disembarked upon the Aeginetan land, the Argives had come to their rescue, and not having been perceived when they passed over from Epidaurus to the island, they fell upon the Athenians before these had heard anything of the matter, cutting them off secretly from the way to their ships, and at this moment it was that the thunder and the earthquake came upon them. 87. This is the report which is given by the Argives and Aeginetans both, and it is admitted by the Athenians also that but one alone of them survived and came back to Attica. Only the Argives say that this one remained alive from destruction wrought by them upon the army of Athens, while the Athenians say that the divine power was the destroyer. However, even this one man did not remain alive, but perished, they say, in the following manner. When he returned to Athens he reported the calamity which had happened, and the wives of the men who had gone on the expedition to Aegina, hearing it and being very indignant that he alone of all had survived, came round this man and proceeded to stab him with the brooches of their mantles, each one of them asking of him where her husband was. Thus he was slain, and to the Athenians it seemed that the deed of the women was a much more terrible thing even than the calamity which had happened, and not knowing, it is said, how they should punish the women in any other way, they changed their fashion of dress to that of Ionia, for before this the women of the Athenians wore Dorian dress, very like that of Corinth. They changed it therefore to the linen tunic, in order that they might not have use for brooches. 88. In truth however this fashion of dress is not Ionian originally but Carian, for the old Hellenic fashion of dress for women was universally the same as that which we now call Dorian. Moreover it is said that with reference to these events the Argives and Aeginetans made it a custom among themselves in both countries to have the brooches made half as large again as the size which was then established in use, and that their women should offer brooches especially in the temple of these goddesses, and also that they should carry neither pottery of Athens nor anything else of Athenian make to the temple, but that it should be the custom for the future to drink there from pitchers made in the lands themselves. 89. The women of the Argives and Aeginetans from this time onwards because of the quarrel with the Athenians continued to wear brooches larger than before, and still do so even to my time, and the origin of the enmity of the Athenians towards the Aeginetans came in the manner which has been said. So at this time, when the Thebans invaded them, the Aeginetans readily came to the assistance of the Boeotians, calling to mind what occurred about the images. The Aeginetans then were laying waste, as I have said, the coast regions of Attica, and when the Athenians were resolved to make an expedition against the Aeginetans, an oracle came to them from Delphi bidding them stay for 30 years reckoned from the time of the wrong done by the Aeginetans, and in the 130th year to appoint a sacred enclosure for Aeacus and then to begin the war against the Aeginetans, and they would succeed as they desired, but if they should make an expedition against them at once, they would suffer in the meantime very much evil and also inflict very much, but at last they would subdue them. When the Athenians heard the report of this, they appointed a sacred enclosure for Aeacus, namely that which is now established close to the marketplace, but they could not endure to hear that they must stay for 30 years, when they had suffered injuries from the Aeginetans. 90. While however they were preparing to take vengeance, a matter arose from the Lacedaemonians which provided a hindrance to them, for the Lacedaemonians, having learnt that which had been contrived by the Alcmaeonidae with respect to the Pythian prophetess, and that which had been contrived by the Pythian prophetess against themselves and the sons of Pisistratus, were doubly grieved, not only because they had driven out into exile men who were their guest friends, but also because after they had done this no gratitude was shown to them by the Athenians. Moreover in addition to this, they were urged on by the oracles which said that many injuries would be suffered by them from the Athenians, of which oracles they had not been aware of before, but they had come to know them, since Cleomenes had brought them to Sparta. In fact, Cleomenes had obtained from the Acropolis of the Athenians those oracles which the sons of Pisistratus possessed before and had left in the temple when they were driven out, and Cleomenes recovered them after they had been left behind. 91. At this time, then, when the Lacedaemonians had recovered the oracles and when they saw that the Athenians were increasing in power and were not at all willing to submit to them, observing that the Athenian race now that it was free was becoming a match for their own, whereas when held down by despots it was weak and ready to be ruled, perceiving, I say, all these things, they sent for Hippias the son of Pisistratus to come from Sigeon on the Hellespont, whither the family of Pisistratus go for refuge, and when Hippias had come upon the summons, the Spartans sent also for envoys to come from their other allies and spoke to them as follows: Allies, we are conscious within ourselves that we have not acted rightly, for incited by counterfeit oracles we drove out into exile men who were very closely united with us as guest friends and who undertook the task of rendering Athens submissive to us, and then after having done this we delivered over the state to a thankless populace, which so soon as it had raised its head, having been freed by our means drove out us and our king with wanton outrage, and now exalted with pride it is increasing in power, so that the neighbors of these men first of all, that is the Boeotians and Chalcidians, have already learnt, and perhaps some others also will afterwards learn, that they committed an error. As however we erred in doing those things of which we have spoken, we will try now to take vengeance on them, going thither together with you, since it was for this very purpose that we sent for Hippias, whom ye see here, and for you also, to come from your cities, in order that with common counsel and a common force we might conduct him to Athens and render back to him that which we formerly took away. 92. Thus they spoke, but the majority of the allies did not approve of their words. The rest however kept silence, but the Corinthian Socles spoke as follows. 92. Surely now the heaven shall be below the earth, and the earth raised up on high above the heaven, and men shall have their dwelling in the sea, and fishes shall have that habitation which men had before, seeing that ye, Lacedaemonians, are doing away with free governments and are preparing to bring back despotism again into our cities, than which there is no more unjust or more murderous thing among men, for if in truth this seems to you to be good, namely that the cities should be ruled by despots, do ye yourselves first set up a despot in your own state, and then endeavor to establish them also for others, but as it is, you are acting unfairly towards your allies, seeing that ye have had no experience of despots yourselves and provide with the greatest care at Sparta that this may never come to pass. If however ye had had experience of it, as we have had, you would be able to contribute juster opinions of it then at present. 92b, for the established order of the Corinthian state was this: the government was an oligarchy, and the oligarchs, who were called Bacchidae, had control over the state and made marriages among themselves. Now one of these men, named Amphion, had a daughter born to him who was lame, and her name was Labda. This daughter, since none of the Bacchidae wished to marry her, was taken to wife by Ursion the son of Echecrates, who was of the deme of Petra, but by original descent to Lapith and of the race of Caeneus. Neither from this wife nor from another were children born to him, therefore he set out to Delphi to inquire about offspring, and as he entered, forthwith the prophetess addressed him in these lines: Much to be honoured art thou, yet none doth render the honour. Labda conceives, and a rolling rock will she bear, which shall ruin down on the heads of the kings, and with chastisement visit Corinthus. This answer given to Ursion was by some means reported to the Bacchidae, to whom the oracle which had come to Corinth before this was not intelligible, an oracle which had reference to the same thing as that of Ursion, and said thus: An eagle conceives in the rocks and shall bear a ravening lion, strong and fierce to devour, who the knees of many shall loosen. Ponder this well in your minds, I bid you, Corinthians, whose dwelling lies about fair Pyrrhon's spring and in craggy Corinthus. 92. See, this oracle, I say, having come before to the Bacchidae was obscure, but afterwards when they heard that which had come to Ursion, forthwith they understood the former also, that it was in accord with that of Ursion, and understanding this one also they kept quiet, desiring to destroy the offspring which should be born to Ursion. Then, so soon as his wife bore a child, they sent 10 of their own number to the deme in which Ursion had his dwelling, to slay the child, and when these had come to Petra and had passed into the court of Ursion's house, they asked for the child, and Labda, not knowing anything of the purpose for which they had come, and supposing them to be asking for the child on account of friendly feeling towards its father, brought it and placed it in the hands of one of them. Now they, it seems, had resolved by the way that the first of them who received the child should dash it upon the ground. However, when Labda brought and gave it, It happened by divine providence that the child smiled at the man who had received it, and when he perceived this, a feeling of compassion prevented him from killing it, and having this compassion he delivered it to the next man, and he to the third. Thus it passed through the hands of all the 10, delivered from one to another, since none of them could bring himself to destroy its life. So they gave the child back to its mother and went out, and then standing by the doors they abused and found fault with one another, laying blame especially on the one who had first received the child, because he had not done according to that which had been resolved, until at last after some time they determined again to enter and all to take a share in the murder. 92. D. From the offspring of Persian however it was destined that evils should spring up for Corinth, for Labda was listening to all this as she stood close by the door, and fearing lest they should change their mind and take the child a second time and kill it, she carried it and concealed it in the place which seemed to her the least likely to be discovered, that is to say a corn chest, feeling sure that if they should return and come to a search, they were likely to examine everything, and this in fact happened. So when they had come, and searching had failed to find it, they thought it best to return and say to those who had sent them that they had done all that which they had been charged by them to do. 92. Me, they then having departed said this, and after this the son of the Persian grew, and because he had escaped this danger, the name of Cypselus was given him as a surname derived from the corn chest. Then when Cypselus had grown to manhood and was seeking divination, a two-edged answer was given him at Delphi, placing trust in which he made an attempt upon Corinth and obtained possession of it. Now the answer was as follows: Happy is this man's lot of a truth, who enters my dwelling, offspring of a Persian, he shall rule in famous Corinthus, Cypselus, he and his sons, but his children's children no longer. Such was the oracle, and Cypselus when he became despot was a man of this character. Many of the Corinthians he drove into exile, many he deprived of their wealth, and very many more of their lives. 92. F. And when he had reigned for 30 years and had brought his life to a prosperous end, his son Periander became his successor in the despotism. Now Periander at first was milder than his father, but after he had had dealings through messengers with Thrasybulus the despot of Miletus, he became far more murderous even than Cypselus. For he sent a messenger to Thrasybulus and asked what settlement of affairs was the safest for him to make, in order that he might best govern his state, and Thrasybulus led forth the messenger who had come from Periander out of the city, and entered into a field of growing corn, and as he passed through the crop of corn, while inquiring and asking questions repeatedly of the messenger about the occasion of his coming from Corinth, he kept cutting off the heads of those ears of corn which he saw higher than the rest, and as he cut off their heads he cast them away, until he had destroyed in this manner the finest and richest part of the crop. So having passed through the place and having suggested no word of counsel, he dismissed the messenger. When the messenger returned to Corinth, Periander was anxious to hear the counsel which had been given, but he said that Thrasybulus had given him no counsel, and added that he wondered at the deed of Periander in sending him to such a man, for the man was out of his senses and a waster of his own goods, relating at the same time that which he had seen Thrasybulus do. 92. G. So Periander, understanding that which had been done and perceiving that Thrasybulus counselled him to put to death those who were eminent among his subjects, began then to display all manner of evil treatment to the citizens of the state. For whatsoever Cypselus had left undone in killing and driving into exile, this Periander completed, and in one day he stripped all the wives of the Corinthians of their clothing on account of his own wife Melissa. For when he had sent messengers to the Thesprotians on the river Atron to ask the oracle of the dead about a deposit made with him by a guest friend, Melissa appeared and said she would not tell in what place the deposit was laid, for she was cold and had no clothes, since those which she had buried with her were of no use to her, not having been burnt, and this, she said, would be an evidence to him that she was speaking the truth, namely that when the oven was cold, Periander had put his loaves into it. When the report of this was brought back to Periander, the token made him believe, because he had had commerce with Melissa after she was dead, and straightway after receiving the message he caused proclamation to be made that all the wives of the Corinthians should come out to the temple of Hera. They accordingly went as to a festival in their fairest adornment, and he having set the spearmen of his guard in ambush, stripped them all alike, both the free women and their attendant, and having gathered together all their clothes in a place dug out, he set fire to them, praying at the same time to Melissa. Then after he had done this and had sent a second time, the apparition of Melissa told him in what spot he had laid the deposit entrusted to him by his guest friend. Such a thing, you must know, Lacedaemonians, is despotism, and such are its deeds, and we Corinthians marveled much at first when we saw that ye were sending for Hippias, And now we marvel even more because ye say these things, and we adjure you, calling upon the gods of Hellas, not to establish despotisms in the cities. If however ye will not cease from your design, but endeavor to restore Hippias contrary to that which is just, know that the Corinthians at least do not give their consent to that which ye do. 93. Socles being the envoy of Corinth thus spoke, and Hippias made answer to him, calling to witness the same gods as he, that assuredly the Corinthians would more than all others regret the loss of the sons of Pisistratus, when the appointed days should have come for them to be troubled by the Athenians. Thus Hippias made answer, being acquainted with the oracles more exactly than any other man, but the rest of the allies, who for a time had restrained themselves and kept silence, when they heard Socles speak freely, gave utterance every one of them to that which they felt, and adopted the opinion of the Corinthian envoy, adjuring the Lacedaemonians not to do any violence to a city of Hellas. 94. Thus was this brought to an end, and Hippias being dismissed from thence had Anthemus offered to him by Amyntas king of the Macedonians and Iarchus by the Thessalians. He however accepted neither of these, but retired again to Sigeon, which city Pisistratus had taken by force of arms from the Mytileneans, and having got possession of it, had appointed his own natural son Hegesistratus, born of an Argive woman, to be despot of it. He however did not without a struggle keep possession of that which he received from Pisistratus, for the Mytileneans and Athenians carried on war for a long time, having their strongholds respectively at Achilleon and at Sigeon, the one side demanding that the place be restored to them, and the Athenians on the other hand not admitting this demand, but proving by argument that the Aeolians had no better claim to the territory of Ilion than they and the rest of the Hellenes, as many as joined with Menelaus in exacting vengeance for the rape of Helen. 95. Now while these carried on the war, besides many other things of various kinds which occurred in the battles, once when a fight took place and the Athenians were conquering, Alcaeus the poet, taking to flight, escaped indeed himself, but the Athenians retained possession of his arms and hung them up on the walls of the temple of Athene which is at Sigeon. About this matter Alcaeus composed a song and sent it to Mytilene, reporting therein his misadventure to one Melanippus, who was his friend. Finally Periander the son of Cypselus made peace between the Athenians and the Mytileneans, for to him they referred the matter as a betrayer, and he made peace between them on the condition that each should continue to occupy the territory which they then possessed. 96. Sigeon then in this matter had come under the rule of the Athenians, and when Hippias had returned to Asia from Lacedaemon, he set everything in motion, stirring up enmity between the Athenians and Artaphernes, and using every means to secure that Athens should come under the rule of himself and of Darius. Hippias, I say, was thus engaged, and the Athenians meanwhile hearing of these things sent envoys to Sardis, and endeavored to prevent the Persians from following the suggestions of the exiled Athenians. Artaphernes however commanded them, if they desired to be preserved from ruin, to receive Hippias back again. This proposal the Athenians were not by any means disposed to accept when it was reported, and as they did not accept this, it became at once a commonly received opinion among them that they were enemies of the Persians. 97. While they had these thoughts and had been set at enmity with the Persians, at this very time Aristogoras the Milesian, ordered away from Sparta by Cleomenes the Lacedaemonian, arrived at Athens, for this was the city which had most power of all the rest besides Sparta, and Aristogoras came forward before the assembly of the people and said the same things as he had said at Sparta about the wealth which there was in Asia, and about the Persian manner of making war, how they used neither shield nor spear and were easy to overcome. Thus I say he said, and also he added this, namely that the Milesians were colonists from the Athenians, and that it was reasonable that the Athenians should rescue them, since they had such great power, and there was nothing which he did not promise, being very urgent in his request, until at last he persuaded them, for it would seem that it is easier to deceive many than one, seeing that, though he did not prove able to deceive Cleomenes the Lacedaemonian by himself, yet he did this to 30,000 Athenians. The Athenians then, I say, being persuaded, voted a resolution to despatch 20 ships to help the Ionians, and appointed to command them Melanthius one of their citizens, who was in all things highly reputed. These ships proved to be the beginning of evils for the Hellenes and the barbarians. 98. Aristogoras however sailed on before and came to Miletus, and then having devised a plan from which no advantage was likely to come for the Ionians, nor indeed was he doing what he did with a view to that, but in order to vex King Darius, he sent a man to Phrygia to the Boeonians who had been taken captive by Megabaeus from the river Strymon, and who were dwelling in a district and village of Phrygia apart by themselves. And when the messenger came to the Paeonians he spoke these words, Paeonians, Aristogoras the despot of Miletus sent me to offer to you salvation, if ye shall be willing to do as he says. For now all Ionia has revolted from the king, and ye have an opportunity of coming safe to your own land. To reach the sea shall be your concern, and after this it shall be thenceforth ours. The Paeonians hearing this received it as a most welcome proposal, and taking with them their children and their women they began a flight to the sea. Some of them however were struck with fear and remained in the place where they were. Having come to the coast the Paeonians crossed over thence to Chios, and when they were already in Chios there arrived in their track a large body of Persian horsemen pursuing the Paeonians. These, as they did not overtake them, sent over to Chios to bid the Paeonians return back. The Paeonians however did not accept their proposal, but the men of Chios conveyed them from Chios to Lesbos, and the Lesbians brought them to Lariscus, and thence they proceeded by land and came to Paeonia 99. Aristogoras meanwhile, when the Athenians had arrived with 20 ships, bringing with them also 5 triremes of the Eretrians, he joined the expedition not for the sake of the Athenians but of the Milesians themselves, to repay them a debt which they owed, for the Milesians in former times had borne with the Eretrians the burden of all that war which they had with the Chalcidians at the time when the Chalcidians on their side were helped by the Samians against the Eretrians and Milesians. When these, I say, had arrived and the other allies were on the spot, Aristogoras proceeded to make a march upon Sardis. On this march he did not go himself, but remained at Miletus and appointed others to be in command of the Milesians, namely his brother Cherupinas and of the other citizens one Hermophantus 100. With this force then the Ionians came to Ephesus, and leaving their ships at Corysus in the land of Ephesus, went up themselves in a large body, taking Ephesians to guide them in their march. So they marched along by the river Casta, and then when they arrived after crossing the range of Molus, they took Sardis without any resistance, all except the citadel, but the citadel Artaphernes himself saved from capture, having with him a considerable force of men. 101. From plundering this city after they had taken it they were prevented by this. The houses in Sardis were mostly built of reeds, and even those of them which were of brick had their roofs thatched with reeds. Of these houses one was set on fire by a soldier, and forthwith the fire going on from house to house began to spread over the whole town. So then as the town was on fire, the Lydians and all the Persians who were in the city being cut off from escape, since the fire was prevailing in the extremities round about them, and not having any way out of the town, flowed together to the marketplace and to the river Pactolus, which brings down gold dust for them from Molus, flowing through the middle of their marketplace, and then runs out into the river Hermus, and this into the sea. To this Pactolus, I say, and to the marketplace the Lydians and Persians gathered themselves together, and were compelled to defend themselves. The Ionians then, seeing some of the enemy standing on their defense and others in great numbers coming on to the attack, were struck with fear and retired to the mountain called Molus, and after that at nightfall departed to go to their ships 102. Sardis was then destroyed by fire, and in it also the temple of the native goddess Habib, which the Persians alleged afterwards as a reason for setting on fire in return the temples in the land of the Hellenes. However, at the time of which I speak the Persians who occupy districts within the river Alice, informed beforehand of this movement, were gathering together and coming to the help of the Lydians, and, as it chanced, they found when they came that the Ionians no longer were in Sardis, but they followed closely in their track and came up with them at Ephesus, and the Ionians stood indeed against them in array, but when they joined battle they had very much the worse, and besides other persons of note whom the Persians slaughtered, there fell also Eualcides commander of the Eretrians, a man who had won wreaths in contests of the games and who was much celebrated by Simonides of Chaos, and those of them who survived the battle dispersed to their various cities. 103. Thus then they fought at that time, and after the battle the Athenians left the Ionians together, and when Aristogoras was urgent in calling upon them by messengers for assistance, they said that they would not help them. The Ionians, however, though deprived of the alliance of the Athenians, none the less continued to prepare for the war with the king, so great had been the offences already committed by them against Darius. They sailed moreover to the Hellespont and brought under their power Byzantium and all the other cities which are in those parts, and then having sailed forth out of the Hellespont, they gained in addition the most part of Caria to be in alliance with them, for even Cornus, which before was not willing to be their ally, then, after they had burnt Sardis, was added to them also 104, the Cyprians too, excepting those of Amathus, were added voluntarily to their alliance, for these also had revolted from the Medes in the following manner. There was one Onesilis, younger brother of Gorgas king of Salamis, and son of Chersis, the son of Syramus, the son of Eualphon, This man in former times too had been wont often to advise Gorgas to make revolt from the king, and at this time, when he heard that the Ionians had revolted, he pressed him very hard and endeavored to urge him to it. Since however he could not persuade Gorgas, Anesilis watched for a time when he had gone forth out of the city of Salamis, and then together with the men of his own faction he shut him out of the gates. Gorgas accordingly being robbed of the city went for refuge to the Medes, and Anesilis was ruler of Salamis and endeavored to persuade all the men of Cyprus to join him in revolt. The others then he persuaded, but since those of Amathus were not willing to do as he desired, he sat down before their city and besieged it 105. Anesilis then was besieging Amathus, and meanwhile, when it was reported to King Darius that Sardis had been captured and burned by the Athenians and the Ionians together, and that the leader of the league for being about these things was the Milesian Aristagoras, it is said that at first being informed of this he made no account of the Ionians, because he knew that they at all events would not escape unpunished for their revolt, but he inquired into who the Athenians were, and when he had been informed, he asked for his bow, and having received it and placed an arrow upon the string, he discharged it upwards towards heaven, and as he shot into the air he said, Zeus, that it may be granted me to take vengeance upon the Athenians. Having so said he charged one of his attendants, that when dinner was set before the king he should say always 3 times, Master, remember the Athenians. 106. When he had given this charge, he called into his presence Histiarius the Milesian, whom Darius had now been keeping with him for a long time, and said, I am informed, Histiarius, that thy deputy, to whom thou didst depute the government of Miletus, has made rebellion against me, for he brought in men against me from the other continent and persuaded the Ionians also, who shall pay the penalty to me for that which they did. These, I say, he persuaded to go together with them, and thus he robbed me of Sardis. Now therefore how thinkest thou that this is well? And how without thy counsels was anything of this kind done? Take heed lest thou afterwards find reason to blame thyself for this. Histiarius replied, O king, what manner of speech is this that thou hast uttered, saying that I counselled a matter from which it was likely that any vexation would grow for thee, either great or small? What have I to seek for in addition to that which I have, that I should do these things, and of what am I in want? For I have everything that thou hast, and I am thought worthy by thee to hear all thy counsels. Nay, but if my deputy is indeed acting in any such manner as thou hast said, be assured that he has done it merely on his own account. I however, for my part, do not even admit the report to be true, that the Milesians and my deputy are acting in any rebellious fashion against thy power, but if it prove that they are indeed doing anything of that kind, and if that which thou hast heard, O king, be the truth, learn then what a thing thou didst in removing me away from the sea coast, for it seems that the Ionians, when I had gone out of the sight of their eyes, did that which they had long had a desire to do, whereas if I had been in Ionia, not a city would have made the least movement. Now therefore as quickly as possible let me set forth to go to Ionia, that I may order all these matters for thee as they were before, and deliver into thy hands this deputy of Miletus who contrived these things, and when I have done this after thy mind, I swear by the gods of the royal house that I will not put off from me the tunic which I wear when I go down to Ionia, until I have made Sardinia tributary to thee, which is the largest of all islands. 107. Thus saying Histiarius endeavored to deceive the king, and Darius was persuaded and let him go, charging him, when he should have accomplished that which he had promised, to return to him again at Susa. 108. In the meantime, while the news about Sardis was going up to the king, and while Darius, after doing that which he did with the bow, came to speech with Histiarius, and Histiarius having been let go by Darius was making his journey to the sea coast. During all that time the events were happening which here follow. As Anesilis of Salamis was besieging those of Amathus, it was reported to him that Artibius a Persian, bringing with him in ships a large Persian army, was to be expected shortly to arrive in Cyprus. Being informed of this, Anesilis sent heralds to different places in Ionia to summon the Ionians to his assistance, and they took counsel together and came without delay with a large force. Now the Ionians arrived in Cyprus just at the time when the Persians, having crossed over in ships from Cilicia, were proceeding by land to attack Salamis, while the Phoenicians with the ships were sailing round the headland which is called the Keys of Cyprus. 109. This being the case, the despot of Cyprus called together the commanders of the Ionians and said, Ionians, we of Cyprus give you a choice which enemy ye will rather fight with, the Persians or the Phoenicians. For if you will rather array yourselves on land and make trial of the Persians in fight, it is time now for you to disembark from your ships and array yourselves on the land, and for us to embark in your ships to contend against the Phoenicians. But if on the other hand ye will rather make trial of the Phoenicians, whichever of these two ye shall choose, you must endeavour that, so far as it rests with you, both Ionia and Cyprus shall be free. To this the Ionians replied, we were sent out by the common authority of the Ionians to guard the sea, and not to deliver our ships to the Cyprians and ourselves fight with the Persians on land. We therefore will endeavour to do good service in that place to which we were appointed, and ye must call to mind all the evils which ye suffered from the Medes, when ye were in slavery to them, and prove yourselves good men. 110. The Ionians made answer in these words, and afterwards, when the Persians had come to the plain of Salamis, the kings of the Cyprians set in order their array, choosing the best part of the troops of Salamis and of Soloi to be arrayed against the Persians and setting the other Cyprians against the rest of the enemy's troops, and against Artabius, the commander of the Persians. Mnessilus took up his place in the array by his own free choice. 111. Now Artabius was riding a horse which had been trained to rear up against a hoplite. Mnessilus accordingly being informed of this, and having a shield-bearer, by race of Caria, who was of very good repute as a soldier and full of courage besides, said to this man, I am informed that the horse of Artabius rears upright and works both with his feet and his mouth against any whom he is brought to attack. Do thou therefore consider the matter, and tell me forthwith which of the two thou wilt rather watch for and strike, the horse or Artabius himself. To this his attendant replied, O king, I am ready to do both or either of these two things, and in every case to do that which thou shalt appoint for me, but I will declare to thee the way in which I think it will be most suitable for thy condition. I say that it is right for one who is king and commander to fight with a king and commander, for if thou shalt slay the commander of the enemy, it turns to great glory for thee, and again, if he shall slay thee, which heaven forbid, even death when it is at the hands of a worthy foe is but half to be lamented, but for us who are under thy command it is suitable to fight with the others who are under his command and with his horse, and of the tricks of the horse have thou no fear at all, for I engage to thee that after this at least he shall never stand against any man more. Thus he spoke, and shortly afterwards the opposed forces joined battle both on land and with their ships. 112. On that day the Ionians for their part greatly distinguished themselves and overcame the Phoenicians, and of them the Samians were best, and meanwhile on land, when the armies met, they came to close quarters and fought. And as regards the two commanders, what happened was this: when Artabius came to fight with Mnessilus sitting upon his horse, Mnessilus, as he had concerted with his shield-bearer, struck at Artabius himself, when he came to fight with him, and when the horse put its hoofs against the shield of Mnessilus, then the Carian struck with a falchion and smote off the horse's feet. 113. So Artabius the commander of the Persians fell there on the spot together with his horse, and while the others also were fighting, Stesna the despot of Curian deserted them, having with him a large force of men. Now these Curians are said to be settlers from Argos, and when the Curians had deserted, forthwith also the war chariots of the men of Salamis proceeded to do the same as the Curians. When these things took place, the Persians had the advantage over the Cyprians, and after their army had been put to rout, many others fell, and among them Mnessilus the son of Chersis, he who brought about the revolt of the Cyprians, and also the king of the Solians, Aristocyprus the son of Philocyprus, that Philocyprus whom Solon the Athenian, when he came to Cyprus, commended in verse above all other despots. 114. So the men of Amathus cut off the head of Mnessilus, because he had besieged them, and having brought it to Amathus they hung it over the gate of the city, and as the head hung there, when it had now become hollow, a swarm of bees entered into it and filled it with honeycomb. This having so come to pass, the Amathusians consulted an oracle about the head, and they received an answer bidding them take it down and bury it in sacrifice to Mnessilus every year as a hero, and if they did this, it would go better with them. 115. The Amathusians accordingly continued to do so even to my time. But the Ionians who had fought the sea fight in Cyprus, when they perceived that the fortunes of Mnessilus were ruined and that the cities of the Cyprians were besieged, except Salamis, and that this city had been delivered over by the Salaminians to Gorgas the former king, as soon as they perceived this, the Ionians sailed away back to Ionia. Now of the cities in Cyprus Soloi held out for the longest time under the siege, and the Persians took it in the 5th month by undermining the wall round. 116. The Cyprians then, after they had made themselves free for 1 year, had again been reduced to slavery afresh, and meanwhile Doryses, who was married to a daughter of Darius, and Hermes and Artanes, who were also Persian commanders and were married also to the daughters of Darius, after they had pursued those Ionians who had made the expedition to Sardis and defeating them in battle had driven them by force to their ships, after this distributed the cities amongst themselves and proceeded to sack them. 117. Dorises directed his march to the cities on the Hellespont, and he took Dardanus and Abydos and Percote and Lampsacus and Pasus. Of these he took on each day one, and as he was marching from Pasus against the city of Perion, the report came that the Carians had made common cause with the Ionians and were in revolt from the Persians. He turned back therefore from the Hellespont and marched his army upon Caria. 118. And, as it chanced, a report of this was brought to the Carians before Dorises arrived, and the Carians being informed of it gathered together at the place which is called the White Pillars and at the river Marsyas, which flows from the region of Idrius and runs out into the Maeander. When the Carians had been gathered together there, among many other counsels which were given, the best, as it seems to me, was that of Pixadarus the son of Mausolus, a man of Kindai, who was married to the daughter of the king of the Cilicians, Cyanesis. The opinion of this man was to the effect that the Carians should cross over the Maeander and engage battle with the Persians having the river at their backs, in order that the Carians, not being able to fly backwards and being compelled to remain where they were, might prove themselves even better men in fight than they naturally would. This opinion did not prevail, but they resolved that the Persians rather than themselves should have the Maeander at their backs, evidently in order that if there should be a flight of the Persians and they should be worsted in the battle, they might never return home, but might fall into the river. 119. After this, when the Persians had come and had crossed the Maeander, the Carians engaged with the Persians on the river Marsyas and fought a battle which was obstinately contested and lasted long, but at length they were worsted by superior numbers, and of the Persians there fell as many as 2,000, but of the Carians 10,000. Then those of them who escaped were shut up in Labraunda within the sanctuary of Zeus Stratius, which is a large sacred grove of plane trees. Now the Carians are the only men we know who offer sacrifices to Zeus Stratius. These men then, being shut up there, were taking counsel together about their safety, whether they would fare better if they deliver themselves over to the Persians or if they left Asia altogether. 120. And while they were thus taking counsel, there came to their aid the Milesians and their allies. Then the Carians dismissed the plans which they were before considering and prepared to renew the war again from the beginning, and when the Persians came to attack them, they engaged with them and fought a battle, and they were worsted yet more completely than before, and while many were slain of all parties, the Milesians suffered most. 121. Then afterwards the Carians repaired this loss and retrieved their defeat, for being informed that the Persians had set forth to march upon their cities, they laid an ambush on the road which is by Pedasus, and the Persians falling into it by night were destroyed, both they and their commanders, namely Dorises and Amorges and Sisymax, and with them died also Mrs the son of Gyges. Of this ambush the leader was Heraclides the son of Ibanolus, a man of Mylasa. 122. These then of the Persians were thus destroyed, and meanwhile Himes, who was another of those who pursued after the Ionians that had made the expedition to Sardis, directed his march to the Propontis and took Chios in Mysia, and having conquered this city, when he was informed that Dorises had left the Hellespont and was marching towards Caria, he left the Propontis and led his army to the Hellespont, and he conquered all the Aeolians who occupy the district of Ilion, and also the Gergives, who were left behind as a remnant of the ancient Teucrians. While conquering these tribes Himes himself ended his life by sickness in the land of Troas. 123. He thus brought his life to an end, and Artaphernes the governor of the province of Sardis was appointed with Otanes the third of the commanders to make the expedition against Ionia and that part of Aeolia which bordered upon it. Of Ionia these took the city of Clazomenae, and of the Aeolians Chyme. 124. While the cities were thus being taken, Aristogoras the Milesian, being, as he proved in this instance, not of very distinguished courage, since after having disturbed Ionia and made preparation of great matters he counselled running away when he saw these things. Moreover it had become clear to him that it was impossible to overcome King Darius. He, I say, having regard to these things, called together those of his own party and took counsel with them, saying that it was better that there should be a refuge prepared for them, in case that they should after all be driven out from Miletus, and proposing the question whether he should lead them from thence to Sardinia, to form a colony there, or to Mykonos in the land of the Edonians, which Astyages had been fortifying, having received it as a gift from Darius. This was the question proposed by Aristogoras. 125. Now the opinion of Herodotus the son of Hegesander the historian was that he should not take a colony to either of these places, but build a wall of defense for himself in the island of Leros and keep still, if he should be forced to leave Miletus, and afterwards with this for his starting point he would be able to return to Miletus. 126. This was the counsel of Herodotus, but Aristogoras was most inclined to go forth to Mykonos. He therefore entrusted the government of Miletus to Pythagoras, a man of repute among the citizens, and he himself sailed away to Thrace, taking with him everyone who desired to go, and he took possession of the region for which he had set out. But starting from this to make war, he perished by the hands of the Thracians, that is both Aristogoras himself and his army, when he was encamped about a certain city and the Thracians desired to go out from it under a truce. Herodotus Book 6, Ereto, 1. Aristogoras accordingly, after having caused Ionia to revolt, thus brought his life to an end, and meanwhile Histories the despot of Miletus, having been let go by Darius had arrived at Sardis, and when he came from Susa, Artaphernes the governor of Sardis asked him for what reason he supposed the Ionians had revolted, and he said that he could not tell, and moreover he expressed wonder at that which had happened, pretending that he knew nothing of the state of affairs. Then Artaphernes, seeing that he was using dissimulation, said, having knowledge of the truth about the revolt, thus it is with thee, Histories, about these matters, this shoe was stitched by thee, and put on by Aristogoras. 2. Thus said Artaphernes with reference to the revolt, and Histories fearing Artaphernes because he understood the matter, ran away the next night at nightfall and went to the sea coast, having deceived King Darius, seeing that he had engaged to subdue Sardinia the largest of islands, and instead of that he was endeavoring to take upon himself leadership of the Ionians in the war against Darius. Then having crossed over to Chios he was put in bonds by the Chians, being accused by them of working for a change of their state by suggestion of Darius. When however the Chians learned the whole story and heard that he was an enemy to the king, they released him. 3. Then Histories, being asked by the Ionians for what reason he had so urgently charged Aristogoras to revolt from the king and had wrought so great an evil for the Ionians, did not by any means declare to them that which had been in truth the cause, but reported to them that King Darius had resolved to remove the Phoenicians from their land and to settle them in Ionia, and the Ionians in Phoenicia, and for this reason, he said, he had given the charge. Thus he attempted to alarm the Ionians, although the king had never resolved to do so at all. 4. After this Histories acting through a messenger, namely Hermippus a man of Atarneus, sent papers to the Persians who were at Sardis, implying that he had already talked matters over with them about a revolt, and Hermippus did not deliver them to those to whom he was sent, but bore the papers and put them into the hands of Artaphernes. He then, perceiving all that was being done, bade Hermippus bear the papers sent by Histories and deliver them to those to whom he was sent to bear them, and to deliver to him the replies sent back by the Persians to Histories. These things having been discovered, Artaphernes upon that put to death many of the Persians. 5. As regards Sardis therefore there was confusion of the design, and when Histories had been disappointed of this hope, the Chians attempted to restore him to Miletus at the request of Histories himself. The Milesians, however, who had been rejoiced before to be rid of Aristogoras, were by no means eager to receive another despot into their land, seeing that they had tasted of liberty, and in fact Histories, attempting to return to Miletus by force and under cover of night, was wounded in the thigh by one of the Milesians. He then, being repulsed from his own city, returned to Chios, and thence, as he could not persuade the Chians to give him ships, he crossed over to Mytilene and endeavored to persuade the Lesbians to give him ships. So they manned 8 triremes and sailed with Histories to Byzantium, and stationing themselves there they captured the ships which sailed out of the Pontus, excepting where the crews of them said that they were ready to do the bidding of Histories. 6. While Histories and the men of Mytilene were acting thus, a large army both of sea and land forces was threatening to attack Miletus itself, for the commanders of the Persians had joined together to form one single army and were marching upon Miletus, considering the other towns of less account. Of their naval force the most zealous were the Phoenicians, and with them also served the Cyprians, who had just been subdued, and the Cilicians and Egyptians. 7. These, I say, were advancing upon Miletus and the rest of Ionia, and meanwhile the Ionians being informed of this were sending deputies chosen from themselves to the Panionian. When these had arrived at that place and took counsel together, they resolved not to gather a land army to oppose the Persians, but that the Milesians should defend their walls by themselves, and that the Ionians should man their fleet, leaving out not one of their ships, and having done so should assemble as soon as possible at Lade, to fight a sea battle in defense of Miletus. Now Lade is a small island lying opposite the city of the Milesians. 8. Then the Ionians manned their ships and came hither, and with them also those Aeolians who inhabit Lesbos, and they were drawn up in order thus. The extremity of the line towards the east was held by the Milesians themselves, who furnished 80 ships. Next to them were the Prenians with 12 ships and the men of Myus with 3. Next to those of Myus were the Teeans with 17 ships, and after the Teeans the Chians with 100. After these were stationed the men of Erythrae and of Phaeacia, the former furnishing 8 ships and the latter 3. Next to the Phocians were the Lesbians with 70 ships, and last, holding the extremity of the line towards the west, were stationed the Samians with 60 ships. Of all these the total number proved to be 353 triremes. 9. These were the ships of the Ionians, and of the barbarians the number of ships was 600. When these two were come to the Milesian coast and their whole land army was also there, then the commanders of the Persians, being informed of the number of the Ionian ships, were struck with fear lest they should be unable to overcome them, and thus on the one hand should not be able to conquer Miletus from not having command of the sea, and at the same time should run a risk of being punished by Darius. Reflecting upon these things they gathered together the despots of the Ionians who were exiles with the Medes, having been deposed from their government by Aristagoras the Milesian, and who chanced to be then joining in the expedition against Miletus. Of these men they called together those who were present and spoke to them as follows: Ionians, now let each one of you show himself the benefactor of the king's house, that is to say, let each one of you endeavor to detach his own countrymen from the body of the alliance, and make your proposals promising at the same time that they shall suffer nothing unpleasant on account of the revolt, and neither their temples nor their private houses shall be burnt, nor shall they have any worse treatment than they had before this. But if they will not do so, but will by all means enter into a contest with us, threaten them and tell them this, which in truth shall happen to them, namely that if they are worsted in the fight they shall be reduced to slavery, and we shall make their sons eunuchs, and their maidens we shall remove to Bactria, and deliver their land to others. 10. They thus spoke, and the despots of Ionia sent each one by night to his own people announcing to them this. The Ionians however, that is those to whom these messages came, continued obstinate and would not accept the thought of treason to their cause, and each people thought that to them alone the Persians were sending this message. 11. This happened as soon as the Persians came to Miletus, and after this the Ionians being gathered together at Lade held meetings, and others no doubt also made speeches to them, but especially the Phocian commander Dionysius, who said as follows: Seeing that our affairs are set upon the razor's edge, Ionians, whether we shall be free or slaves, and slaves too to be dealt with as runaways, now therefore if ye shall be willing to take upon yourselves hardships, you will have labor for the time being, but ye will be able to overcome the enemy and be free, whereas if ye continue to be self-indulgent and without discipline, I have no hope for you that ye will not pay the penalty to the king for your revolt. Nay, but do as I say, and deliver yourselves over to me, and I engage, if the gods grant equal conditions, that either the enemy will not fight with us, or that fighting he shall be greatly discomfited. 12. Hearing this the Ionians delivered themselves to Dionysius, and he used to bring the ships out every day in single file, that he might practice the rowers by making the ships break through one another's line, and that he might get the fighting men in the ships under arms, and then for the rest of the day he would keep the ships at anchor, and thus he gave the Ionians work to do during the whole day. For 7 days then they submitted and did that which he commanded, but on the day after these the Ionians, being unaccustomed to such toils and being exhausted with hard work and hot sun, spoke to one another thus: Against which of the deities have we offended, that we thus fill up the measure of evil? For surely we have delivered ourselves to a Phocian, an impostor, who furnishes but 3 ships, and he has taken us into his hands and maltreats us with evil dealing from which we can never recover. And many of us in fact have fallen into sicknesses, and many others, it may be expected, will suffer the same thing shortly, and for us it is better to endure anything else in the world rather than these ills, and to undergo the slavery which will come upon us, whatever that shall be, rather than to be oppressed by that which we have now. Come, let us not obey him after this any more. So they said, and forthwith after this every one refused to obey him, and they pitched their tents in the island like an army, and kept in the shade, and would not go on board their ships or practice any exercises. 13. Perceiving this which was being done by the Ionians, the commanders of the Samians then at length accepted from Aiax the son of Cilician those proposals which Aiax sent before at the bidding of the Persians, asking them to leave the alliance of the Ionians, the Samians, I say, accepted these proposals, perceiving that there was great want of discipline on the part of the Ionians, while at the same time it was clear to them that it was impossible to overcome the power of the king, and they well knew also that even if they should overcome the present naval force of Darius, another would be upon them 5 times as large, having found an occasion then, so soon as they saw that the Ionians refused to be serviceable, they counted it gain for themselves to save their temples and their private property. Now Ajax, from whom the Samians accepted the proposals, was the son of Sicyon, the son of Ajax, and being despot of Samos he had been deprived of his rule by Aristagoras the Milesian, like the other despots of Ionia 14, so when the Phoenicians sailed to the attack, the Ionians also put out their ships from shore against them, sailing in single file, and when they came near and engaged battle with one another. As regards what followed I am not able exactly to record which of the Ionians showed themselves cowards or good men in this sea fight, for they throw blame upon one another. The Samians however, it is said, according to their agreement with Ajax put up their sails then and set forth from their place in the line to sail back to Samos, excepting only 11 ships. Of these the captains stayed in their places and took part in the sea fight, refusing to obey the commanders of their division, and the public authority of the Samians granted them on account of this to have their names written up on a pillar with their fathers' names also, as having proved themselves good men, and this pillar exists still in the marketplace. Then the Lesbians also, when they saw that those next them in order were taking to flight, did the same things as the Samians had done, and so also most of the Ionians did the very same thing. 15 of those which remained in their places in the sea fight the Chians suffered very severely, since they displayed brilliant deeds of valor and refused to play the coward. These furnished, as was before said, 100 ships, and in each of them 40 picked men of their citizens served as fighting men, and when they saw the greater number of their allies deserting them, they did not think fit to behave like the cowards among them, but left along with a few only of their allies they continued to fight and kept breaking through the enemy's line, until at last, after they had conquered many ships of the enemy, they lost the greater number of their own 16. The Chians then with the remainder of their ships fled away to their own land, but those of the Chians whose ships were disabled by the damage which they had received, being pursued fled for refuge to Mycale, and their ships they ran ashore there and left them behind, while the men proceeded over the mainland on foot. And when the Chians had entered the Ephesian territory on their way, then since they came into it by night and at a time when a festival of Thesmophoria was being celebrated by the women of the place, the Ephesians, not having heard beforehand how it was with the Chians and seeing that an armed body had entered their land, supposed certainly that they were robbers and had a design upon the women, so they came out to the rescue in a body and slew the Chians. 17. Such was the fortune which befell these men. But Dionysius the Phicalian, when he perceived that the cause of the Ionians was ruined, after having taken 3 ships of the enemy sailed away, not to Persia any more, for he knew well that it would be reduced to slavery together with the rest of Ionia, and he sailed forthwith straight to Phoenicia, and having there sunk merchant ships and taken a great quantity of goods, he sailed thence to Sicily. Then with that for his starting point he became a freebooter, not plundering any Hellenes, but Carthaginians and Ticinians only. 18. The Persians, then, being conquerors of the Ionians in the sea fight, besieged Miletus by land and sea, undermining the walls and bringing against it all manner of engines, and they took it completely in the 6th year from the revolt of Aristagoras, and reduced the people to slavery, so that the disaster agreed with the oracle which had been uttered with reference to Miletus. 19. For when the Argives were inquiring at Delphi about the safety of their city, there was given to them an oracle which applied to both, that is to say, part of it had reference to the Argives themselves, while that which was added afterwards referred to the Milesians. The part of it which had reference to the Argives I will record when I reach that place in the history, but that which the oracle uttered with reference to the Milesians, who were not there present, is as follows: And at that time, O Miletus, of evil deeds the contriver, thou shalt be made for many a glorious gift and a banquet, then shall thy wives be compelled to wash the feet of the long-haired, and in Didyma them my shrine shall be tended by others. At the time of which I speak these things came upon the Milesians, since most of the men were killed by the Persians, who are long-haired, and the women and children were dealt with as slaves, and the temple at Didyma, with the sacred building and the sanctuary of the oracle, was first plundered and then burnt. Of the things in this temple I have made mention frequently in other parts of the history. 20. After this the Milesians who had been taken prisoner were conducted to Susa, and King Darius did to them no other evil, but settled them upon the sea called Erythraeon, in the city of Amp, by which the Tigris flows when it runs out into the sea, Of the Milesian land the Persians themselves kept the surroundings of the city in the plain, but the heights they gave to the Carians of Persia for possession. 21. When the Milesians suffered this treatment from the Persians, the men of Sybaris, who were dwelling in Laus and Skidrus, being deprived of their own city, did not repay like with like, for when Sybaris was taken by the men of Croton, the Milesians all from youth upwards shaved their heads and put on great mourning, for these cities were more than all others of which we know bound together by ties of friendship. Not like the Sybarites were the Athenians, for these made it clear that they were grieved at the capture of Miletus, both in many other ways and also by this, that when Phrynichus had composed a drama called The Capture of Miletus and had put it on the stage, the body of spectators fell to weeping, and the Athenians moreover fined the poet 1,000 drachmas on the ground that he had reminded them of their own calamities, and they ordered also that no one in future should represent this drama. 22. Miletus then had been stripped bare of its former inhabitants, but of the Samians who had substance were by no means satisfied with that which had been concerted by the commanders of their fleet with the Medes, and taking counsel forthwith after the sea fight it seemed good to them, before their despot Ajax arrived in the country, to sail away and make a colony, and not to stay behind and be slaves of the Medes and of Ajax, for just at this time the people of Zentral in Sicily were sending messengers to Ionia and inviting the Ionians to come to the fair strand, desiring there to found a city of Ionians. Now this which is called the fair strand is in the land of the Sicilians and on that side of Sicily which lies towards Ticenia. So when these gave the invitation, the Samians alone of all the Ionians set forth, having with them those of the Milesians who had escaped, and in the course of this matter it happened as follows. 23. The Samians as they made their way towards Sicily reached Locroi Epizephiroi, and at the same time the people of Zancle, both themselves and their king, whose name was Scythes, were encamped about a city of the Sicilians, desiring to conquer it. Perceiving these things, Anaxilaus the despot of region, being then at variance with those of Zancle, communicated with the Samians and persuaded them that they ought to leave the fair strand alone, to which they were sailing, and take possession of Zancle instead, since it was left now without men to defend it. The Samians accordingly did as he said and took possession of Zancle, and upon this the men of Zancle, being informed that their city was possessed by an enemy, set out to rescue it, and invited Hippocrates the despot of Gela to help them, for he was their ally. When however Hippocrates also with his army had come up to their rescue, first he put Scythes the ruler of the Zanclanians in fetters, on the ground that he had been the cause of the city being lost, and together with him his brother Pythagoras, and sent them away to the town of Incis. Then he betrayed the cause of the remaining Zanclanians by coming to terms with the Samians and exchanging oaths with them, and in return for this it had been promised by the Samians that Hippocrates should receive as his share the half of all the movable goods in the city and of the slaves, and the whole of the property in the fields round. So the greater number of the Zanclanians he put in bonds and kept himself as slaves, but the chief men of them, 300 in number, he gave to the Samians to put to death, which however the Samians did not do. 24. Now Scythes the ruler of the Zanclanians escaped from Incis to Imera, and thence he came to Asia and went up to the court of Darius, and Darius accounted him the most righteous of all the men who had come up to him from Hellas, for he obtained leave of the king and went away to Sicily, and again came back from Sicily to the king, and at last he brought his life to an end among the Persians in old age and possessing great wealth. The Samians then, having got rid of the rule of the Medes, had gained for themselves without labor the fair city of Zancle. 25. After the sea battle which was fought for Miletus, the Phoenicians was by the command of the Persians restored to Samos Ajax the son of Silicon, since he had been to them of much service and had done for them great things, and the Samians alone of all who revolted from Darius, because of the desertion of their ships which were in the sea fight, had neither their city nor their temples burnt. Then after the capture of Miletus the Persians forthwith got possession of Caria, some of the cities having submitted to their power voluntarily, while others of them they brought over by force. 26. Thus it came to pass as regards these matters, and meanwhile Histories the Milesian, who was at Byzantium and was seizing the merchant vessels of the Ionians as they sailed forth out of the Pontus, received the report of that which had happened about Miletus, upon that he entrusted the matters which had to do with the Hellespont to Bisaltes the son of Epiphanes, a man of Abydos, while he himself with the Lesbians sailed to Chios, and when a body of the Chians who were on guard did not allow him to approach, he fought with them at that spot in the Chian land which is called the Hollows. Histories then not only slew many of these, but also, taking Apollon of the Chians as his base, he conquered with the help of the Lesbians the remainder of the Chians as well, since they had suffered great loss by the sea fight. 27. And heaven is wont perhaps to give signs beforehand whenever great evils are about to happen to a city or a race of men, for to the Chians also before these events remarkable signs had come. In the first place when they had sent to Delphi a chorus of 100 youths, 2 only returned home, the remaining 98 of them having been seized by a plague and carried off, and then secondly in their city about the same time, that is shortly before the sea fight, as some children were being taught in school, a roof fell in upon them, so that of 120 children only 1 escaped. These signs God showed to them beforehand, and after this the sea fight came upon them and brought their state down upon its knees, and as the Chians had suffered great loss, he without difficulty effected the conquest of them. 28. Thence Histories made an expedition against Tharsus, taking with him a large force of Ionians and Aeolians, and while he was encamped about the town of Tharsus, a report came to him that the Phoenicians were sailing up from Miletus to conquer the rest of Ionia. Being informed of this, he left Tharsus unconquered and himself hastened to Lesbos, taking with him his whole army. Then, as his army was in want of food, he crossed over from Lesbos to reap the corn in Dardanus and also that in the plain of the Caicus, which belonged to the Mysians. In these parts there chanced to be a Persian named Harpagus commanding a considerable force, and this man fought a battle with him after he had landed, and he took Histories himself prisoner and destroyed the greater part of his army. 29. And Histories was taken prisoner in the following manner, as the Hellenes were fighting with the Persians at Melena in the district of Atarneus, after they had been engaged in close combat for a long time. The cavalry at length charged and fell upon the Hellenes, and the cavalry in fact decided the battle. So when the Hellenes had been turned to flight, Histories, trusting that he would not be put to death by the king on account of his present fault, conceived a love of life, so that when he was being caught in his flight by a Persian and was about to be run through by him in the moment of his capture, he spoke in Persian and made himself known, saying that he was Histories the Milesian. 30. If then upon being taken prisoner he had been brought to King Darius, he would not, as I think, have suffered any harm, but Darius would have forgiven the crime with which he was charged. As it was, however, for this very reason and in order that he might not escape from punishment and again become powerful with the king, Artaphernes the governor of Sardis and Harpagus who had captured him, when he had reached Sardis on his way to the king, put him to death there and then, and his body they impaled, but embalmed his head and brought it up to Darius at Susa. Darius, having been informed of this, found fault with those who had done so, because they had not brought him up to his presence alive, and he bade wash the head of Histories and bestow upon it proper care, and then bury it, as that of one who had been greatly a benefactor both of the king himself and of the Persians. 31. Thus it happened about Histories, and meanwhile the Persian fleet, after wintering near Miletus, when it put to sea again in the following year, conquered without difficulty the islands lying near the mainland, Chios, Lesbos, and Tenedos, and whenever they took one of the islands, the barbarians, as each was conquered, swept the inhabitants off it, and this they do in the following manner: they extend themselves from the sea on the north to the sea on the south, each man having hold of the hand of the next, and then they pass through the whole island hunting the people out of it. They took also the Ionian cities on the mainland in the same manner, except that they did not sweep off the inhabitants thus, for it was not possible. 32. Then the commanders of the Persians proved not false to the threats with which they had threatened the Ionians when these were encamped opposite to them, for in fact when they conquered the cities, they chose out the most comely of the boys and castrated them, making eunuchs of them, and the fairest of the maidens they carried off by force to the king, and not only this, but they also burned the cities together with the temples. Thus for the third time had the Ionians been reduced to slavery, first by the Lydians and then twice in succession by the Persians. 33. Departing from Ionia the fleet proceeded to conquer all the places of the Hellespont on the left as one sails in, for those on the right had been subdued already by the Persians themselves, approaching them by land. Now the cities of the Hellespont in Europe are these: first comes the Chersonese, in which there are many cities, then Perinthus, the strongholds of the Thracian border, Silimbria, and Byzantium. The people of Byzantium and those of Colchidon opposite did not even wait for the coming of the Persian ships, but had left their own land first and departed, going within the Euxine, and there they settled in the city of Mesembria. So the Phoenicians, having burnt these places which have been mentioned, directed their course next to Proconnesus and Artake, and when they had delivered these also to the flames, they sailed back to the Chersonese to destroy the remaining cities which they had not sacked when they touched there before, but against Cyzicus they did not sail at all. for the men of Cyzicus even before the time when the Phoenicians sailed in had submitted to the king of their own accord, and had made terms with Oibus the son of Megabazus, the Persian governor after Scythian 34. In the Chersonese then the Phoenicians made themselves masters of all the other cities except the city of Cardia. Of these cities up to that time Miltiades the son of Cimon, the son of Stesagoras, had been despot, Miltiades the son of Cypselus having obtained this government in the manner which here follows. The inhabitants of this Chersonese were Doloncian Thracians, and these Doloncians, being hard-pressed in war by the Absinthians, sent their kings to Delphi to consult the oracle about the war, and the Pythian prophetess answered them that they must bring into their land as founder of a settlement a man who should first offer them hospitality as they returned from the temple. The Doloncians then passed along the sacred road through the land of the Phocians and of the Boeotians, and as no man invited them, they turned aside and came to Athens 35. Now at that time in Athens the government was held by Pisistratus, but Miltiades also the son of Cypselus had some power, who belonged to a family which kept 4-horse chariot teams, and who was descended originally from Aeacus and Aegina, though in more recent times his family was Athenian, Philaeus the son of Ajax having been the first of his house who became an Athenian. This Miltiades was sitting in the entrance of his own dwelling, and seeing the Doloncians going by with dress that was not of the native Athenian fashion and with spears, he shouted to them, and when they approached, he offered them lodging and hospitality. They then having accepted and having been entertained by him, proceeded to declare all the utterances of the oracle, and having declared it they asked him to do as the god had said, and Miltiades when he heard it was at once disposed to agree, because he was vexed by the rule of Pisistratus and desired to be removed out of the way. He set out therefore forthwith to Delphi to inquire of the oracle whether he should do that which the Doloncians asked of him. 36 And as the Pythian prophetess also bade him do so, Miltiades the son of Cypselus, who had before this been victor at Olympia with a 4-horse chariot, now taking with him of the Athenians everyone who desired to share in the expedition, sailed with the Doloncians and took possession of the land, and they who had invited him to come to them made him despot over them. First then he made a wall across the isthmus of the Chersonese from the city of Cardia to Pactae, in order that the Absinthians might not be able to invade the land and do them damage. Now the number of furlongs across the isthmus at this place is 36, and from this isthmus the Chersonese within is altogether 420 furlongs in length. 37. Having made a wall then across the neck of the Chersonese and having in this manner repelled the Absinthians, Miltiades made war upon the people of Lampsacus first of all others, and the people of Lampsacus laid an ambush and took him prisoner. Now Miltiades had come to be a friend of Croesus the Lydian, and Croesus accordingly, being informed of this event, sent and commanded the people of Lampsacus to let Miltiades go, otherwise he threatened to destroy them utterly like a pine tree. Then when the people of Lampsacus were perplexed in their counsels as to what that saying should mean with which Croesus had threatened them, namely that he would destroy them utterly like a pine tree, at length one of the elder men with difficulty perceived the truth, and said that a pine alone of all trees when it has been cut down does not put forth any further growth but perishes, being utterly destroyed. The people of Lampsacus therefore fearing Croesus loose Miltiades and let him go. 38. He then escaped by means of Croesus, but afterwards he brought his life to an end leaving no son to succeed him, but passing over his rule and his possessions to Stesagoras, who was the son of Cimon, his brother on the mother's side, and the people of the Chersonese still offer sacrifices to him after his death as it is usual to do to a founder, and hold in his honor a contest with horse races and athletic exercises, in which none of the men of Lampsacus are allowed to contend. After this there was war with those of Lampsacus, and it happened to Stesagoras also that he died without leaving a son, having been struck on the head with an axe in the city hall by a man who pretended to be a deserter, but who proved himself to be in fact an enemy and a rather hot one. Moreover 39. Then after Stesagoras also had ended his life in this manner, Miltiades son of Cimon and brother of that Stesagoras who was dead, was sent in a trireme to the Chersonese to take possession of the government by the sons of Pisistratus, who had dealt well with him at Athens also, pretending that they had had no share in the death of his father Cimon, of which in another part of the history I will set forth how it came to pass. Now Miltiades, when he came to the Chersonese, kept himself within his house, paying honors in all appearance to the memory of his brother Stesagoras, and the chief men of the inhabitants of the Chersonese in every place, being informed of this, gathered themselves together from all the cities and came in a body to condole with him, and when they had come they were laid in bonds by him. Miltiades then was in possession of the Chersonese, supporting a body of 500 mercenary troops, and he married the daughter of Elorus the king of the Thracians, who was named Hegesipile 40. Now this Miltiades son of Cimon had at the time of which we speak but lately returned to the Chersonese, and after he had returned, there befell him other misfortunes worse than those which had befallen him already, for 2 years before this he had been a fugitive out of the land from the Scythians, since the nomad Scythians provoked by King Darius had joined all in a body and marched as far as this Chersonese, and Miltiades had not awaited their attack but had become a fugitive from the Chersonese, until at last the Scythians departed and the Doloncians brought him back again. These things happened 2 years before the calamities which now abreast him, 41. And now, being informed that the Phoenicians were at Tenedos, he filled 5 triremes with the property which he had at hand and sailed away for Athens, and having set out from the city of Cardia he was sailing through the Gulf of Melos, and as he passed along by the shore of the Chersonese, the Phoenicians fell in with his ships, and while Miltiades himself with 4 of his ships escaped to Imbros, the 5th of his ships was captured in the pursuit by the Phoenicians. Of this ship it chanced that Meciacus the eldest of the sons of Miltiades was in command, not born of the daughter of Elorus the Thracian, but of another woman. Him the Phoenicians captured together with his ship, and being informed about him, that he was the son of Miltiades, they brought him up to the king, supposing that they would lay up for themselves a great obligation, because it was Miltiades who had declared as his opinion to the Ionians that they should do as the Scythians said, at that time when the Scythians requested them to break up the bridge of boats and sail away to their own land. Darius however, when the Phoenicians brought up to him Meciacus the son of Miltiades, did Meciacus no harm but on the contrary very much good, for he gave him a house and possessions and a Persian wife, by whom he had children born who have been ranked as Persians. Miltiades meanwhile came from Imbros to Athens 42. In the course of this year there was done by the Persians nothing more which tended to strife with the Ionians, but these things which follow were done in this year very much to their advantage. Artaphernes the governor of Sardis sent 4 envoys from all the cities and compelled the Ionians to make agreements among themselves, so that they might give satisfaction for wrongs and not plunder one another's land. This he compelled them to do, and also he measured their territories by parasangs, that is the name which the Persians give to the length of 30 furlongs. He measured, I say, by these, and appointed a certain amount of tribute for each people, which continues still unaltered from that time even to my own days, as it was appointed by Artaphernes, and the tribute was appointed to be nearly of the same amount for each as it had been before 43. These were things which tended to peace for the Ionians, but at the beginning of the spring, the other commanders having all been removed by the king, Mardonius the son of Gobryas came down to the sea, bringing with him a very large land, army and a very large naval force, being a young man and lately married to Artazostra daughter of King Darius. When Mardonius leading this army came to Cilicia, he embarked on board a ship himself and proceeded together with the other ships, while other leaders led the land army to the Hellespont. Mardonius however sailing along the coast of Asia came to Ionia, and here I shall relate a thing which will be a great marvel to those of the Hellenes who do not believe that to the 7 men of the Persians Artanes declared as his opinion that the Persians ought to have popular rule, for Mardonius deposed all the despots of the Ionians and established popular governments in the cities. Having so done he hastened on to the Hellespont, and when there was collected a vast number of ships and a large land army, they crossed over the Hellespont in the ships and began to make their way through Europe, and their way was directed against Eretria and Athens 44. These, I say, furnished them the pretence for the expedition, but they had it in their minds to subdue as many as they could of the Hellenic cities, and in the first place they subdued with their ships the Thasians, who did not even raise a hand to defend themselves. Then with the land army they gained the Macedonians to be their servants in addition to those whom they had already, for all the nations on the east of the Macedonians had become subject to them already before this. Crossing over then from Tharsos to the opposite coast, they proceeded on their way near the land as far as Acanthus, and then starting from Acanthus they attempted to get round Mount Athos, but as they sailed round, there fell upon them a violent north wind, against which they could do nothing, and handled them very roughly, casting away very many of their ships on Mount Athos. It is said indeed that the number of the ships destroyed was 300, and more than 20,000 men, for as this sea which is about Athos is very full of sea monsters, some were seized by these and so perished, while others were dashed against the rocks, and some of them did not know how to swim and perished for that cause, others again by reason of cold 45. Thus fared the fleet, and meanwhile Mardonius and the land army while encamping in Macedonia were attacked in the night by the Brygian Thracians, and many of them were slain by the Brygians and Mardonius himself was wounded. However, not even these escaped being enslaved by the Persians, for Mardonius did not depart from that region until he had made them subject, but when he had subdued these, he proceeded to lead his army back, since he had suffered great loss with his land army in fighting against the Brygians and with his fleet in going round Athos. So this expedition departed back to Asia, having gained no honor by its contests. 46. In the next year after this, Darius first sent a messenger to the men of Tharsus, who had been accused by their neighbors of planning revolt, and bade them take away the wall around their town and bring their ships to Abdera. The Thasians, in fact, as they had been besieged by Hestiarius the Milesian and at the same time had large revenues coming in, were using their money in building ships of war and in surrounding their city with a stronger wall. Now the revenues came to them from the mainland and from the mines. From the gold mines in Skaptile there came in generally 80 talents a year, and from those in Tharsus itself a smaller amount than this, but so much that in general the Thasians, without taxes upon the produce of their soil, had a revenue from the mainland and from the mines amounting yearly to 200 talents, and when the amount was highest, to 347. I myself saw these mines, and by much the most marvelous of them were those which the Phoenicians discovered, who made the first settlement in this island in company with Tharsus, and the island had the name which it now has from this Tharsus the Phoenician. These Phoenician mines are in that part of Tharsus which is between the places called Adira and Koinira and opposite Samothrace, where there is a great mountain which has been all turned up in the search for metal. Thus it is with this matter, and the Thasians on the command of the king both raised their walls and brought all their ships to Abdera. 48. After this Darius began to make trial of the Hellenes, what they meant to do, whether to make war with him or to deliver themselves up. He sent abroad heralds therefore, and appointed them to go some to one place and others to another throughout Hellas, bidding them demand earth and water for the king. These, I say, he sent to Hellas, and meanwhile he was sending abroad other heralds to his own tributary cities which lay upon the sea coast, and he bade them have ships of war built and also vessels to carry horses. 49. They then were engaged in preparing these things, and meanwhile when the heralds had come to Hellas, many of those who dwelt upon the mainland gave that for which the Persian made demand, and all those who dwelt in the islands did so, to whomsoever they came to make their demand. The islanders, I say, gave earth and water to Darius, and among them also those of Aegina, and when these had done so, the Athenians went forthwith urgent against them, supposing that the Aeginetans had given with hostile purpose against themselves, in order to make an expedition against them in combination with the Persians, and also they were glad to get hold of an occasion against them. Accordingly they went backward and forwards to Sparta and accused the Aeginetans of that which they had done, as having proved themselves traitors to Hellas. 50. In consequence of this accusation Cleomenes the son of Anaxandrides, king of the Spartans, crossed over to Aegina meaning to seize those of the Aeginetans who were the most guilty, but as he was attempting to seize them, certain of the Aeginetans opposed him, and among them especially Crius the son of Polycritus, who said that he should not with impunity carry off a single Aeginetan, for he was doing this, said he, without authority from the Spartan state, having been persuaded to it by the Athenians with money, otherwise he would have come and seized them in company with the other king, and this he said by reason of the message received from Demaratus. Cleomenes then as he departed from Aegina, asked Crius what was his name, and he told him the truth, and Cleomenes said to him, Surely now, O Ram, thou must cover over thy horns with bronze, for thou wilt shortly have a great trouble to contend with. 51. Meanwhile Demaratus the son of Ariston was staying behind in Sparta and bringing charges against Cleomenes, he also being king of the Spartans but of the inferior house, which however is inferior in no other way, for it is descended from the same ancestor, but the house of Eurysthenes has always been honored more, apparently because he was the elder brother. 52. For the Lacedaemonians, who hearing agree with none of the poets, say that Aristodemus the son of Aristomachus, the son of Cleodaeus, the son of Hyllus, being their king, led them himself and not the sons of Aristodemus, to this land which they now possess. Then after no long time the wife of Aristodemus, whose name was Argelia, she was the daughter, they say, of Ortesian, the son of Tisamenes, the son of Thersander, the son of Polynices. She, it is said, brought forth twins, and Aristodemus lived but to see his children and then ended his life by sickness. So the Lacedaemonians of that time resolved according to established custom to make the elder of the children their king, but they did not know which of them they should take, because they were like one another and of equal size. and when they were not able to make out, or even before this, they inquired of their mother, and she said that even she herself did not know one from the other. She said this, although she knew in truth very well, because she desired that by some means both might be made kings. The Lacedaemonians then were in a strait, and being in a strait they sent to Delphi to inquire what they should do in the matter. And the Pythian prophetess bade them regard both children as their kings, but honour most the first in age. The prophetess, they say, thus gave answer to them, and when the Lacedaemonians were at a loss nonetheless how to find out the elder of them, a Messenian whose name was Panites made a suggestion to them. This Panites, I say, suggested to the Lacedaemonians that they should watch the mother and see which of the children she washed and fed before the other, and if she was seen to do this always in the same order, then they would have all that they were seeking and desiring to find out. But if she too was uncertain and did it in a different order at different times, it would be plain to them that even she had no more knowledge than any other, and they must turn to some other way. Then the Spartans, following the suggestion of the Messenian, watched the mother of the sons of Aristodemus and found that she gave honor thus to the firstborn both in feeding and in washing, for she did not know with what design she was being watched. They took therefore the child which was honored by its mother and brought it up as the firstborn in the public hall, and to it was given the name of Eurysthenes, while the other was called Procles. These, when they had grown up, both themselves were at variance, they say, with one another, though they were brothers, throughout the whole time of their lives, and their descendants also continued after the same manner. 53. This is the report given by the Lacedaemonians alone of all the Hellenes, but this which follows I write in accordance with it which is reported by the Hellenes generally. I mean that the names of these kings of the Dorians are rightly enumerated by the Hellenes up to Perseus the son of Danae, leaving the god out of account, and proved to be of Hellenic race, for even from that time they were reckoned as Hellenes. I said up to Perseus and did not take the descent from a yet higher point, because there is no name mentioned of a mortal father for Perseus, as Amphitryon is for Heracles. Therefore with reason, as is evident, I have said rightly up to Perseus, but if one enumerates their ancestors in succession going back from Danae the daughter of Acrisius, the rulers of the Dorians will prove to be Egyptians as by direct descent. 54. Thus I have traced the descent according to the account given by the Hellenes, but as the story is reported which the Persians tell, Perseus himself was an Assyrian and became a Hellene, whereas the ancestors of Perseus were not Hellenes, and as for the ancestors of Acrisius, who, according to this account, belong not to Perseus in any way by kinship, they say that these were, as the Hellenes report, Egyptians. 55. Let it suffice to have said so much about these matters, and as to the question how and by what exploits being Egyptians they received the scepters of royalty over the Dorians, we will omit these things, since others have told about them, but the things with which other narrators have not dealt, of these I will make mention. 56. These are the royal rights which have been given by the Spartans to their kings, namely, 2 priesthoods, of Zeus Lacedaemon and Zeus Uranius, and the right of making war against whatsoever land they please, and that no man of the Spartans shall hinder this right, or if he do, he shall be subject to the curse, and that when they go on expeditions the kings shall go out first and return last, that 100 picked men shall be the guard upon expeditions, and that they shall use in their goings forth to war as many cattle as they desire, and take both the hides and the backs of all that are sacrificed. 57. These are their privileges in war, and in peace moreover things have been assigned to them as follows. If any sacrifice is performed at the public charge, it is the privilege of the kings to sit down at the feast before all others, and that the attendants shall begin with them first, and serve to each of them a portion of everything double of that which is given to the other guests, and that they shall have the first pouring of libations and the height of the animals slain in sacrifice, that on every new moon and 7th day of the month there shall be delivered at the public charge to each one of these a full-grown victim in the temple of Apollo, and a measure of barley groats and a Laconian quarter of wine, and that at all the games they shall have seats of honor specially set apart for them. Moreover it is their privilege to appoint as protectors of strangers whomsoever they will of the citizens, and to choose each 2 Pythians. Now the Pythians are men sent to consult the god at Delphi, and they eat with the kings at the public charge, and if the kings do not come to the dinner, it is the rule that there shall be sent out for them to their houses 2 quarts of barley groats for each one and half a pint of wine, but if they are present, double shares of everything shall be given them, and moreover they shall be honored in this same manner when they have been invited to dinner by private persons. The kings also, it is ordained, shall have charge of the oracles which are given, but the Pythians also shall have knowledge of them. It is the rule moreover that the kings alone give decision on the following cases only. that is to say, about the maiden who inherits her father's property, namely who ought to have her, if her father have not betrothed her to anyone, and about public ways, also if any man desires to adopt a son, he must do it in presence of the kings, and it is ordained that they shall sit in council with the senators, who are in number 28, and if they do not come, those of the senators who are most closely related to them shall have the privileges of the kings and give 2 votes besides their own, making 3 in all. 58. These rights have been assigned to the kings for their lifetime by the Spartan state, and after they are dead these which follow, horsemen go round and announce that which has happened throughout the whole of the Laconian land, and in the city women go about and strike upon a copper kettle. Whenever this happens so, 2 free persons of each household must go into mourning, a man and a woman, and for those who fail to do this great penalties are appointed. Now the custom of the Lacedaemonians about the deaths of their kings is the same as that of the barbarians who dwell in Asia, for most of the barbarians practice the same customs as regards the death of their kings. Whensoever a king of the Lacedaemonians is dead, then from the whole territory of Lacedaemon, not reckoning the Spartans, a certain fixed number of the dwellers round are compelled to go to the funeral ceremony, and when they have been gathered together of these and of the Helots and of the Spartans themselves many thousands in the same place, with their women intermingled, they beat their foreheads with a good will and make lamentation without stint, saying that this one who has died last of their kings was the best of all, and whenever any of their kings has been killed in war, they prepare an image to represent him, laid upon a couch with fair coverings, and carry it out to be buried. Then after they have buried him, no assembly is held among them for 10 days, nor is there any meeting for choice of magistrates, but they have mourning during these days. 59. In another respect to these resemble the Persians, that is to say, when the king is dead and another is appointed king, this king who is newly coming in sets free any man of the Spartans who is a debtor to the king or to the state, while among the Persians the king who comes to the throne remits to all the cities the arrears of tribute which are due 60. In the following point also the Lacedaemonians resemble the Egyptians, that is to say, the heralds and flute-players and cooks inherit the crafts of their fathers, and a flute-player is the son of a flute-player, a cook of a cook, and a herald of a herald. Other men do not lay hands upon the office because they have loud and clear voices, and so shut them out of it, but they practice their craft by inheritance from their fathers. 61. Thus are these things done, and at this time of which we speak, while Cleomenes was in Aegina doing deeds which were for the common service of Hellas, Demaratus brought charges against him, not so much because he cared for the Aeginetans as because he felt envy and jealousy of him. Then Cleomenes, after he returned from Aegina, planned to depose Demaratus from being king, making an attempt upon him on account of this matter which follows. Ariston being king in Sparta and having married 2 wives, yet had no children born to him, and since he did not acknowledge that he himself was the cause of this, he married a 3rd wife, and he married her thus. He had a friend, a man of the Spartans, to whom of all the citizens Ariston was most inclined, and it chanced that this man had a wife who was of all the women in Sparta the fairest by far, and one too who had become the fairest from having been the foulest, for as she was mean in her aspect, her nurse, considering that she was the daughter of wealthy persons and was of uncomely aspect, and seeing moreover that her parents were troubled by it, perceiving I say these things, her nurse devised as follows. Every day she bore her to the temple of Helen, which is in the place called Therapne, lying above the temple of Phoebus, and whenever the nurse bore her thither, she placed her before the image and prayed the goddess to deliver the child from her unshapeliness. And once as the nurse was going away out of the temple, it is said that a woman appeared to her, and having appeared asked her what she was bearing in her arms, and she told her that she was bearing a child, upon which the other bade her show the child to her, but she refused, for it had been forbidden to her by the parents to show it to anyone, but the woman continued to urge her by all means to show it to her. So then perceiving that the woman earnestly desired to see it, the nurse showed her the child. Then the woman stroking the head of the child said that she should be the fairest of all the women in Sparta, and from that day her aspect was changed. Afterwards when she came to the age for marriage, she was married to Achatus the son of Alcides, this friend of Ariston of whom we spoke. 62. Now Ariston it seems was ever stung by the desire of this woman, and accordingly he contrived as follows. He made an engagement himself with his comrade, whose wife this woman was, that he would give him as a gift one thing of his own possessions, whatsoever he should choose, and he bade his comrade make return to him in similar fashion. He therefore, fearing nothing for his wife, because he saw that Ariston also had a wife, agreed to this, and on these terms they impose oaths on one another. After this Ariston on his part gave that which Agitus had chosen from the treasures of Ariston, whatever the thing was, and he himself, seeking to obtain from him the like return, endeavored then to take away the wife of his comrade from him, and he said that he consented to give anything else except this one thing only, but at length being compelled by the oath and by the treacherous deception, he allowed her to be taken away from him. 63. Thus had Ariston brought into his house the third wife, having dismissed the second, and this wife, not having fulfilled the 10 months but in a shorter period of time, bore him that Demaratus of whom we were speaking, and one of his servants reported to him as he was sitting in council with the ephors, that a son had been born to him. He then, knowing the time when he took to him his wife, and reckoning the months upon his fingers, said, denying with an oath, the child would not be mine. This the ephors heard, but they thought it a matter of no importance at the moment, and the child grew up, and Ariston repented of that which he had said, for he thought Demaratus was certainly his own son, and he gave him the name Demaratus for this reason, namely because before these things took place the Spartan people all in a body had made a vow praying that a son might be born to Ariston, as one who was preeminent in renown over all the kings who had ever arisen in Sparta. 64. For this reason the name Demaratus was given to him. And as time went on Ariston died, and Demaratus obtained the kingdom, but it was fated apparently that these things should become known and should cause Demaratus to be deposed from the kingdom, and therefore Demaratus came to be at variance greatly with Cleomenes both at the former time when he withdrew his army from Eleusis, and also now especially, when Cleomenes had crossed over to take those of the Aeginetans who had gone over to the Medes. 65. Cleomenes then, being anxious to take vengeance on him, concerted matters with Leotychides the son of Menes, the son of Agis, who was of the same house as Demaratus, under condition that if he should set him up as king instead of Demaratus, he would go with him against the Aeginetans. Now Leotychides had become a bitter foe of Demaratus on account of this matter which follows. Leotychides had betrothed himself to Percolus the daughter of Chilon son of Demarmenus, and Demaratus plotted against him and deprived Leotychides of his marriage, carrying off Percolus himself beforehand, and getting her for his wife. Thus had arisen the enmity of Leotychides against Demaratus, and now by the instigation of Cleomenes Leotychides deposed against Demaratus, saying that he was not rightfully reigning over the Spartans, not being a son of Ariston, and after this deposition he prosecuted a suit against him, recalling the old saying which Ariston uttered at the time when his servant reported to him that a son was born to him, and he reckoning up the months denied with an oath, saying that it was not his. Taking his stand upon this utterance, Leotychides proceeded to prove that Demaratus was not born of Ariston nor was rightfully reigning over Sparta, and he produced as witnesses those ephors who chanced then to have been sitting with Ariston in council and to have heard him say this. 66. At last, as there was contention about those matters, the Spartans resolved to ask the oracle at Delphi whether Demaratus was the son of Ariston. The question then having been referred by the arrangement of Cleomenes to the Pythian prophetess, thereupon Cleomenes gained over to his side Cobbon the son of Aristophanes, who had most power among the Delphians, and Cobbon persuaded Periala the prophetess of the oracle to say that which Cleomenes desired to have said. Thus the Pythian prophetess, when those who were sent to consult the god asked her their question, gave decision that Demaratus was not the son of Ariston. Afterwards however these things became known, and both Cobbon went into exile from Delphi and Periala the prophetess of the oracle was removed from her office. 67. With regard to the deposing of Demaratus from the kingdom it happened thus, but Demaratus became an exile from Sparta to the Medes on account of a reproach which here follows. After he had been deposed from the kingdom Demaratus was holding a public office to which he had been elected. Now it was the time of the Gymnopaedia, and as Demaratus was a spectator of them, Leotychides, who had now become king himself instead of Demaratus, sent his attendant and asked Demaratus in mockery and insult what kind of a thing it was to be a magistrate after having been king, and he vexed at the question made answer and said that he himself had now had experience of both, but Leotychides had not. This question however, he said, would be the beginning either of countless evil or countless good fortune for the Lacedaemonians. Having thus said, he veiled his head and went forth out of the theatre to his own house, and forthwith he made preparations and sacrificed an ox to Zeus, and after having sacrificed he called his mother. 68. Then when his mother had come, he put into her hands some of the inner parts of the victim, and besought her, saying as follows, Mother, I beseech thee, appealing to the other gods and above all to this Zeus the guardian of the household, to tell me the truth, who is really and truly my father, for Leotychides spoke in his contention with me, saying that thou didst come to Ariston with child by thy former husband, and others besides, reporting that which is doubtless an idle tale, say that thou didst go to one of the servants, namely the keeper of the asses, and that I am his son. I therefore entreat thee by the gods to tell me the truth, for if thou hast done any of these things which are reported, thou hast not done them alone, but with many other women. And the report is commonly believed in Sparta that there was not an Ariston seed which should beget children, for if so, then his former wives also would have borne children. 69. Thus he spoke, and she made answer as follows: My son, since thou dost beseech me with entreaties to speak the truth, the whole truth shall be told to thee. When Ariston had brought me into his house, on the third night there came to me an apparition in the likeness of Ariston, and having lain with me it put upon me the garlands which it had on, and the apparition straightway departed. And after this Ariston came, and when he saw me with garlands, he asked who it was who had given me them, and I said that he had given them, but he did not admit it, and I began to take oath of it, saying that he did not well to deny it, for he had come, I said, a short time before and had lain with me and given me the garlands. Then Ariston, seeing that I made oath of it, perceived that the matter was of the gods, and first the garlands were found to be from the hero temple which stands by the outer door of the house, which they call the temple of Astrabacus, and secondly the diviners gave answer that it was this same hero. Thus, my son, thou hast all, as much as thou desirest to learn, for either thou art begotten of this hero and the hero Astrabacus is thy father, or Ariston is thy father, for on that night I conceived thee. But as to that wherein thy foes most take hold of thee, saying that Ariston himself, when thy birth was announced to him, in the hearing of many declared that thou wert not his son, because the time, the 10 months namely, had not yet been fulfilled. In ignorance of such matters he cast forth that saying, for women bring forth children both at the 9th month and also at the 7th, and not all after they have completed 10 months, and I bore thee, my son, at the 7th month. And Ariston himself also perceived after no long time that he had uttered this saying in folly. Do not thou then accept any other reports about thy begetting, for thou hast heard in all the full truth, but to Leartychides and to those who report these things may their wives bear children by keepers of asses. 70. Thus she spoke, and he, having learnt that which he desired to learn, took supplies for travelling and set forth to go to Elis, pretending that he was going to Delphi to consult the oracle, but the Lacedaemonians, suspecting that he was attempting to escape, pursued after him, and it chanced that before they came Demeritus had passed over to Zacynthus from Elis, and the Lacedaemonians crossing over after him laid hands on his person and carried away his attendants from him. Afterwards however, since those of Zacynthus refused to give him up, he passed over from thence to Asia, to the presence of King Darius, and Darius both received him with great honour as a guest, and also gave him land and cities. Thus Demeritus had come to Asia, and such was the fortune which he had had, having been distinguished in the estimation of the Lacedaemonians in many other ways both by deeds and by counsels, and especially having gained for them an Olympic victory with the 4-horse chariot, being the only one who achieved this of all the kings who ever arose in Sparta. 71. Demeritus being deposed, Leartychides the son of Menes succeeded to the kingdom, and he had born to him a son Zeuxidamus, whom some of the Spartans called Cyniscus. This Zeuxidamus did not become king of Sparta, for he died before Leartychides, leaving a son Archidamus, and Leartychides having lost Zeuxidamus married a second wife Eurydice, the sister of Meneus and daughter of Diactorides, by whom he had no male issue, but a daughter Lampito, whom Archidamus the son of Zeuxidamus took in marriage, she being given to him by Leartychides. 72. Leartychides however did not himself live to old age in Sparta, but paid a retribution for Demeritus as follows. He went as commander of the Lacedaemonians to invade Thessaly, and when he might have reduced all to subjection, he accepted gifts of money amounting to a large sum, and being taken in the act there in the camp, as he was sitting upon a glove full of money, he was brought to trial and banished from Sparta, and his house was razed to the ground. So he went into exile to Tegea and ended his life there. 73. These things happened later, but at this time, when Cleomenes had brought to a successful issue the affair which concerned Demeritus, forthwith he took with him Leartychides and went against the Aeginetans, being very greatly enraged with them because of their insults towards him. So the Aeginetans on their part, since both the kings had come against them, thought fit no longer to resist, and the Spartans selected 10 men who were the most considerable among the Aeginetans both by wealth and by birth, and took them away as prisoners, and among others also Crius the son of Polycrates and Chrysambus the son of Aristogrates, who had the greatest power among them, and having taken these away to the land of Attica, they deposited them as a charge with the Athenians, who were the bitterest enemies of the Aeginetans. 74. After this, Cleomenes, since it had become known that he had devised evil against Demaratus, was seized by fear of the Spartans and retired to Thessaly. Thence he came to Arcadia, and began to make mischief and to combine the Arcadians against Sparta, and besides other oaths with which he caused them to swear that they would assuredly follow him whithersoever he should lead them. He was very desirous also to bring the chiefs of the Arcadians to the city of Nonacris and cause them to swear by the water of Styx, for near this city it is said by the Arcadians that there is the water of Styx, and there is in fact something of this kind. A small stream of water is seen to trickle down from a rock into a hollow ravine, and round the ravine runs a wall of rough stones. Now Nonacris, where it happens that this spring is situated, is a city of Arcadia near Pheneus. 75. The Lacedaemonians, hearing that Cleomenes was acting thus, were afraid, and proceeded to bring him back to Sparta to rule on the same terms as before, but when he had come back, forthwith a disease of madness seized him, who had been even before this somewhat insane, and whenever he met any of the Spartans, he dashed his staff against the man's face, and as he continued to do this and had gone on quite out of his senses, his kinsman bound him in stocks. Then being so bound, and seeing his warder left alone by the rest, he asked him for a knife, and the warder not being at first willing to give it, he threatened him with that which he would do to him afterwards if he did not, until at last the warder, fearing the threats, for he was one of the helots, gave him a knife. Then Cleomenes, when he had received the steel, began to maltreat himself from the legs upwards, for he went on cutting his flesh lengthways from the legs to the thighs and from the thighs to the loins and flanks, until at last he came to the belly, and cutting this into strips he died in that manner. And this happened, as most of the Hellenes report, because he persuaded the Pythian prophetess to advise that which was done about Demaratus, but as the Athenians alone report, it was because when he invaded Eleusis he laid waste the sacred enclosure of the goddesses, and according to the report of the Argives, because from their sanctuary dedicated to Argos he caused to come down those of the Argives who had fled for refuge from the battle and slew them, and also set fire to the grove itself, holding it in no regard. 76. For when Cleomenes was consulting the oracle at Delphi, the answer was given him that he should conquer Argos, so he led the Spartans and came to the river Erasinus, which is said to flow from the Stymphalian lake, for this lake, they say, running out into a viewless chasm, appears again above ground in the land of Argos, and from thence onwards this water is called by the Argives Erasinus. Having come, I say, to this river, Cleomenes did sacrifice to it, and since the sacrifices were not at all favourable for him to cross over, he said that he admired the Erasinus for not betraying the men of its country, but the Argives should not even so escape. After this he retired back from thence and led his army down to Thyrea, and having done sacrifice to the sea by slaying a bull, he brought them in ships to the land of Tiryns and Norplia. 77. Being informed of this, the Argives came to the rescue towards the sea, and when they had got near Tiryns and were at the place which is called Hesperia, they encamped opposite to the Lacedaemonians, leaving no very wide space between the armies. Though the Argives were not afraid of the open fighting, but only lest they should be conquered by craft, for to this they thought referred the oracle which the Pythian prophetess gave in common to these and to the Milesians, saying as follows: But when the female at length shall conquer the male in the battle, conquer and drive him forth, and glory shall gain among Argives, then many wives of the Argives shall tear both cheeks in their mourning, so that a man shall say sometime, of the men that came after, quelled by the spirit perished, the three-coiled terrible serpent. The conjunction of all these things caused fear to the Argives, and with a view to this they resolved to make use of the enemy's herald, and having so resolved they proceeded to do as follows: whenever the Spartan herald proclaimed anything to the Lacedaemonians, the Argives also did that same thing. 78. So Cleomenes, perceiving that the Argives were doing whatever the herald of the Lacedaemonians proclaimed, passed the word to the Lacedaemonians that when the herald should proclaim that they were to get breakfast, then they should take up their arms and go to attack the Argives. This was carried out even so by the Lacedaemonians, for as the Argives were getting breakfast according to the herald's proclamation, they attacked them, and many of them they slew, but many more yet took refuge in the sacred grove of Argos, and upon these they kept watch, sitting round about the place. Then Cleomenes did this which follows. 79. He had with him deserters, and getting information by inquiring of these, he sent a herald and summoned forth those of the Argives who were shut up in the sanctuary, mentioning each by name, and he summoned them forth saying that he had received their ransom, Now among the Peloponnesians ransom is 2 pounds weight of silver appointed to be paid for each prisoner. So Cleomenes summoned forth about 50 of the Argives one by one and slew them, and it chanced that the rest who were in the enclosure did not perceive that this was being done, for since the grove was thick, those within did not see how it fared with those who were without, at least until one of them climbed up a tree and saw from above that which was being done. Accordingly they then no longer came forth when they were called. 80. So Cleomenes thereupon ordered all the Helots to pile up brushwood round the sacred grove, and they obeying, he set fire to the grove, and when it was now burning, he asked one of the deserters to what god the grove was sacred, and the man replied that it was sacred to Argos. When he heard that, he groaned aloud and said, Apollo who utterest oracles, surely thou hast greatly deceived me, saying that I should conquer Argos. I conjecture that the oracle has had its fulfillment for me already. 81. After this Cleomenes sent away the greater part of his army to go back to Sparta, but he himself took 1,000 of the best men and went to the temple of Hera to sacrifice, and when he wished to sacrifice upon the altar, the priest forbade him, saying that it was not permitted by religious rule for a stranger to sacrifice in that place. Cleomenes however bade the Helots take away the priest from the altar and scourge him, and he himself offered the sacrifice. Having so done he returned back to Sparta. 82. And after his return his opponents brought him up before the ephors, saying that he had received gifts and therefore had not conquered Argos, when he might easily have conquered it. He said to them, but whether he was speaking falsely or whether truly I am not able with certainty to say. However that may be, he spoke and said that when he had conquered the sanctuary of Argos, it seemed to him that the oracle of the godhead had its fulfillment for him, therefore he did not think it right to make an attempt on the city, at least until he should have had recourse to sacrifice, and should have learned whether the deity permitted him or whether she stood opposed to him. And as he was sacrificing for augury in the temple of Hera, a flame of fire blazed forth from the breasts of the image, and thus he knew the certainty of the matter, namely that he would not conquer Argos, for if fire had blazed forth from the head of the image, he would have been conqueror of the city from top to bottom, but since it blazed from the breasts, everything had been accomplished for him which the god desired should come to pass. Thus speaking he seemed to the Spartans to speak credibly and reasonably, and he easily escaped his pursuers. 83. Argos however was so bereft of men that their slaves took possession of all the state, ruling and managing it until the sons of those who had perished grew to be men. Then these, endeavoring to gain Argos back to themselves, cast them out, and the slaves being driven forth gained possession of Tiryns by fighting. Now for a time these two parties had friendly relations with one another, but afterwards there came to the slaves a prophet named Cleander, by race a Phigalian from Arcadia. This man persuaded the slaves to attack their masters, and in consequence of this there was war between them for a long time, until at last with difficulty the Argives overcame them. 84. The Argives then say that this was the reason why Cleomenes went mad and had an evil end, but the Spartans themselves say that Cleomenes was not driven mad by any divine power, but that he had become a drinker of unmixed wine from having associated with Scythians, and that he went mad in consequence of this, for the nomad Scythians, they say, when Darius had made invasion of their land, desired eagerly after this to take vengeance upon him, and they sent to Sparta and tried to make an alliance, and to arrange that while the Scythians themselves attempted an invasion of Media by the way of the river Phasis, the Spartans should set forth from Ephesus and go up inland, and then that they should meet in one place. And they say that Cleomenes, when the Scythians had come for this purpose, associated with them largely, and that thus associating more than was fit, he learnt the practice of drinking wine unmixed with water, and for this cause, as the Spartans think, he went mad. Thenceforth, as they say themselves, when they desire to drink stronger wine, they say fill up in Scythian fashion. Thus the Spartans report about Cleomenes, but to me it seems that this was a retribution which Cleomenes paid for Demeritus. 85. Now when the Aeginetans heard that Cleomenes had met his end, they sent messengers to Sparta to denounce Laertichides for the matter of the hostages which were being kept at Athens, and the Lacedaemonians caused a court to assemble and judged that the Aeginetans had been dealt with outrageously by Laertichides, and they condemned him to be taken to Aegina and delivered up in place of the men who were being kept at Athens. Then when the Aeginetans were about to take Laertichides, Thesides the son of Leopreps, a man of repute in Sparta, said to them, What are ye proposing to do, men of Aegina? Do ye mean to take away the king of the Spartans, thus delivered up to you by his fellow citizens? If the Spartans now being in anger have decided so, beware lest at some future time, if ye do this, they bring an evil upon your land which may destroy it. Hearing this, the Aeginetans abstained from taking him, but they came to an agreement that Leotychides should accompany them to Athens and restore the men to the Aeginetans. 86. When however Leotychides came to Athens and asked for the deposit back, the Athenians, not being willing to give up their hostages, produced pretexts for refusing, and alleged the two kings had deposited them and they did not think it right to give them back to the one without the other. So since the Athenians said that they would not give them back, Leotychides spoke to them as follows. 86. Athenians, do whichever thing ye yourselves desire, for ye know that if ye give them up, ye do that which religion commands, and if ye refuse to give them up, ye do the opposite of this. But I desire to tell you what kind of a thing came to pass once in Sparta about a deposit. We Spartans report that there was in Lacedaemon about 2 generations before my time one Glaucus the son of Epicides. This man we say obtained the highest merit in all things besides, and especially he was well reported of by all who at that time dwelt in Lacedaemon for his uprightness, and we relate that in due time it happened to him thus. A man of Miletus came to Sparta and desired to have speech with him, alleging the reasons which follow. I am a Milesian, he said, and I am come hither desiring to have benefit from thy uprightness, Glaucus, for as there was much report of thy uprightness throughout all the rest of Hellas and also in Ionia, I considered with myself that Ionia is ever in danger, whereas Peloponnesus is safely established, and also that we never see wealth continue in the possession of the same persons long. Reflecting, I say, on these things and taking counsel with myself, I resolved to turn into money the half of my possessions, and to place it with thee, being well assured that if it were placed with thee I should have it safe. Do thou therefore, I pray thee, receive the money, and take and keep these tallies, and whosoever shall ask for the money back having the tokens answering to these, to him do thou restore it. 86. B. The stranger who had come from Miletus said so much, and Glaucus accepted the deposit on the terms proposed. Then after a long time had gone on by, there came to Sparta the sons of him who had deposited the money with Glaucus, and they came to speech with Glaucus, and producing the tokens asked for the money to be given back, but he repulsed them, answering them again thus, I do not remember the matter, nor does my mind bring back to me any knowledge of those things whereof ye speak, but I desire to recollect and do all that is just, for if I received it, I desire to restore it honestly, and if on the other hand I did not receive it at all, I will act towards you in accordance with the customs of the Hellenes, therefore I defer the settling of the matter with you for 3 months from now. 86. C. The Milesians accordingly went away grieved, for they supposed that they had been robbed of the money, but Glaucus set forth to Delphi to consult the oracle, and when he inquired of the oracle whether he should rob them of the money by an oath, the Pythian prophetess rebuked him with these lines, Glaucus, thou, Epicides' son, yea, this for the moment, this, to conquer their word by an oath and to rob, is more gainful. Swear, since the lot of death waits also for him who swears truly, but know thou that oath is a son, one nameless and handless and footless, yet without feet he pursues, without hands he seizes, and wholly he shall destroy the race and the house of the man who offendeth, but for the man who swears truly his race is the better hereafter. Having heard this, Glaucus entreated that the god would pardon him for that which he had said, but the prophetess said that to make trial of the god and to do the deed were things equivalent. 86. D. Glaucus then, having sent for the Milesians, gave back to them the money, but the reason for which, O Athenians, I set forth to relate to you this story, shall now be told. At the present time there is no descendant of Glaucus existing, nor any hearth which is esteemed to be that of Glaucus, but he has been utterly destroyed and rooted up out of Sparta. Thus it is good not even to entertain a thought about a deposit other than that of restoring it, when they who made it ask for it again. 87. When Leotychides had thus spoken, since not even so were the Athenians willing to listen to him, he departed back, and the Aeginetans, before paying the penalty for their former wrongs wherein they did outrage to the Athenians to please the Thebans, acted as follows, complaining of the conduct of the Athenians and thinking that they were being wronged. They made preparations to avenge themselves upon the Athenians, and since the Athenians were celebrating a 4-yearly festival at Sunion, they lay in wait for the sacred ship which was sent to it and took it, the vessel being full of men who were the first among the Athenians, and having taken it they laid the men in bonds. 88. The Athenians after they had suffered this wrong from the Aeginetans no longer delayed to contrive all things possible to their hurt. And there was in Aegina a man of repute, one Nicodemus the son of Cniphas. This man had cause of complaint against the Aeginetans for having before this driven him forth out of the island, and hearing now that the Athenians had resolved to do mischief to the Aeginetans, he agreed with the Athenians to deliver up Aegina to them, telling them on what day he would make his attempt and by what day it would be necessary for them to come to his assistance. 89. After this Nicodemus, according as he had agreed with the Athenians, seized that which is called the Old City, but the Athenians did not come to his support at the proper time, for, as it chanced, they had not ships sufficient to fight with the Aeginetans, so while they were asking the Corinthians to lend them ships, during this time their cause went to ruin. The Corinthians, however, being at this time exceedingly friendly with them, gave the Athenians 20 ships at their request, and these they gave by selling them at 5 drachmas apiece, for by the law it was not permitted to give them as a free gift. Having taken these ships of which I speak and also their own, the Athenians with 70 ships manned in all sailed to Aegina, and they were later by 1 day than the time agreed. 90. Nicodemus meanwhile, as the Athenians did not come to his support at the proper time, embarked in a ship and escaped from Aegina, and with him also went others of the Aeginetans, and the Athenians gave them Sunion to dwell in, starting from whence these men continued to plunder the Aeginetans who were in the island. 91. This happened afterwards, but at the time of which we speak the well-to-do class among the Aeginetans prevailed over the men of the people, who had risen against them in combination with Nicodemus, and then having got them into their power they were bringing their prisoners forth to execution. From this there came upon them a curse which they were not able to expiate by sacrifice, though they devised against it all they could, but they were driven forth from the island before the goddess became propitious to them. For they had taken as prisoners 700 of the men of the people and were bringing them forth to execution, when one of them escaped from his bonds and fled for refuge to the entrance of the temple of Demeter the giver of laws, and he took hold of the latch at the door and clung to it, and when they found that they could not drag him from it by pulling him away, they cut off his hands and so carried him off, and those hands remained clinging to the latch of the door. 92. Thus did the Aeginetans to one another, and when the Athenians came, they fought against them with 70 ships, and being worsted in the sea fight they called to their assistance the same whom they had summoned before, namely the Argives. These would no longer come to their help, having cause of complaint because the ships of Aegina compelled by Cleomenes had put into the land of Argos and their crews had landed with the Lacedaemonians, with whom also had landed men from ships of Sicyon in this same invasion, and as a penalty for this there was laid upon them by the Argives a fine of 1,000 talents, 500 for each state. The Sicyonians accordingly, acknowledging that they had committed a wrong, had made an agreement to pay 100 talents and be free from the penalty. The Aeginetans however did not acknowledge their wrong, but were more stubborn. For this reason then, when they made request, none of the Argives now came to their help at the charge of the state, but volunteers came to the number of 1,000, and their leader was a commander named Eurybates, a man who had practiced the 5 contests. Of these men the greater number never returned back, but were slain by the Athenians in Aegina, and the commander himself, Eurybates, fighting in single combat killed in this manner 3 men and was himself slain by the 4th, Sophanes namely of Decolea. 93. The Aeginetans however engaged in contest with the Athenians in ships, when these were in disorder, and defeated them, and they took of them 4 ships together with their crews. 94. So the Athenians were at war with the Aeginetans, and meanwhile the Persian was carrying forward his design, since he was put in mind ever by his servant to remember the Athenians, and also because of the sons of Pisistratus were near at hand and brought charges continually against the Athenians, while at the same time Darius himself wished to take hold of this pretext and subdue those nations of Hellas which had not given him earth and water. Mardonius then, since he had fared miserably in his expedition, he removed from his command, and appointing other generals to command he dispatched them against Eretria and Athens, namely Datis, who was a Mede by race, and Artaphernes the son of Artaphernes, a nephew of the king, and he sent them forth with the charge to reduce Athens and Eretria to slavery and to bring the slaves back into his presence. 95. When these who had been appointed to command came in their march from the king to the Ionian plain in Cilicia, taking with them a large and well-equipped land army, then while they were encamping there, the whole naval armament came up, which had been appointed for several nations to furnish, and there came to them also the ships for carrying horses, which in the year before Darius had ordered his tributaries to make ready. In these they placed their horses, and having embarked the land army in the ships they sailed for Ionia with 600 triremes. After this they did not keep their ships coasting along the mainland towards the Hellespont and Thrace, but they started from Samos and made their voyage by the Icarian Sea and between the islands, because, as I think, they feared more than all else the voyage around Athos, seeing that in the former year while making the passage by this way they had come to great disaster. Moreover also Naxos compelled them, since it had not been conquered at the former time. 96. And when they had arrived at Naxos, coming against it from the Icarian Sea, for it was against Naxos first that the Persians intended to make expedition. Remembering the former events, the Naxans departed forthwith, fleeing to the mountains, and did not await their attack, but the Persians made slaves of those of them whom they caught and set fire to both the temples and the town. Having so done, they put out to sea to attack the other islands. 97. While these were doing thus, the Delians also had left Delos and fled away to Taenarus, and when the armament was sailing in thither, Datis sailed on before and did not allow the ships to anchor at the island of Delos, but at Rhenaia on the other side of the channel, and he himself, having found out by inquiry where the men of Delos were, sent a herald and addressed them thus: Holy men, why are ye fled away and departed, having judged of me that which is not convenient? For even I of myself have wisdom at least so far, and moreover it has been thus commanded me by the king, not to harm at all that land in which the two divinities were born, neither the land itself nor the inhabitants of it. Now therefore return to your own possessions and dwell in your island. Thus he proclaimed by herald to the Delians, and after this he piled up and burned upon the altar 300 talents weight of frankincense. 98. Datis, having done these things, sailed away with his army to fight against Eritrea first, taking with him both Ionians and Aeolians, and after he had put out to sea from thence, Delos was moved, not having been shaken, as the Delians reported to me, either before that time or since that down to my own time, and this no doubt the god manifested as a portent to men of the evils that were about to be. For in the time of Darius the son of Hystaspes and Xerxes the son of Darius and Artaxerxes the son of Xerxes, 3 generations following upon one another, there happened more evils to Hellas than during the 20 other generations which came before Darius, some of the evils coming to it from the Persians, and others from the leaders themselves of Hellas warring together for supremacy. Thus it was not unreasonable that Delos should be moved, which was before unmoved. Now in the Hellenic tongue the names which have been mentioned have this meaning: Darius means compeller, Xerxes warrior, Artaxerxes great warrior. Thus then might the Hellenes rightly call these kings in their own tongue. 99. The barbarians then, when they had departed from Delos, touched at the islands as they went, and from them received additional forces and took sons of the islanders as hostages, and when in sailing round about the islands they put in also to Carystus, seeing that the Christians would neither give them hostages nor consent to join in an expedition against cities that were their neighbors, meaning Eritrea and Athens. They began to besiege them and to ravage their land, until at last the Christians also came over to the will of the Persians. 100. The Eretrians meanwhile, being informed that the armament of the Persians was sailing to attack them, requested the Athenians to help them, and the Athenians did not refuse their support, but gave as help as those 4,000 to whom had been allotted the land of the wealthy Jorkidians. The Eretrians, however, as it turned out, had no sound plan of action, for while they sent for the Athenians, they had in their minds 2 different designs. Some of them, that is, proposed to leave the city and go to the heights of Euboea, while others of them, expecting to win gain for themselves from the Persian, were preparing to surrender the place. Having got knowledge of how things were as regards both these plans, Aeschines the son of Nathan, one of the leaders of the Eretrians, told the whole condition of their affairs to those of the Athenians who had come, and entreated them to depart and go to their own land, that they might not also perish. So the Athenians did according to this counsel given to them by Aeschines. 101, and while these passed over to Oropus and saved themselves, the Persians sailed on and brought their ships to land about Temenus and Chiare and Agilia and the Eretrian territory, and having taken possession of these places, forthwith they began to disembark their horses and prepared to advance against the enemy. The Eretrians however did not intend to come forth against them and fight, but their endeavor was if possible to hold out by defending their walls, since the council prevailed not to leave the city. Then a violent assault was made upon the wall, and for 6 days there fell many on both sides. But on the 7th day Euphorbus the son of Alcimachus and Philagros the son of Cyneas, men of repute among the citizens, gave up the city to the Persians. These having entered the city plundered and set fire to the temples in retribution for the temples which were burned at Sardis, and also reduced the people to slavery according to the commands of Darius. 102. Having got Eritrea into their power, they stayed a few days and then sailed for the land of Attica, pressing on hard and supposing that the Athenians would do the same as the Eretrians had done. And since Marathon was the most convenient place in Attica for horsemen to act and was also very near to Eritrea, therefore Hippias the son of Pisistratus was guiding them thither. 103. When the Athenians had information of this, they too went to Marathon to the rescue of their land, and they were led by 10 generals, of whom the 10th was Miltiades, whose father Cimon of Stesigoras had been compelled to go into exile from Athens because of Pisistratus the son of Hippocrates, and while he was in exile it was his fortune to win a victory at the Olympic Games with a 4-horse chariot, wherein, as it happened, he did the same thing as his half-brother Miltiades had done, who had the same mother as he. Then afterwards in the next succeeding Olympic Games he gained a victory with the same mess and allowed Pisistratus to be proclaimed as victor, and having resigned to him the victory he returned to his own native land under an agreement for peace. Then after he had won with the same mess at another Olympic festival, it was his hap to be slain by the sons of Pisistratus, Pisistratus himself being no longer alive. These killed him near the city hall, having set men to lie in wait for him by night, and the burial place of Cimon is in the outskirts of the city, on the other side of the road which is called a way through Calla, and just opposite him those mares are buried which won in 3 Olympic Games. This same thing was done also by the mares belonging to Euagoras the Laconian, but besides these by none others. Now the elder of the sons of Cimon, Stesigoras, was at that time being brought up in the house of his father's brother Miltiades in the Chersonese, while the younger son was being brought up at Athens with Cimon himself, having been named Miltiades after Miltiades the settler of the Chersonese 104. This Miltiades then at the time of which we speak had come from the Chersonese and was a general of the Athenians, after escaping death in 2 forms, for not only did the Phoenicians, who had pursued after him as far as Imbrus, endeavor earnestly to take him and bring him up to the presence of the king, but also after this, when he had escaped from these and had come to his own native land and seemed to be in safety from that time forth, his opponents, who had laid wait for him there, brought him up before a court and prosecuted him for his despotism in the Chersonese. Having escaped these also, he had then been appointed a general of the Athenians, being elected by the people. 105. First of all, while they were still in the city, the generals sent off to Sparta a herald, namely Phidippides an Athenian, and for the rest a runner of long-day courses and one who practiced this as his profession. With this man, as Phidippides himself said and as he made report to the Athenians, Pan chanced to meet by Mount Parthenion, which is above Tegea, and calling aloud the name of Phidippides, Pan bade him report to the Athenians and ask for what reason they had no care of him, though he was well disposed to the Athenians and had been serviceable to them on many occasions before that time, and would be so also yet again. Believing that this tale was true, the Athenians, when their affairs had been now prosperously settled, established under the Acropolis a temple of Pan, and in consequence of this message they propitiate him with sacrifice offered every year and with a torch race 106. However at that time, the time namely when he said that Pan appeared to him, this Phidippides having been sent by the generals was in Sparta on the next day after that on which he left the city of the Athenians, and when he had come to the magistrates he said, Lacedaemonians, the Athenians make request of you to come to their help and not to allow a city most anciently established among the Hellenes to fall into slavery by the means of barbarians, for even now Eritrea has been enslaved, and Hellas has become the weaker by a city of renown. He, as I say, reported to them that with which he had been charged, and it pleased them well to come to help the Athenians, but it was impossible for them to do so at once, since they did not desire to break their law, for it was the 9th day of the month, and on the 9th day they said they would not go forth, nor until the circle of the moon should be full 107. These men were waiting for the full moon, and meanwhile Hippias the son of Pisistratus was guiding the barbarians into Marathon, after having seen on the night that was just past a vision in his sleep of this kind. It seemed to Hippias that he lay with his own mother. He conjectured then from the dream that he should return to Athens and recover his rule, and then bring his life to an end in old age in his own land. From the dream, I say, he conjectured this, and after this, as he guided them in, first he disembarked the slaves from Eritrea on the island belonging to the Styrians, called Aglaia, and then, as the ships came into shore at Marathon, he moored them there, and after the barbarians had come from their ships to land, he was engaged in disposing them in their places. While he was ordering these things, it came upon him to sneeze and cough more violently than was his wont. Then since he was advanced in years, most of his teeth were shaken thereby, and one of these teeth he cast forth by the violence of the cough, and the tooth having fallen from him upon the sand, he was very desirous to find it. Since however the tooth was not to be found when he searched, he groaned aloud and said to those who were by him, This land is not ours, nor shall we be able to make it subject to us, but so much part in it as belonged to me the tooth possesses. 108. Hippias then conjectured that his vision had been thus fulfilled, and meanwhile, after the Athenians had been drawn up in the sacred enclosure of Heracles, there joined them the Plataeans coming to their help in a body, for the Plataeans had given themselves to the Athenians, and the Athenians before this time undertook many toils on behalf of them, and this was the manner in which they gave themselves, being abreast by the Thebans. The Plataeans at first desired to give themselves to Cleomenes the son of Anaxandrides and to the Lacedaemonians, who chanced to come thither, but these did not accept them, and said to them as follows: We dwell too far off, and such support as ours would be to you but cold comfort, for ye might many times be reduced to slavery before any of us had information of it, but we counsel you rather to give yourselves to the Athenians, who are both neighbors and also not bad helpers. Thus the Lacedaemonians counselled, not so much on account of their goodwill to the Plataeans as because they desired that the Athenians should have trouble by being involved in a conflict with the Boeotians. The Lacedaemonians, I say, thus counselled the men of Plachaea, and they did not fail to follow their counsel, but when the Athenians were doing sacrifice to the 12 gods, they sat down as suppliants at the altar and so gave themselves. Then the Thebans, having been informed of these things, marched against the Plataeans, and the Athenians came to their assistance, and as they were about to join battle, the Corinthians did not permit them to do so, but being by chance there, they reconciled their strife, and both parties having put the matter into their hands, they laid down boundaries for the land, with the condition that the Thebans should leave those of the Boeotians alone who did not desire to be reckoned with the other Boeotians. The Corinthians, having given this decision, departed, but as the Athenians were going back, the Boeotians attacked them, and having attacked them they were worsted in the fight. Upon that the Athenians passed beyond the boundaries which the Corinthians had set to be for the Plataeans, and they made the river Asopus itself to be the boundary of the Thebans towards the land of Plachaea and towards the district of Isuri. The Plataeans then had given themselves to the Athenians in the manner which has been said, and at this time they came to Marathon to bring them help. 109. Now the opinions of the generals of the Athenians were divided, and the one party urged that they should not fight a battle, seeing that they were too few to fight with the army of the Medes, while the others, and among them Miltiades, advised that they should do so, and when they were divided and the worse opinion was like to prevail, then, since he who had been chosen by lot to be Polemarch of the Athenians had a vote in addition to the 10, for in old times the Athenians gave the Polemarch an equal vote with the generals, and at that time the Polemarch was Callimachus of the deme of Aphidnae. To him came Miltiades and said as follows: With thee now it rests, Callimachus, either to bring Athens under slavery, or by making her free to leave behind thee for all the time that men shall live a memorial such as not even Harmodius and Aristogiton have left. For now the Athenians have come to a danger the greatest to which they have ever come since they were a people, and on the one hand, if they submit to the Medes, it is determined what they shall suffer, being delivered over to Hippias, while on the other hand, if this city shall gain a victory, it may become the first of the cities of Hellas. How this may happen and how it comes to thee of all men to have the decision of these matters, I am now about to tell. Of us the generals, who are 10 in number, the opinions are divided, the one party urging that we fight a battle and the others that we do not fight. Now if we do not, I expect that some great spirit of discord will fall upon the minds of the Athenians and so shake them that they shall go over to the Medes. But if we fight a battle before any unsoundness appear in any part of the Athenian people, then we are able to gain a victory in the fight, if the gods grant equal conditions. These things then all belong to thee and depend on thee, for if thou attach thyself to my opinions, thou hast both a fatherland which is free and a native city which shall be the first among the cities of Hellas. But if thou choose the opinion of those who are earnest against fighting, thou shalt have the opposite of those good things of which I told thee. 110. Thus speaking Miltiades gained Callimachus to his side, and the opinion of the Polemarch being added, it was thus determined to fight a battle. After this, those generals whose opinion was in favor of fighting, as the turn of each one of them to command for the day came round, gave over their command to Miltiades, and he, accepting it, would not however yet bring about a battle, until his own turn to command had come. 111, and when it came round to him, then the Athenians were drawn up for battle in the order which here follows. On the right wing the Polemarch Callimachus was leader, for the custom of the Athenians then was this, that the Polemarch should have the right wing, and he leading. Next after him came the tribes in order as they were numbered one after another, and last were drawn up the Plataeans occupying the left wing, for ever since this battle, when the Athenians offer sacrifices in the solemn assemblies which are made at the 4 yearly festivals, the herald of the Athenians prays thus, that blessings may come to the Athenians and to the Plataeans both. On this occasion however, when the Athenians were being drawn up at Marathon something of this kind was done. their army being made equal in length of front to that of the Medes, came to drawn up in the middle with a depth of but few ranks, and here their army was weakest, while each wing was strengthened with numbers 112, and when they had been arranged in their places and the sacrifices proved favourable, then the Athenians were let go, and they set forth at a run to attack the barbarians. Now the space between the armies was not less than 8 furlongs, and the Persians, seeing them advancing to the attack at a run, made preparations to receive them, and in their minds they charged the Athenians with madness which must be fatal, seeing that they were few and yet were pressing forwards at a run, having neither cavalry nor archers. Such was the thought of the barbarians, but the Athenians, when all in a body they had joined in combat with the barbarians, fought in a memorable fashion, for they were the first of all the Hellenes about whom we know who went to attack the enemy at a run, and they were the first also who endured to face the Median garments and the men who wore them, whereas up to this time the very name of the Medes was to the Hellenes a terror. To hear 113. Now while they fought in Marathon, much time passed by, and in the centre of the army, where the Persians themselves and the Sacsons were drawn up, the barbarians were winning. Here, I say, the barbarians had broken the ranks of their opponents and were pursuing them inland, but on both wings the Athenians and the Plataeans severally were winning the victory, and being victorious they left that part of the barbarians which had been routed to fly without molestation, and bringing together the two wings they fought with those who had broken their centre, and the Athenians were victorious, so they followed after the Persians as they fled.